Check, check. All right. Welcome everybody to ETHDubai version 2, year 2 of ETHDubai. We have many speakers that have returned to our stage from last year, several new faces. 2022 was pretty insane. A lot of our speakers have come back with a new outlook. They're battle tested. They're ready to usher in a new 2023. I want to give a big thanks to Patrick and the team that have put everything together here. Some of us were just getting started last year. Some of us were OGs, but we all definitely have a different outlook this year on blockchain, Ethereum, the entire ecosystem. It's been 1 year, but it feels more like 7 in blockchain. But we're not dogs. We're dope cats up here. I'm your cat herder, your Ethereum cat herder for the day. First of all, I want to go ahead and just thank everyone who's coming out to ETHDubai this year. And you guys have a great number of speakers coming up. First, we're going to introduce Ariel Zimrov. He is from Tel Aviv, Chief Product Officer at Block Staking, core contributor to SSV, which is key infrastructure for the ETH staking and very important to the future of blockchain. So welcome, Ariel. Yeah, we got the microphone. You're going to use this one? Great. Yeah. And your slides are up here. No, you should be good to go.
This goes back?
Yeah, that's back in.
And that's forward? Yeah, I'll just press space, that's fine. Hey everyone, great to be here. My name is Ariel from SSV Network, and today I'm going to talk about DVT and how it's going to change Ethereum staking. So at SSV, we're developing DVT, which is also a distributed validator tech, and our grand vision is to decentralize Ethereum. We do this with the core belief that Ethereum security should be in the hands of as many people or as many entities or as many node operators as we can, but vulnerable to none of them. And now I think this notion really sets up the stage in order to understand exactly what DVT enables us to do, but I would like to start first with the question of why do we even need it? So looking at the current state of Ethereum staking, it's pretty obvious that stake centralization is a big issue and a risk factor. There's a few entities controlling a big percentage of the stake. We have the centralized exchanging leading staking. We have Lido pretty much dominating the liquid staking. And this is very problematic, not only because of the amount of stake that they manage, but also due to the fact that the bigger they are, the bigger the systematic risk on Ethereum's ecosystem, which really affects all of us because these single entities are more susceptible to censorship and regulation risks. I think we all witnessed a month ago when the SEC came cracking down on Kraken's staking program. And also, due to economics of scale in staking, there are just not enough incentives in place for the large providers to decentralize their infrastructure, which really affects client diversity and contributes to potential single points of failure. So what is DVT and how can it help us transition to a more decentralized Ethereum? So DVT, or distributed validator technology, is a new tech primitive in the evolving Ethereum tech stack that enables multiple non-trusting parties to run and operate an Ethereum validator collaboratively. It works by taking a validator key and splitting it up to a set of key shares and distributing those shares to operators within something that we call as a cluster or a validator cluster. Now, each operator in this cluster has a share out of the complete key, and once a duty comes in, they each use that share to partially sign it, and then through a consensus, they all aggregate the signatures to a full signature and broadcast it as a full and valid duty on the beacon chain. These operators they have a share, and they can't use that share to reconstruct the full key, meaning they only need the share to operate, so you no longer need to have the signing key in a hot wallet, which was a very big security concern in the current Ethereum validator setup. And also, these operators in the cluster can operate using different setups, right? They can use different clients, they can use different data centers, different cloud providers, different locations. So you can achieve greater client diversity when you compare it to the single or standard traditional validator setup that has one set of each. Now, because we use threshold signing and a consensus protocol, you kind of have a fault tolerance built inside of this thing. So in case one operator will go offline, it will not affect the overall performance of the validator, and it will continue to work as long as a threshold is met, which really means that you can save a lot of cost, operational cost in insurance and redundancies and backups. With that said, the benefits of DVT are pretty substantial, right? This shift in the validator operations significantly increased the liveness and security of the Ethereum network, while also dramatically reduces slashing, downtime, or centralization risk when you compare it to the traditional validator setups. And by improving the resiliency of Ethereum validators and Ethereum consensus layer, we can help make Ethereum more decentralized and a secure network for the rest of us. So what can you do with this thing? Because after all, it's infrastructure, and infrastructure is supposed to be used in some way. So off the bat, you can build some great staking pools and liquid staking pools using DVT. Having more operators operate each validator means that you have more operator participations, means that you have the risk shared between more people, so the risk is reduced, but also in a way that gives you higher performance, which really results in more optimized rewards. Staking and institutionals and large staking providers can use DVT to decentralize their infrastructure and mitigate risk associated with large-scale single validator setups, but also in a way that really reduce their operational costs, because now you can run more validators on the same machines. Stakers who want to solo stake can leverage DVT to finally get the performance of top and leading experienced staking providers. They can choose those providers to manage their validators instead of running their own infrastructure, which is a huge barrier for solo staking, right? You have to do maintenance, you have to have some technical expertise, but also do it in a way that they remain in full custody, not only of their validator and principal, but also with DVT, now with their signing key as well. And lastly, DAOs and communities and groups can come together and operate their own validators in a very trust-minimized and reduced risk way. So now that we learned about DVT, let's circle back to SSV. SSV is not a consumer staking application, but a distributed validator infrastructure provider designed for building high-performance, decentralized, and secure staking applications on Ethereum. The way that we decided to implement DVT in SSV is as a multi-cluster DVT network. We did this out of the notion that a safer Ethereum is a multi-cluster Ethereum. We see in the future there will not be a single liquid staking provider controlling the market. There will be a long tail of new and different staking applications. They will use different operators and different variations of cluster. And to support this future, we developed DVT as a network, and we did that by adding two more components. First, a very robust peer-to-peer pub-sub networking, and we also added a smart contract layer on top. Why did we do it this way, or what are the benefits of having DVT as a network? Well, in SSV, operators and stakers can join the network permissionlessly at any time using a single smart contract call. Having smart contracts means there's zero coordination needed in case you want to manage your validator. If you want to offboard the network, if you want to change your operator set, you can do it at any time, no coordination needed. Also, networks gives the network participants to enjoy from networked effects. So any tool that will be developed for a specific cluster can be used by any other cluster and by the entire network, which really reduce the development costs across the board. And networks are transparent, meaning that you'll be able to see your operator performance not only in your cluster, but in any cluster, past and history, which all results in us being able to make better decisions regarding who we choose to manage our operators. And the best part is that it's reusable infrastructure. You can use the same network, the same setups, the same operators time and time again, and the cost of integrating SSV is practically nothing. It's literally a smart contract call. And that's pretty amazing because developing infrastructure for staking, it's pretty hard, it's pretty complex, it requires a lot of expertise and resources. And now that SSV make that infrastructure available as a service, the teams that will build on us will be able to focus on their application, on their business, and not the infrastructure beneath, but still enjoy a world-class performance. And this also means that the next teams will build the next rocket pool. It will not take 3 years, it will take 3 months. And we know this firsthand because we already have teams doing exactly that under these timeframes. So a little bit more about where we are and where we came from. So SSV started about 2 years ago when we received a grant from the Ethereum Foundation to develop an SSV node, which was later then termed as DVT, hence our name. We then turned to form the SSV DAO. It's very important for us to be community-driven, to be transparent, and to have this controlled by the community and not by just a single entity. We onboarded more than 40 different contributors around the world who share our passion for staking and decentralization. And for the past 18 months, we've been running a public testnet during which we had participation from over 3,000 different operators, out of which 100 and more are verified operators. And by that, I'm referring to experienced and reputable staking providers. Some of them are the biggest in the industry. We're experimenting and testing with this technology with intention to adopt it in the future. They are currently running a testnet SSV node, which you can try out and pick today. We also had participation from over 20,000 validators. It was not only important for us to see that this works in scale, but also in par, if not better, than the current performance benchmark. And I'm very happy to say that it does. And we've been working and putting a lot of effort on nurturing a very healthy and vibrant ecosystem around our protocol of leading staking providers, of strategic partners, of different staking applications. And as you can see behind me, there's already more than 25 different teams dedicated to use DVT and SSV as their infrastructure, which really shows that the state of Ethereum, which I talked about in the beginning of my talk, will look a lot more different in the future to come, and we will have not a single or a few entities managing the majority of the stake, but a lot of them. Now, I want to use this opportunity to reach out to all the devs here and share with you our different funding programs. We recently launched a 50 million ecosystem fund with the goal to bootstrap teams building DVT-based applications. Personally, I think that with the Shanghai update just around the corner, there's never been a better time to capitalize on this and get into staking. So if this interests you, if you're a serious team, if you know how to execute, come talk with us. We would love to partner with you. So where do we go from here? As I said, this has been 2 years in the work, and right now we are finalizing our V3 testnet scheduled to go out in April. V3 testnet is our scaling and security testnet, and with our audits already scheduled and underway, it's pretty safe to say that you're all gonna see DVT on mainnet this year, and even sooner than you might expect, so keep a close eye on our progression. And to summarize, tying it all together, DVT basically enables you to take an Ethereum validator and distribute it between multiple non-trusting parties. Alongside technologies like L2s that help scale Ethereum or MEV that help us capture value from it, DVT is basically the missing piece that is required to decentralize the Ethereum base layer. And having more resilient infrastructure and implementation like SSV that make that infrastructure reusable in a permissionless way will really pave the way for a long tail of new different staking applications. Also in a way that will really change the design and benefit existing applications. Liquid staking pools will have greater performance and bear less risks while offering a greater operator participation. Staking providers will have a more robust and cost-effective decentralized infrastructure, and solo stakers will be able to perform with the performance of world-class providers. All in all, we'll put security, Ethereum security in more hands and make Ethereum a more decentralized and secure network for the rest of us. If you want to hear more from us, I'll be on a panel this afternoon regarding liquid staking and capital efficiency. Very interesting. Come hear us out. And if you have any questions, me and my team will be outside waiting for you. Thank you for listening and enjoy your week in Dubai.
Well, do we have any questions from the audience for Ariel? All right, so definitely come and check him out on the panel. We do have a small little break until the next talk. Make sure that you're getting your friends to come in here. We don't need a lot of people right outside in the hallway, but just remember, as we go on today, we have some amazing speakers here, and try to get everyone in these rooms. Make sure that you take advantage of these talks while they're going on. You don't have to wait a week for them to get up on the internet and then watch them there. You're here. Come join. We have plenty of seating in here. And yeah, we'll see you guys all back here at the bottom of the hour for our next speaker. Give it up one more time for Ariel. Did he give you back the other mic? I'm going to keep this one right here.
wise decision yesterday not to go to the yacht. Yeah. It was 4 hours. It was extremely boring. Yeah. And I couldn't get out.
Yeah, yeah. Like like when you told me you got me a ticket, I was like, okay. And then when you said,
I mean, I could have registered you, but
no, I know. But then when you said that, I'm like, okay, nice. Like if I wanted to come, I would have told you, like, I want to come.
yeah. Yeah, you were very.
No, I went home, like I did a yoga class, stretched, just chill.
I think anything's a bit better than that.
All right, so hopefully you guys are enjoying the breakfast, enjoying day one of the talks here at ETHDubai. Speaker number 2 is coming up. We have Jorge Arce. Jorge Arce, he's coming from Costa Rica. He's a blockchain and security researcher at Nethermind ETH. You can find that on Twitter at Nethermind ETH. PhD candidate in applied mathematics, so he's a very smart guy. I want to welcome to the stage Jorge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is my...
Use this one?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. So thank you for the introduction. Yeah, I am Jorge Arce, blockchain and cryptography researcher at Nethermind. Today I want to tell you guys about some of the work we have been doing alongside Lido, we as part of the Nethermind research team, in order to support them in their goal of having a permissionless, or moving towards a permissionless operator set for Lido. Okay, so I would like to start with sort of like a big picture recap of what are the fundamental problems behind liquid staking and what motivates some of the design choices regarding the security and how to make these protocols make sense. I think the main one would be, when you're dealing with liquid staking and any form of delegated staking for that matter, so how do you incentivize operators to behave correctly when they are handling delegated stake? Because the issue here is they are taking funds from other parties and they are putting them up to stake. So if they get slashed, for example, these are not their funds that are going to be losing. And this like fundamental change in the incentive structure makes it so that you need a different mechanism to establish trust with the node operators. And whichever mechanism you end up choosing is going to shape how your liquid staking protocol ends up looking, pretty much. So let's go over the two most common approaches for like the main, I guess, lines of attack against this problem. Let's start with the case of Rocket Pool, for example. We know that the way Rocket Pool deals with this problem is it's sort of like a 50-50 distribution of the stake between a staking pool and the node operator, right? So the node operator puts up 16 ETH of his or her own collateral, and then the rest of the ETH comes from a pool. This is great in the sense that there are very few centralization or cartelization concerns amongst the different, or amongst Rocket Pool validators, because they're running independently, they're running permissionlessly. It does have the problem that it is harder to spin up a new Rocket Pool validator, in the sense that you need to have that capital available. Now, on the other hand, we can think about an approach like the one Lido follows, which is a whitelisted based approach, where the whitelist is curated and chosen by a DAO. This has the great advantage that it's easier to start new validators. Essentially, like a node operator is not going to be limited by his or her own capital in order to start up new validators. They can pretty much stake all of the funds that they are delegated, as long as their infra allows them to. But it does have the downside, as has been discussed a lot in this space in the community, of like the centralization and cartelization concerns. What happens if the DAO is taken over, if it takes malicious decisions, or if a malicious vote passes, for example. Okay. So here's a chart of Rocket Pool's ETH deposit pool and its balance as a function of time over the last year. And so what this means is, this is the stake that is sitting in Rocket Pool waiting to be staked. And so, for example, check out after October 2022 all the way down to, well, this month. And you see that the pool has been full for most of the time. This is 5K ETH that's sitting in the pool and has not been able to be staked so far. It's waiting for a node operator to come up with the collateral to spin up a new validator. And so we use this as evidence, or as like a supporting point to the fact that decentralization is important for sure, and we definitely should have all liquid staking protocols move towards decentralization. But so is capital efficiency. The ability for a protocol to receive new funds and stake them as quickly as possible is essential for like how well it does in terms of market share and just how friendly it is to attract new capital. And here's like the current state of affairs regarding staking. We see Lido sitting, I scraped this data yesterday, hopefully it's still accurate. So Lido is sitting at around roughly 31% of stake, and we have Rocket Pool sitting at a 2.4% of stake. Okay, so with that introduction out of the way, we have discussed what is Rocket Pool's approach, what is Lido's approach. We have discussed strengths and weaknesses for both of them. Now let us talk about how we want to move forward and how we want to improve the situation. So the goal that we have in the research team with Lido is for us to design a mechanism that is going to check the following boxes. We kind of want to like get the strengths of both approaches in as much as we can. And so we want to design a mechanism that allows nodes to onboard the network without requiring permission from a central authority or governance. It is okay if there's still a whitelist for permissioned operators that are allowed to get more stake, for example, but we would like there to be a way for permissionless operators to get in without having to go through this whitelist approach. We wanted to not be entirely dependent on bonding, and the reason for this is that when we use bonding as the only mechanism to guarantee the correct behavior of our validator set, the capital efficiency goes down. And this is the concept that we were referring to before with this rocket pool chart. And finally, we would like the mechanism to still prevent or mitigate misbehavior of the node operators. Okay, so having said that, and trying to get to combine these approaches of, okay, decentralization while keeping capital efficiency as high as possible, what are some of the approaches we can take? And we were brainstorming with Lido, and we have some ideas that this is by no means an exhaustive list, because in fact there's a lot of the research that still needs to be done. But the first things that would come to mind are as follows. If you're not using bonding as your mechanism to establish trust, then it is likely that you will have to rely on some form of, well, identity or reputation that you can use to establish trust with your node operators. And this identity or reputation can come from a variety of places. It can come from data sources, whether within Web3 or outside Web3. Let's even say Web2 sources or even real-world identity sources. If we could find a way to make a mechanism like this work in an automated fashion and in a way that is respectful of privacy as well, then this could be an approach. Also, tracking the node performance of operators, or permissionless operators, in order to increase their reputation over time. That's also something we can do. And in the cases where you have a new operator coming into the system and you absolutely cannot establish trust because you don't have enough information on the operator, then you could still use bonding, but you don't want to use this as the sole mechanism. You also want the operator to have a way to climb up its way on its reputation, or on how much trust the protocol has in them, without having to rely exclusively on bonding for this. And finally, another approach that is, I think it's going to be absolutely beneficial for the entire staking landscape, it's related to the talk we just heard on DVT. DVT can play an amazing role as a buffer against misbehaving operators, because if you're able to, for example, pair trusted nodes with untrusted nodes in a DVT pool, this can essentially will diminish or nullify the effects of a malicious operator within a validator and the stake it controls. Now, you could say that there are potential problems if you're using identity and reputation as sources of establishing trust with node operators, and you would be absolutely correct. And two problems that you have to watch out for in particular would be, the first one is civils. So if you're using some identity or reputation system, you don't want a party or like an entity, whether this is a person or an organization, you don't want them to control multiple operators behind the scenes. You don't want them to spin up a bunch of identities that supposedly belong to different people but are in fact controlled by the same person, get into the protocol, and then get to control much more stake than they actually should. This is a problem if we let it happen. The second problem would be white labeling, in which we understand by white labeling having a party that is already a part of our protocol, and for whatever reason, it doesn't want to run its validator duties, and it delegates those duties of like running the infrastructure to another party, in this case, the white label operator. And the reason these two things are especially harmful is because we are going to get a skewed image of what our validator set is actually if these attacks are successful. We're going to have single points of failure, and we're going to have malicious acts would be much more harmful in the sense that we could have a single party behind the scenes controlling much more stake than they should. Okay. So let's put all of the pieces together. Let's talk about the roadmap, a roadmap that would make sense to address all of this. The approaches we are following, or like the step-by-step approach we're following here is we're following different phases of research. The first one would be phase 1, in which we looked at the identity problem and what kind of tooling is out there in order to make this happen. And so we did a systematization of knowledge for decentralized identities and verifiable credentials. And so this phase was completed late 2022, so last year, and I will tell you guys more about it in a minute. And this is currently where we're at. Phase 2 on white labeling resistance, which is the stage of the research that we want to undertake next. And for the future, we have planned out civil resistance and how to score or determine the reputation of node operators, and finally an implementation phase. Okay, so let's talk about phase 1 of the research that has already been completed. So in this phase of the research, we are studying what tools are out there that can be used to bring, to construct an identity mechanism for Lido. And we wanted to look at decentralized identities and verifiable credentials as a way to handle these identities in a way that is as permissionless as possible. So decentralized identities, for example, in the words of the Ethereum Foundation, they underlie the idea that identity-related information should be self-controlled, it should be private, it should be portable. So that sounds a lot like what we want to move towards. And regarding verifiable credentials, these are also a crucial piece of the puzzle in the sense that using them, users can prove to a verifier that a set of claims about their identity is true. So verifiable credentials are going to allow you to have privacy and to reveal only the necessary identity data that you need to reveal in order to establish trust. Okay, let's come back to an approach that we discussed earlier on how we can meaningfully populate these identities in order to identify node operators. And so this is the idea that we can find multiple sources for this identity, whether coming from off-chain or even on-chain, and use them to, well, establish the identity of operators. So what could be examples? We have some sources of data in Web3, such as NFTs, soul-bound tokens, even like the history of Ethereum accounts. We also have, but we want to look beyond that and see if there are any valuable sources of reputation outside the blockchain space that could be bootstrapped into Web3 and be used for our purposes. So think of like Web2 services where people already have reputations related to their technical activities or to their influence in the ecosystem. So let's say reputation scores on places like Stack Overflow, stars on GitHub, or Twitter, things like this. Now, we have to be careful if we were to follow this approach because we must use data that cannot be farmed easily, that is rare enough to obtain, and we need to have mechanisms to prevent this sort of, let's say someone decides to start spinning up Twitter accounts just to try to game the mechanism. So we need to have heuristics in place to determine or to prevent this from happening. And finally, so the rationale of this idea of how to pull the data on-chain in order to populate our identities is, once again, use data that is valuable enough in order to increase civil resistance. And then the challenge here would be, how do you want to pull this data, or how can we pull this data in a verifiable way so that the system is not likely to be exploited? And so what did we check? As part of our systematization of knowledge, we took the work of surveying over 100 academic papers and implementations regarding identity. We sorted them in terms of quality, in terms of relevance to the problem at hand. We looked through them, and we decided to keep 70 of them that were worthy of mention. And so we looked, for example, at verifiable credential schemes, from classical papers all the way to the 90s to more modern approaches. We looked at how to ensure that the user cannot fool the verifier. This is a crucial step to guarantee the soundness of the protocol. And how to protect the privacy of users as well. On decentralized identities, how to show statements efficiently, how to issue credentials in a way that's decentralized, and what implementations are out there that we can use today or that we could get working for our problem with some minimal changes. And regarding getting data to Web3, this was, if you guys are interested in looking at the deliverable, here's a QR code that's going to take you to it. So we constructed a database with all the different articles. We have them sorted by year, quality score, relevance score. We label them according to whatever, to the topic that they refer to. And each of the papers has a note by us on how it can be relevant to the problem, what are the merits of each approach, and what are potential downsides as well. All right. And so let me highlight some notable implementations from what we found. We found, for example, Polygon ID, which is a system that allows us to manage identities and also make zero-knowledge claims about the identities. We found Sysmo, which is a protocol for the creation of zero-knowledge attestations. We found some protocols that already are looking at this problem of how to integrate real-world data and pass it over to Web3. And we found protocols like Candid, which proposes a mechanism that can work for identities of people who live in the US. We found EBSI, which is a mechanism that can work for people who live in the European Union. And finally, we found Interrep, which is an anti-civil service that analyzes this problem of having Web2 data or Web2 reputation and bringing it over to Web3. Another of the good pieces of infrastructure that we found that can be useful for this problem is called Deco. So what Deco does is it allows you to get data that is encrypted behind a TLS connection without any TLS modifications to the server side. So it is privacy preserving as well. And the way it does this is when you have a TLS connection with a given service, let's say it could be Twitter, or GitHub, or what have you, then the client side, which is the person that is interacting with the service, can be split into two roles, approver and a verifier, which is going to be an outside oracle that is auditing this connection. And the approver and the verifier can perform the client's jobs via secure two-party computation. And in this way, information about what's going on in that Web2 connection can be extracted and verified. So after doing all the research, after looking at all of those articles, what are like our general takeaways on following this identity approach? Well, we have some positives, we have some negatives. Positives are we have interesting projects that are already trying to make verifiable credentials a part of Ethereum, and we have viable approaches to getting Web2 data to Web3, as we have already ascertained. And some of the approaches even go to dealing with real-world identities, such as EVSI for the EU, Candid for the US, as I already described. If you would like some more information about this, then I would encourage you to consult the deliverable that we were talking about. We also found some negatives. For example, many of the solutions required a centralized issuer. However, there are some solutions that allow you to issue verifiable credentials without a centralized issuer, and we would like to take inspiration on those. There are also some problems with standards for DIDs in the sense that there's not like consensus on what should be like the implementation guide or standards or guidelines to have like sort of like a common set of tools that looks similar and that we can adapt and modify if needed. And finally, not many of the projects that we looked at regarding to identity try to fight civils. And this is a problem, of course, because an identity approach or reputation approach is going to be very weak to civils on its own. So we're going to have to look at this angle of the problem on a different phase as well. Okay, so that's regarding identity. Now, we haven't looked into the implementation of an identity system yet because, well, there's a variety of reasons. For example, the Lido team is right now very busy working on withdrawals, which is, of course, quite the priority. And also, we want to look at some of these questions from a theoretical point of view before we jump straight into implementation. And now we want to talk about the next one, which would be perhaps the next one in priority, which is white labeling and white labeling resistance. So we currently have a proposal going on Lido's research forum, and it's currently on Snapshot for the DAO, for the token holders to vote. And in this proposal, we propose a roadmap. I think it's like a 22-week roadmap of research, which is going to look at the following tasks. We want to look at white labeling, and do a systematization of knowledge on the literature and the relevant approaches that are out there. We also want to look at arbiter protocols for reasons that I will explain next. Things like decentralized oracles, prediction markets, token-curated registries, and decentralized justice. We want to look at how these can be put together to design a resolution mechanism. And finally, how we can have heuristics against civils and white labels. So using off and on-chain signals coupled with heuristics or machine learning classifiers even to find probable civils. So what's the deal with arbiter protocols, which is one of the main lines of our research, or one of the main things that we're trying to look at here? With arbiter protocols, the idea is that we could have a settling mechanism that could take evidence that was gathered either from off-chain or on-chain about a given operator being currently a white label, because these things do get out eventually, or a motivated investigator can pick up some of the signal. This evidence would then be presented to an arbiter protocol or some kind of settling mechanism that would look at the evidence and determine whether the operator should be deemed a white label or not. And so examples of protocols or mechanisms that could play this part, apart from like decentralized justice protocols like, let's say, Kleros, are things like prediction markets, where people bet on future events. And so here the idea is that establish the economic incentives for people to tell the truth and to be interested in participating of curating the validator set. Decentralized oracles as well as a way to get all of this off-chain data on-chain, all of this off-chain evidence on-chain. And token-curated registries too, where token holders can collectively vote on an entry to be included in the registry for them to, once again, curate the validator set. Once again, this is all still in very early stages, and these have been some of the ideas that the Lido team has been interested in us looking at, and that we have been interested of our own volition as well into looking at. And I would like to close this talk with, once again, reminding you that the proposal is currently live, and if you guys are LDO token holders, if you know any LDO token holders, we would invite you to vote for our proposal. And well, whether yes or no, we would like to invite you to participate, to speak your mind. And well, we would definitely appreciate your support, so that we can continue looking into these problems, which I think, especially problems like white labeling and civil resistance, are not as well understood, or they do not have as many solutions or tooling available for us in the Web3 space. And whatever we build, we would hope, and whatever we research, we would hope would benefit not only Lido, but the Ethereum community as well. So once again, I just want to close this with a call to action to all LDO holders. We would very much appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention. I am Jorge Arce from Nevermind Research, and questions or comments, more than happy to take those. Thanks.
Yeah, if anyone has questions, let us know. Just raise your hand. Yeah, definitely give it a round of applause. So as you think of a question, raise your hand. And I just want to remind you that we have a hashtag ETHDubai or ETHDubai 2023. If you're following that, you can check out the link from his QR code that he put up on the Phase 1 research. So do we have any questions from the audience? Might as well ask him while he's here.
There's the QR code again, just in case.
And here's the QR code again. I'll get out of the way. Any questions? Well, you can always grab him once he hops off stage. Did you have a question? No? Okay. As he wraps up his talk here, we do have a break until 11:30. When we get done with that break, we will have 2 more speakers until the bigger lunch break. We have Ansgar Dietrichs from Consensus and Dap Lion coming up after this. So we have a nice 30-minute break for everyone until 11:30. And yeah, if there's no other questions, we'll go ahead and wrap it up. Thank you so much, and join us back here at 11:30. One more time, round of applause. Thank you. Check. All right. Thank you, everyone, for choosing track one, the track of all tracks here at ETHDubai Conference 2023. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our next talk here in a second. I want to welcome to the stage from Berlin, Ansgar Dietrich. So he just wrapped up over at ETH Denver. And by the way, if you're following the ETHDubai 2023 hashtag on Twitter, you'll see I'm going to be posting a tweet about him, and there's a really great talk from ETH Denver on future finality, scalability in-game panel with the co-founder of Near, Ilya, talking about sharding and scaling. But that's before, and this is now. So Ansgar is a research, he's doing research over at the Ethereum Foundation. He's the co-author of VIP 4884, Proto-Dank sharding, which is crucial for the Ethereum network, and previously an R&D engineer at Consensus. So I'll go ahead and welcome to the stage Ansgar, and here's your microphone right here. Give it up for Ansgar Dietrich,
Awesome.
one of our stars of the show.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Ansgar. I'm at the Ethereum Foundation, and I was basically just wanting to take some time, explain a little bit how we think about blockchain scalability, especially kind of my perspective on things, and then how EIP 4884, which I think has had a little bit of publicity over the last few months, how that basically fits into the picture and why we're doing this in the first place. And so the idea is I want to basically first kind of give a general motivation of why exactly do we have this roll-up-centric roadmap, right? How does that fit into our scaling vision? Then specifically talk about the data availability side of things with what you might have heard, the kind of the term dank sharding, how this fits into the plan, and then round it up with like a long-term vision of kind of the chain architecture we are going towards there. So let me start. Why rollups, right? Why do we basically need them in the first place? And I want to kind of start a little bit abstractly by talking about what I like to call like execution chains, but it's basically just user-facing blockchains, application-facing blockchains, right? And so the very first one we had was Bitcoin, of course. It's a special purpose, the very first blockchain ever. Then Ethereum came on the scene, first general purpose execution chain. And basically with all of these chains, I mean, of course, there have been thousands since. The goal is always to have maximum functionality and maximum throughput, but at the same time, and this is kind of where the fundamental tension with blockchain comes from, you always need to ensure security, right? And so I think one way to illustrate this really well is with this graph. It's of course a little bit of a silly toy graph, but just to get you the intuition. So basically, the fundamental trade-off here between the cost to run a full node for the network versus the throughput you can achieve, right? And so you can put Bitcoin and Ethereum roughly in these positions in the graph. So Bitcoin, very limited, minimal requirements to run a node, but also very limited throughput. Ethereum was willing to trade this off a little bit more, but the goal was always, even with Ethereum, that you have to be able to run your full node at home without too much effort, like on Raspberry Pi, right? Everyone can run it locally. And the problem, though, is that means that basically everyone in the entire network validates everyone else's transactions, right? And that just fundamentally, of course, cannot scale. If we have billions of humans on Earth, you can't validate everyone's transaction on the other side of the world if they want to buy a coffee, right? So naive kind of iterations on this, of course, what you could do is like, what if we just keep going up this diagonal, right? And then this is kind of more with like a, don't take this too seriously. I just put this like a logo just for example purposes, right? But there are chains that basically just are willing to say, okay, what if we just keep increasing the requirements for running a full node, right? And I mean, it's in a way perfectly legitimate, right? It's just another place in this trade-off space. The problem here is, if I don't run my own full node at home, and there's ever a disagreement about the state of the chain, right? I basically only have two choices. I can either just, look what the majority of nodes claim, and I just go with it. That means that if ever the majority votes to, steal all my coins, I would go with that because, again, I just follow the majority. So all of a sudden, I basically lose the trust guarantees that I get with locally verifiable chains. Or, of course, the alternative would be, if there's ever disagreement, I just stop and I go on Twitter and I see, basically who claims what was the problem, and I just wait until basically there's manual social resolution. So now, basically, where on this graph? What is the problem here? Like, where would we want to end up on? And of course, this place, this ideal mythical unicorn place that we want to end up in is kind of this upper left corner here, where the cost to run a full node for this kind of network is still very low, but at the same time, we somehow get super high throughput. And in practice, actually, like, the way Ethereum and the rollup space goes, this doesn't have to actually be one rollup. This could, kind of one step ahead here. One blockchain, this could also be like just multiple kind of parallel ones with lower throughput each or something. It doesn't really matter. The thing is, how do you basically, with only running a small full node, get a total throughput like that is very high, right? So how can we do this? And the intuition, in a way, is, if we just go back briefly here to this other one, right? The problem here was, if there ever is a disagreement and I don't want to trust the majority, I basically have to always stop and then manually socially recover on Twitter. Someone explains to me what was the problem, how, who was right, and these kind of things. So the idea is just, what if we, automate this step? What if we find a way with like a chain that I can't necessarily directly locally verify? What if computationally there was a way for me to basically check integrity, right? To either, if there was a problem, to have a trustless way to resolve this computationally, or maybe even, do one step better and check the integrity from the first place. And this is kind of exactly where we get to rollups. So the idea for rollup is you have a chain that, and in this case, of course, I kind of want to explain both optimistic and ZK rollups. So you have a chain, but you just, you don't have to run a full node for that necessarily. You can just apply all the changes optimistically that you just, like, someone tells you, this latest block made these changes, you just trust them. But then, this is the important thing with optimistic rollups, anyone, whenever there's a disagreement, right, as long as one person notices something went wrong, they can submit what's called a fraud proof. And instead of having to go on Twitter and having someone explain this to you, your computer just automatically resolves the challenge for you, right? So as long as you always wait for the settlement period, even if you don't actually run the chain yourself, you always can trust that whatever you see on it, like as the latest finalized chain state, is actually valid and computationally with computational integrity, right? So this is an amazing trick for basically trusting chains you don't verify yourself. And the only thing that needs is, of course, it needs a settlement platform where you can actually run this proof, right? And so then the same thing with ZK rollups. Basically, the only small change there is that it's using fancy cryptography, so you don't even have to wait for a challenge and run a fraud proof. It immediately comes with what's called a validity proof. So it checks, it ensures the computational integrity right when you make the kind of the state transition in the first place. But basically, same idea. You don't have to run the system to trust it. That's basically the magic here of rollups. As long as you have a settlement chain that you can rely on. There's one small asterisk, and this is kind of what the kind of the motivation for this talk came from, and that's why we have to talk about Danksharding in a second. There's one really important asterisk here, and that is data availability. And data availability is unfortunately like a topic that's not obvious to understand. And so basically, I gave 2 examples here on both sides, what like the problem here is, and I want to just take a second to make sure, like, if you take one thing out of this talk, then ideally it would be to really understand why data availability is so crucially important. So with any rollup, right? If you do not, you basically, if you have a system, a layer 2, something like Optimism or so, and it commits onto the base chain, right? The idea is anytime there would be fraud, you can detect it and then submit a fraud proof. There's one assumption here. The assumption is that anytime they make an update, they actually tell you what the update was, right? And this is crucially important. If they don't do this, right? If they just say, oh, I made an update and now you don't have any balance anymore, and you know you didn't actually send a transaction, right? There's no way for you to prove a fraud if they don't actually tell you what supposedly happened, right? So basically, if they only give you the update without explaining what supposedly happened, there's no way for you to challenge this. And similarly, with a validity proof, it's not quite as bad with ZK rollups because, as I was saying, there's cryptography that always checks integrity, so they can never steal your funds. But if they don't tell you what actually happened, you have no way of knowing what the current chain state is. And so you only know it is a valid state, but you don't know what the state is, and so you cannot no longer use the rollup. So they can lock you out of the rollup. So if they don't actually, and what I mean by basically telling you what actually happened, it's just basically giving you what you know from Ethereum, like a list of transactions, right? Every block update that they do, they basically have to actually tell you the list of transactions they supposedly run. Otherwise, this entire system doesn't work. So basically, making sure that the transaction data was actually published. This is at the very core of data availability and what we need to make this entire system work. And so not only do we need settlement, the settlement layer, which I don't know, I tried to put emojis on everything here, but we also need this kind of data availability layer. And our approach for scaling this, of course, is Danksharding. And so now I basically want to transition that into talking a little bit about Danksharding. So what exactly, how exactly is data availability scalable? So the first thing there is, I think it's really important to understand the difference between the different types of data, right? Today on Ethereum, we only provide one type of data, and we call this call data. I'm not sure, like most of you, I'm not sure how technical you are, but if you've ever sent a transaction on Ethereum, basically, if you look into the details at MetaMask or something, if you send a Uniswap trade or so, it always sends a little bit of data with the transaction that actually tells Uniswap what it is supposed to do, right? Like which token you're supposed to swap with which other token, and that is what we call call data, right? Because it's just context for the call you want to do. And for this type of data that we process on the base chain, there's 2 really important properties here. The first one is that during the execution of the chain, if I'm running an Ethereum node, I actually need the entire data locally because, again, I have to, if I want to run the transaction, I have to actually know what Uniswap is supposed to do. So I need this data locally. And then also after I execute it, I actually store it, in my history file. Like for now, Ethereum, if you run a node, you literally store all the history from the beginning of the chain. In the future, there's an EIP called 4444. Don't confuse it with 4844. Unfortunate naming collision there. But basically, in the future, you'll only keep like the last year or so of history, but it's still quite a bit of commitment of keeping this data around for a long time. Now, rollup data, for now, basically, what rollups do, if you actually ever want to look at at Optimism, like ZK Sync, one of these rollup systems, and you actually go on-chain, on Etherscan or something, and you look what actually happens whenever they publish a block, you will see that they literally just take a lot of this data that they want to, prove availability of, and they just all put it into like a huge chunk of call data. But it turns out we can do better. And so why can we do better? Because rollup data actually is fundamentally different in nature here. As we were saying, we only need to guarantee data availability. Like this is the crucial point here. We already talked about this. But the transactions don't actually need the data, right? As I was saying, like Uniswap actually needs the data because it needs to know what you're supposed to do. But the rollup never actually processes the data on the layer 1, right? Like the layer 1 is only, a very dumb, simple settlement layer. So it only actually needs a pointer. It only needs to know data with this hash or with this, commitment was made available. It doesn't actually process the data. So it is like a different type of availability it needs. And also, once we have ensured that everyone had access to the data, the layer 1 can forget about it. It's not something you have to actually store in your history, right? You just know if everyone, agreed back in the day that it was available, you don't care anymore, you don't have to store it. So this is two very different types of data, and so the idea here is we want to give it its separate form, and we want to then use that form to really scale the throughput for only the right side of data. The left side of data will not ever fundamentally scale on Ethereum. The right side will. This is basically the crucial insight here. And just to kind of hammer this point home a little bit, basically, what actually is data availability? Again, there's a lot of confusion around this. It is only the assurance that the data was not withheld at the time the availability guarantees were made, and that basically that the data was indeed successfully and widely published. And importantly, this means that it is not some sort of long-term storage. It is not some sort of forever continued availability, right? It is a one-time, you can think of it as a message board. You put a note on there. At that moment in time, the data was available. So then, how are we going about actually, giving it its own type of data and starting to scale this? And this is basically a two-phase approach. And the first of these two is the ERP 4844 that I was mentioning, that you probably have heard about, also known as proto-dank sharding. We like having fun with naming, so I guess this happened. And fundamentally, what does the ERP do? It's actually not that complicated, and I apologize for not having pictures for this, but I'm more text kind of person. So what it does is basically, it introduces a new type of data, right? And we call this data blobs. Just because fundamentally from the layer 1 perspective, it's just like a huge chunk of data. We don't care what's in it. We don't actually ever look inside, right? So it's just a blob of data, and we collect multiple of those just per each block that we produce on Ethereum, right? And so right now the choices, although these parameters can still change, the ERP is not yet live. So right now parameters are 128 kilobytes per blob. And basically, every block that Ethereum produces will come with a separate section, right? So there's the main block, and then there will be a separate section that just basically is only like a list of raw blobs. And for now, we're kind of thinking up to 4 blobs per block, so it's like up to half a megabyte per block. But again, these numbers can change. And then we also introduce a new way of actually using this data. We call it a blob transaction. It's very simple. The only important thing you have to kind of understand is, and it's called commitment hashes, but basically the transaction doesn't actually include any data of its own. It only includes like a pointer, right? It only says, basically only put this transaction on chain if you at the same time also, have a blob that has this hash or something. And then when you send the transaction through the network, you just send the blob separately. And then basically the person that actually creates the block just takes the blob, puts it into this little blob section, and puts the main transaction into the main transaction section, right? So this is basically, it's starting to really separate the data out from the main transaction. And importantly, this is like a point that's often overlooked, and that's actually where my involvement with this ERP was. We want to start making kind of this useful for rollups as soon as possible, and as you see, we will bring this ERP to the chain later this year. And What is the most important thing for users? Of course, price, how expensive versus cheap is it to use my rollup? And so what we are going to do is, as a first step in making this data more useful, is we will basically give it its own pricing market, right? So this means right now, when you use a rollup and on the main Ethereum chain, there's some sort of NFT drop or a USDC DPAC or, all these fun things that happen from time to time. Basically, rollups have to compete with all this normal layer 1 activity. In the future, they will no longer have to do that, right? They have their own little section, the blob section, and we will have our own ERP 5059 style mechanism that just, keeps track of how much demand there is for these blobs, and it gives these rollups their own blob price. And so on the main chain, there could be an inferno of activity, and you can still, publish your rollup data just fine. So this will fundamentally make data much cheaper for rollups as a first step, and make rollups for users more useful. And again, later this year already. And then, why is this basically just the first step? What do we have to do to get to full dung sharding? And I mean, this is of course, this is a million miles kind of summary, right? This is not, I was tempted to go into more detail here, but kind of, I think basically this is really kind of the TLDR that you need to understand. So with ERP 4844, we still, we split out these blobs, but they still come with every block, right? If you run a node, you still download the entire blob section. And of course, this still limits scalability, right? If I still have to download everything, there can be maybe 4 blobs, there might be 8 blobs, 16 blobs, but there can never be like 100 blobs, right? It's just too much data for me to download. And so this is kind of where the fundamental scalability of the system will come in. And this is by taking the section, we will erasure code it, right? If you're like technical, basically non-technical, this means we give it some extra information just to make it more redundant. And then nodes will start to only sample the section. This is really important. Again, if you don't understand that, it's fine. But the idea is basically that in the future, you still download the main block of Ethereum, but you only sample the blob section. And this means that the blob section now can grow in size much quicker, much faster, to a much higher degree, because nodes fundamentally, basically, we are no longer, when I don't want to go back to the very beginning of the presentation, but we were talking about the limits of what an individual node can verify. And because the individual node no longer has to download the entire thing, we can basically now start really scaling the throughput of the system. The problem here is just that, as with any research topic, it's tricky to get right, and so there are quite a few open networking topology questions, like how do you exactly set up the sampling, who is responsible for which part, how does everyone come to agreement on what was available, what was not. So it's still a research project, it's already pretty advanced. I mean, dung sharding, the term, has been around for over years, so I think we are pretty far along in this way, but what we expect is that we will basically roll this out over time in the next few years, like maybe an initial version with still limited throughput, and then as the network gets more robust, keep increasing this throughput. So basically, but this is the road, right? Left is the ERP 4844 is a one-time gain, and then the right is a roadmap that will get us step by step as the demand for rollup grows. This will get us to, the full super high scalability that we all deserve on Ethereum. And this, again, this kind of like was more trying to like have a little kind of explainer for why data availability is so important and what we're planning to do about it. Now I want to kind of take some time towards the end and give a little bit of an intuition of like more abstractly again, like what does this mean for the Ethereum chain, and how does this the kind of, I'm sure you've heard the term the modular vision. Basically, where are we headed here? Again, I want to start like this, just the picture that we already know from the beginning, just like it's a simple execution chain, Ethereum, Bitcoin, whatever, right? It comes with its own security. That's what the little box and with the line settle on top, right? And so this is exactly what they're going to do. So now in this picture, we have something that all of a sudden now we call a rollup, but in a way, the rollup is also just a blockchain, right? But the rollup now, in this picture, it's an enshrined rollup because there's only one rollup for one settlement chain, right? You could also call it the other way around. You could say it's an enshrined settlement chain. End up in what people used to call the multi-chain vision. I think these days it's a little less popular, and I would say for good reasons. But basically, this is in principle a perfectly viable picture. So every chain does its own little enshrined roll-up trick to gain scalability. Everyone does their own settlement, their own data availability scaling, and you end up in this picture. And the important point here, though, is that as you can see, everyone has to provide their own security. So all these locks are pretty small. Everyone has relatively small security because it's fractured across the system. And the dotted lines, the bridges between independent chains are very brittle because you never have shared security. So you basically always get for any interaction of two chains, you always get the worst security of the two. And if you have like interaction between 20 chains, you get like the worst security of all 20, basically. And of course, again, duplicated complexity. You have to basically re-implement these scaling solutions for every blockchain. So what is the alternative? The alternative here is what we call a shared settlement chain. So the idea is that instead of having every chain / rollup live on their own settlement layer, we just put them on top of the same settlement layer. And what this gives us is two things. One is we have now shared security all of a sudden. Like, as long as the settlement layer here, settlement chain, is secure, all these rollups are secure. I mean, borrowing smart contract bugs or something. And of course, this doesn't mean you get security for free. That's why I call it pooled security. Just to basically briefly mention, what we would expect is that, like in practice, we would of course see some sort of hybrid, right? We have several settlement chains, with some maybe even still monolithic chains, and they all interact. But our thesis is that basically this will over time be the most popular model, and basically most activity will accrue on top of one base settlement chain. And then with that, kind of like, how does Ethereum fit into this? Just to kind of briefly walk through these pictures as well. So Ethereum started out as a pure execution chain with proof of work security before rollups were even a thing. And this is, I always like to do a little bit of Ethereum history archaeology, right? And so this, if you see April 2019, this is pretty amazing. Like KCD Trio was one of the researchers back in those days, and this is 3.5 years ago, and he was already basically talking about using ETH2 as a pure data availability engine. This was the first time someone basically conceptualized this and put this into these terms, right? Like, instead of doing these shards with execution environments, what if we just use it for data? And then, of course, a year and a half later, Vitalik had this pretty famous article about roll-up-centric Ethereum roadmap. And just a little shout out, a former colleague of mine, he's now at the Geth team, Matt, who also talked about how basically our original ETH2 plans were like a roll-up system from the very beginning. So what did that mean? Basically, we started having roll-ups, so we basically started giving settlement and data availability functionality to Ethereum, but as you can see, the data availability symbol is very small, right? It's only very limited data availability, so we could put like a few roll-ups on top, but it's pretty expensive. Then we introduced the beacon chain, of course. As you can see now, all of a sudden with proof of stake, we get like really good security, but first we had to merge, so we merged. So now we get this amazing security of the proof of stake chain, but still very low data availability. So what are next steps? Next step, proto-dank sharding, ERP-4844. As you can see now, all of a sudden our data availability symbol is a bit bigger. Good, but only a first step. In order to really get to this amazing high throughput settlement layer, we need full dank sharding. And so once we have full dank sharding, we can basically go to this picture. That's where Ethereum wants to end up. As you can see, there's like a little wrinkle because our settlement chain will not be a pure settlement chain. We will still have execution. If you really want to, you can still use Uniswap or whatever DeFi you want on the base chain itself. It will just be really expensive. But we will be able to have whatever high throughput system you want on top. This could be 1 billion rollups. This could be like a few really high scalable rollups. Basically, this gives us all the scalability we ever want and need. And with that, I hope that kind of gave a little bit of an intuition. I'm not sure if I have time for questions.
Do we have any questions? Anyone want to raise their hand?
Thanks for
We have 2 minutes.
being here.
Anyone? All right. Let's go for it.
Thanks for the great talk, Ansgar. Talking specifically about 4844,
under your observation, are there any unresolved problems with that EIP, or is it ready to be shipped?
Oh, this is a great question. So basically, are there unresolved questions? Is it ready to be shipped? And indeed, the kind of the good news is that it's all basically ready. There's some tiny details that are right now being worked out around how exactly are these is these blob section transmitted through the network. Initially, we wanted to literally just shove it, attach it directly to the block. Now we want to transmit it separately. So this is implemented right now, but there's no open research needed. Whereas with full danksharding, there's still a bit of a way to go.
Got it. Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Great explanation, great visuals through the entire talk. Do we have any other questions? I could probably take one more.
Hi. So is part of this proto-dank sharding, like, can we have data availability of the Ethereum as well? Like, is that part of this work as well? Like, has that thought been put into this?
So the question is, can we have data availability of Ethereum as well?
Yes. Like,
Yeah. So actually, this is a really good point. And if I just briefly go back to this picture, basically, it of course, it assumes that we always, have settlement and data availability in one place. And actually, in my longer talk on this specific kind of way of thinking about things, I also had a picture where basically there are alternative approaches. You can take the data availability and you can separate it out. And for example, systems like Celestia are basically doing exactly this. They only focus on being a pure data availability layer. And so if you are a roll-up on top of Ethereum and you want to use Celestia data, maybe you even want to use Bitcoin data, SegWit data for data availability, you can do that. There's one asterisk though, and that is that now basically your trust assumptions are that both the settlement chain, so Ethereum, and the data availability chain, Celestia or Bitcoin or whatever else, both of them have to be secure and hold in order for your system to be secure, right? So basically now you get the weaker, so basically you lose this shared security assumption a little bit. And now if you want to have multiple interoperable rollups, basically they have to either share the same data availability layer, or otherwise they basically get the minimum out of all the data availability layer security that they use. So basically there's like an asterisk around shared security. But other than that, in principle, it's possible.
All right. If you want to ask Ansgar any questions, you can catch him as he comes down from the stage. Let's hear it for him one more time, everybody. Amazing talk.
And do stick around. We have one more amazing talk right now.
So give us just 1 minute and we'll prepare the slides for the next speaker. Gelato right here, right?
No.
No? This one.
Yeah. Wait, can I double check? This is the it's the final.
It's good?
Yeah.
All right, so our next speaker,
Sorry.
Dap Lion, we all know him from Dubai. What? Let's see if we can do notes.
There should be what you were before.
We need to go in. We need to extend the display.
Because it's mirrored.
Yeah. 1 second. Displays.
Extend it. Okay.
Okay.
And now here. You should click here again and then press enter here. And now we have
And with the notes over here.
this. Yeah. Notes here. Or can we put the? This is gonna go over there. Yeah, that's perfect. And then the notes here at full screen. Let's see here.
What's the shortcut
For what?
making that one full screen? Bear with us one moment. Don't worry, we have plenty of time because after his talk is a big break, so.
Oh, you mean to remove the header?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is that okay with you guys? I think we're gonna have to roll with that.
Yeah, whatever. It's not that bad.
We can make sure that the next one, you've got a nice full screen view. Very sorry about that. So Dap Lion, he is from Barcelona, better Catalunya, right? All right. ETH2 core dev at Lodestar and ChainSafe, working on light clients for Ethereum, here to highlight Vitalik's roadmap and what's to come. He's an OG dev at DAppNode. Give it up for Dap Lion.
Thank you everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction. So I'm Dap Lion, core dev at Lodestar. I also help coordinate forks at Gnosis Chain. And as being part of Lodestar, my job is to implement the Ethereum consensus roadmap. So I spend a fair amount of time thinking and looking at the roadmap. And many of you have seen these tweets by Vitalik. There is a lot going on here, but this is kind of a summary of what's going to happen in Ethereum research in the next 5 to 10 years. So I want to look today at what are the items that are actually close to implementation and kind of think about them and how they can impact you. So how do I actually know what's going to happen next? Well, obviously, every day we have stand-up with our CEO, Vitalik, and he tells us what to do. He sometimes yells at us because we are implementing things way too slow. But yeah, just kidding. Ethereum protocol is very decentralized, including the protocol layer. So there are many entities that coordinate in a loose way, researchers, implementers, and community members. But how do we actually govern ourselves? Well, it's through rough consensus. So through off-chain means, like conferences, forums, crypto Twitter, we shape opinion into getting consensus where eventually in all core dev calls, we do the call to actually implement features. So more formally, that's structure around the EIP process. So first of all, the moon math gods give us the crypto primitives to build rough ideas. So an ETH research post may show up proposing an idea. That idea then is iterated. And when it gets a point of maturity where we think it's safe, the incentives are sound, it doesn't introduce any attack vectors, it's spec'd as a final thing that then it can be considered for inclusion. That's when the blue box starts, and that's what concerns me as an implementer. We then take this feature, implement it, make sure, again, it's safe, it doesn't introduce any attack vectors, the network is sound, and eventually, when we have enough implementations, we go into testing. And if the testing is sound, production. So the key concept I want to explain today is this idea of the trade-off space. So the Ethereum protocol is very complex, and you have to understand that every feature adds more and more cost to the protocol. Everything we add, we have to maintain forever. So it's very important that we are sure that whatever we input makes sound and the trade-offs are correct. It's also important to know that we have scarce human resources, like we have a lot of client teams. Each of them have different throughputs. And even at the research level, we have so many options. So it's important to make sure that we know which is the right one. Also, everything takes forever to do. So if we say, let's do this like in the next fork, that may mean like 1 or 2 years down the line. So that's something we want to consider too. Cool. So going back to the original roadmap, there is too much things here. Let's drop everything that's in the past. Now let's drop externalities like L2 stuff. And now let's drop everything that's not spec'd. So yeah, much shorter list. So my goal for this talk, like with withdrawals wrapping up, is studying what I should spend next, what I should tell my team to do next. So diving through the rabbit hole of Ethereum research has been absolutely fascinating. And I want to kind of expose all of this complexity to you to show how good competing ideas with unique trade-offs, like you can think about them today. So as a silly exercise, we're going to try to complete this roadmap and understand all of these backlog items. How do they relate to each other? What are their trade-offs? What do we want to do first? What we may not want to do at all. So let's do it. So first item, the merge. The merge was the first and longest running item of the roadmap. It's been on the works in Genesis. I assume all of you know what that is about. So I want to take this opportunity to celebrate once more. We did the merge. We did it last year. It was a huge achievement. So I want to congratulate everyone that participated. And massive shout out to Alfie, who did this crazy NFT. And I'm also on it, so that's pretty cool. Cool. So going back to the merge track, let's drop everything that's non-actionable right now. And we stay with this smaller list. So we're going to focus first on secret lead election. So what's that about? Well, with the merge and proof of stake, a novel problem was introduced. The block proposer is known in advance, and that's a huge, huge issue. If you are interested in taking down Ethereum's liveness, or you want to steal MEV, if you DOS the proposer, that can be beneficial for you. And the problem here is that with proof of work, you don't know who the proposer is. So if you want to take down the network, you have to kill all the space invaders. But with proof of stake, it's like, here, I'm going to propose the block. So that's an issue, because you just kill that host, and then you take down the network. So what LSSC is going to do is going to introduce anonymity at the consensus layer. And just very briefly for summary, how that's going to work is we're going to pick a random set of candidates, do this pre-selected list, then shuffle it with zero-knowledge proofs, and then from the final list, we're going to pick the proposers. And the key here is that we don't shuffle proposers, but we shuffle commitments, zero-knowledge proof commitments. So only the proposer knows who's going to propose next. So up until when the block is propagating for the network, no one knows who proposed that block. So that's pretty cool. Like that's moon math in steroids. And George has been working on this design for a while, and Whisk is good. Like it does the job. It has been vetted by researchers. We have other competing ideas that are not that good. Like Vitalik proposed a simpler one, but it doesn't work. There is another one that it's not single, and that has huge for-choice implications. But the problem is, Whisk is extremely expensive. It triples the state size. It introduces novel cryptography to the consensus layer. Everyone will have to produce and verify zero-knowledge proofs. So this is an interesting point on the trade-off space, where we want this, but it's so expensive that we are not sure if it's enough to justify the costs. So in my honest opinion, I think we should go for it, but that's up to the community to decide if we are going to do it or not. Or something better can happen down the line. Cool. So that was single secret election. Let's go for the next one. In protocol deposits. So what's that about? Well, to participate in the Beacon chain, you need to stake some ETH. And you do that sending a deposit to the deposit contract. How that worked before the merge is all the nodes in the Beacon chain listened for deposits. So it was kind of like a bridge to a sidechain. And that comes with a lot of security complications. There was this incident on mainnet by Prism that took down a bunch of nodes. So that's really bad. And now we have the opportunity to get rid of this thing with a much, much better design that it's simpler. So here the trade-off space is fantastic. It's almost no cost, and we have fantastic benefits. So you say, why didn't we do that in the first place? Well, it was not possible. We had to do the merge first, and then we do withdrawals, and then we do EIP for 844. So now we have kind of a break, so we should go for it. So next up, we have the search. And search is the dramatic rise in transactions per second that scaling will enable. So I hope you paid attention on Angskar call, and you know everything I'm going to talk about here. But in summary, scaling means doing less stuff in L1. So you move things to L2. And also, each node on L1 has to do less stuff. So you shard. In practice, the design we have settled for now is dank sharding. We used to have more complicated constructions. And now, after going for the rollup-centric roadmap, we have something that's very elegant and we could actually do. So the consensus side of it is solved. But we have these bad boys, like Signal in red, which are heavy, complex problems and networking that are not solved yet. And this is blocking the roadmap. So just to give you a quick idea of why this is complicated, we want to implement something like IPFS, but where we have very, very high security guarantees. In summary, dataability sampling means sampling something at random, then finding who has it, and then asking that to give you the data. But there are so many problems. What if you have adversarials and route you to the wrong node? What if you ask the provider of data and the data says doesn't have the data? How can you prove that the custodian didn't have the data and you're not lying? There are a lot of fascinating game theory games here that have to be solved, and we can do it, we will do it, but it takes time to come to a solution that's elegant enough and secure enough to consider that we can ship it to production. So as Ansgar said, the compromise, and I think it's brilliant, is we have the consensus part solved, so let's do that first. That's how proton sharding happened. So we will implement everything that we know that is sound today. We hope to figure the networking part later, and then we'll do the full thing. Cool. So next one, Scorch. Sounds funny. I love this name so much. It's fucking brilliant. So yeah, what's up with Scorch? So Scorch is the goal to have credible neutrality at the base layer. And as in different, I'm going to skip really quickly about what is MEV. I hope you guys know about it. But the problem is if you cannot capture MEV, you are at a disadvantage. So that poses a centralization factor where home stakers, if they cannot capture MEV, they will just use Coinbase, and that's not good. So the key problem is that with the builders are a highly specialized actor. So you want them to make the block, and you want to propose the block. What Proposer Builder enables is to split these roles nicely and have some way that the builders can trust and give the block to any proposer. What happened before the merge is that only a very few actors, like the mining pools, were proposing the blocks. So they could trust them directly. However, with the merge, there are so many stakers that now you need a new intermediary actor that can ask as this trust partner. And that's where MEV Boost comes from, and this design. So the relay is a doubly trusted entity, which is the key feature. And the sequence is the builder submits the block to relay with a bit. The relay makes this bit public to the proposer. The proposer commits to the bit only because it trusts that the bit is correct. And then the relay sees the commitment and releases the full block only because it has seen the commitment from the proposer. So if we want to remove this intermediary, we have to integrate these trust assumptions into the protocol with a clever design. And that's where in-protocol PBS comes from. The key here is that we will replace the role of the relay with the testers. So you will derive the trust in that each step was correct, seeing enough attestations on each one of the parts. Just to not go deep over the design, what I want to transmit today is here the space, the design space is really wide. For example, should the proposer be able to choose any bit like it does today, or should we force the proposer to choose the highest bit? Like, this seems like a trivial distinction, but has very deep implications on the protocol and allows other things. Like, what should we do with the bit? Should we give the bit to the proposer? Should we give the bit to all the stakers, so MEV smoothing? Or should we give the bit to all holders, so burn it? Also, should we do a two-slot design or one-slot design? There are competing ideas with different trade-offs. Even should the proposer commit to the block or to the slot? Like, we are to do inclusion lists or not? What type of inclusion lists? So here the design space is really open. We have a lot of competing ideas. Many of them are viable. So now we just have to take our time to make sure that they are sound, that the incentives make sense, and pick the best one for us and go for it. Cool. So last item of the roadmap is the Birch. And saying what's that about? So the key feature of the Birch is that verifying blocks should be easy and have a bounded cost. Like, the long-term roadmap involves proving that the entire execution of the block with a snark, but that's far away and not possible today. So there is something we can do now. There has been research for a long time with different strategies. And the key to think about is, why do we want to get rid of the state? So the state of Ethereum contains everything like accounts, balances, storage, and it's unbounded. It would keep growing forever. So the implications is, if we don't limit the state growth, running a node becomes more and more and more and more expensive, to the point that no one will run a node. If we're thinking in 1 or 2 years span, this doesn't seem like a bad problem, but we want Ethereum to be alive for 50, for 100 years. So this is a big issue. The paths that we have explored have been like state rent, where instead of just paying once for storage, you pay a recurrent fee. State expiry, where you just drop all state from the state tree. And weak statelessness, where you allow to validate blocks with no state whatsoever. And this is what we're going for. So the key to think about it is, you have this snake, and it keeps eating blocks, and it keeps growing forever, until you reach the end and explodes and your protocol dies because no one can run nodes. So weak statelessness is going to prevent that problem by removing the need for everyone to hold a state. But the key mechanism here would be to add witnesses to the blocks, so that if you want to verify Ethereum, here FN stands for the state transition function. Now you need the block and the state. With weak statelessness, you only need the block, and the state is included within the block. And you allow that with witnesses, which are cryptographical commitments of the pieces of the state that you need, and the proofs that they belong to the state root of the block. So the key here is that this blue box within the block, it has to be small enough to not destroy the network. Say, if that small piece was 4 megabytes, then the network will collapse. We don't have enough bandwidth. We don't want that. So the problem is that the current state tree is a Merkle-Patricia tree. And in a normal worst case, the witnesses could be 4 megabytes, which is completely unacceptable. Keep in mind that blocks today are 90 to 100 kilobytes. So we want something better. And the first iteration was with binary trees. This was explored even in 2019. But the problem is that it's a 4x better, but it's not good enough. Like, we need something better. Then this was put on the background for a while, and polynomial commitments showed up. This new moon math crypto primitive. And it's fantastic. Like, polynomial commitments allow to prove the entire state with only a single commitment, but it's extremely expensive to produce if you only have one. So this new construction came along, which is the Berkeley tree, where instead of having a single polynomial commitment, you have a tree of them. And that has excellent trade-offs. It's much smaller, as you can see, and it has reasonable costs to produce and edit. And even if you optimize it even more, it's fantastic. We can get to like a 32x improvement, and now the witness are the same size of the block. So, yay, we got it. We can go for statelessness. But even today, we have something even better. Like, we could just do a snark of a regular Merkle proof of binary tree, and then the proof would be only 500 bytes. Whoa, that's amazing. The problem is that the tech is not ready now. Snarks, the technology we will need to do this, is kind of unproven. So, question or dilemma: do we do Berkeley trees today, or do we wait for 3 to 5 years for snarks and we do a solution that we know it's better? If we go for Berkeley trees, we will have to deal with that technology forever, but we can give the Ethereum community the ability to verify blocks and enable a bunch of awesome like client cases. So I think this is a really interesting case of this dilemma that we have here. As far as I know, the consensus is that it's good. We will go for Berkeley trees as long as the challenges do not relate the project. So Berkeley trees work. The proof of concepts that we have today work, but they are still quite expensive. Like the time to validate blocks is 5x, and that's not good. So we have really smart people working on it. If they can bring that 5x to 2x or 1.5x, then we can consider about it. Otherwise, unfortunately, this is gonna die. So cool. What's next? So going back to the original timeline, let's put the things into action. So, disclaimer, this is just a silly experiment. This doesn't have any meaning at all whatsoever. It's just to explain you how these things could play out. So, just first understand that here there are some dependencies. So, PBS must happen before sharding. Data availability sampling must be solved before sharding. And also Berkel tries depend on some state changes. So my speculation here is we complete EIP 4844 in 1 year. I think we can say that with good confidence. Also, withdrawals are almost done. I think we will do in-protocol deposits next. That would be cool. Maybe we do it in the Chapella hard fork, or maybe we do it in the EF hard fork. Then here we managed to solve the Berkel try performance problems, so we ship it for the next fork. We converge on a good design for PBS, and then we do that next. And happily, the data availability sampling problem is solved by 2026, so we just go for it and do sharding. This would be amazing. Like, this is very optimistic. I would be very happy. Just to give a counter example, we could have a very pessimistic roadmap where everything fails, Berkel tries derail, we don't like Whisk, and yeah, so I don't know. This is just a fun experiment, but I hope you understand how the roadmap could play for Ethereum. But whatever timeline happens, the Ethereum future is really bright. It may take more time. We may need to iterate over more ideas, but I'm very confident that we will succeed into delivering like an awesome world settlement. So yeah, stay tuned. And if you would like these things to speed up and happen faster, you can contribute. If you have Vitalik brain, you can contribute new research ideas. Something more realistic you can do is join the Ethereum Protocol Fellowship. This is an excellent program for you to get into core development. You would get a stipend and mentorship. It's amazing. Like, if you have considered that, please do. It's fantastic. And also, if you have strong opinions, please voice them. Like, write articles, go into Twitter. Like, is PBS important for you? Do you want to see this now? Do you think we should do inclusion lists guaranteed or not? Like, express that opinion. Do you think we should ship single secret leader election before anything else? Express about it. Like, any input is very important for us to prioritize features. So, thank you so much, everyone. I'm DubLion. You can follow me on Twitter. And just the last point, I want to shield Lodestar. So that's my baby. We have been building this client for so many years, and finally we are production ready. The EF gave us our seal of approval recently. We are securing a bunch of millions on mainnet. So if you want to diversify your staking setup, please try it out. Google Lodestar, and yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for your attention.
All right, give it up. Do we have any questions for Daplan? Anyone? Okay, so we have a big break coming up for lunch. Lunch is now being served. I just want to remind everyone, if you flip your badge over, there's a QR code at the top. You can scan that to find out what talks are coming up next. The next talk will be in this room at 2 p.m. with Louis Schliesk. I hope I got that right. So if you want to come and check that out, member of Gelato Network. Yeah, everyone, have a great lunch, and we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Into the sixth sense, in a world of space and love.
Check, check. All right. Hopefully all of you guys had a great lunch. I know I did. And you're ready for the next round of talks here at ETHDubai 2023. All right, so I figured out how to say his last name. So next up we have Louis Schliesk. He is the co-founder at Gelato Networks and a legendary member, AKA Git Pusha on Twitter and Lens. Catch him shitposting at Koru DAO. It's a DAO-controlled account on Lens. He's done 2 panels here, or doing 2 panels. He has this talk, and he also did a workshop. Is that correct? All right. So finally, someone here working harder than I am. And then he is the Pusha of all Gits. He's from the land of Switz, Zug. He's going to be talking about account abstraction, Gelato relay, and not 2, not 3, but 1 balance. Give it up for Louis.
Hello, hello, everybody. Is this? Yeah, this thing works. All right, cool. Slides are up. All right, let's talk about serverless, decentralized Web3 backends with Gelato. Who here knows Gelato? Hands up, please. Anybody? Yeah, a couple of folks. All right, cool. So the agenda for this talk is, first, I will talk about backend architecture of Web3 apps today. And then I will talk about how to decentralize your dApps backend using Gelato Automate, Gelato Relay, and serverless Web3 functions. So let's talk about backend architecture of Web3 apps today. Most developers starting out in the space sort of have this hopes and dreams that they never have to touch backends again, they never have to do DevOps again. They just have to build smart contracts and connect them to their front end, to their dApp UI, and that's it. And it's true in some sense. Smart contracts can do backend things, but it's definitely not enough. The problem is that smart contracts alone as backends are not powerful enough. Smart contracts cannot self-execute their business logic. They always require an external entity to send a transaction to them, to call a function, to post data. All these things, a smart contract always needs an external entity for. A user sending a transaction, a bot sending a transaction, whatever, an Oracle sending a transaction, Gelato Relay sending a transaction. It's always the same. And also, blockchains are pretty isolated. They cannot really talk to the outside world. So conventional tech backends, they have access to a rich lake of data from Web 2 APIs all over the place. Smart contracts don't. They can talk to everything on-chain. But that's pretty much it. And there's a lot of cool stuff on-chain, but there's a lot more cool stuff off-chain. So yeah, that's a problem. Web3 user experience, onboarding experience in general also needs help, usually from backends, to surface rich data. And in general, smart contracts as a backend is like not a good idea alone, because they're like, compared to modern databases, they can't do SQL, they can't do GraphQL. Yeah, you can build stuff on top, like subgraphs and so on, that do all of these things, but smart contracts alone can't do them. So yeah, that's why actually what ends up happening as you grow your smart contract app, you start building these backend components. And as your project grows and so on, these become more and more, and eventually, actually your project looks now like a Web 2 project again. Like you have this huge backend, these huge servers with AWS, you have your microservices, your RabbitMQ, you do blockchain indexing, you maybe, if you want to send transactions, have to store private keys in the cloud, have to make sure that's secure. Yeah, and if you see yourself successful enough, you will also see yourself become the villain here, because eventually you'll just turn into a Google or whatever, right? So that's clearly a problem, because we need these backends. Web 2 technology is good, it's there for a reason, but it has to be decentralized as well. A simple example from one of our spin-out projects, Arrakis Finance. This does automated liquidity management, decentralized market making on a Uniswap v3. So it basically rebalances token liquidity around the price on Uniswap v3 for concentrated liquidity management. And it has these smart contracts that are super cool, it has a front end, but in the back end there's so much stuff happening, like there's off-chain data and compute, price data being fetched, volatility data, volume data, data on when to rebalance liquidity, You have all these indices of token prices, APRs, not just for the backend, but also for the UI, for analytics. And then you have automation, right? Like you need to automatically rebalance the pool. That's the whole point of Arrakis using Gelato, for example. Yeah, so the problem here is that basically, I mean, first of all, it's a problem because you need to manage and scale all of these server resources, right? So that's very costly, very time consuming. You have to manage the quirks of blockchain, so you have to deal with different RPCs on different networks, all with varying degrees of stability. They can go down, they can throttle you, all of these things. You have to handle that. Trust me, it's quite complex. Then you need to pay all these RPC providers or run the nodes yourself everywhere in a scalable manner, supporting, I don't know, hopefully thousands of users. Then when you expand to a new network, you have to replicate everything for every network, and you have to deal with the quirks of every network. Again, if you need to send transactions, you have to store private keys, you have to top them up, you have to make sure it's secure. And say, even if you are like a 10x engineer and you do that, all of that is easy for you, you still haven't really achieved anything because you'll just become the centralized point of failure of your own decentralized application. So if your application needs like a big backend, which most useful applications simply do, then it's not a good idea if you're the only one running this backend, because guess what? If your backend is down, your application malfunctions, we lose all of the nice availability properties of Ethereum and so on. So yeah, you don't want to do that. So how to decentralize your backend using Gelato? First of all, what is Gelato? Gelato is Web3's decentralized backend. We are empowering builders to augment their smart contracts to create reliable, user-friendly, scalable Web3 apps without, and that's important, without sacrificing decentralization or censorship resistance. Although everything is always on a spectrum, right? So we're definitely not perfect yet there, and we want to get better every day. So basically, you see the stack here as before. You have your front end, you have your smart contracts, and now you have what we call serverless Web3. So basically, all of your backend things that I mentioned earlier, like transaction automation, smart contract automation, relaying of gasless transactions, Web3 functions, so connecting off-chain data with on-chain data, all of this can be, you write the logic, you write the rules, the business logic, but you deploy it on Gelato network, a decentralized network of nodes that are hosting this code for you and that are running this code for you. And for data storage, we're also experimenting with decentralized tech, so we do offer IPFS. I also personally would love to look into Arweave, but we also have sort of modern SQL databases and so on that you can access in this backend. You can think of this as sort of like an AWS Lambda, but on Web3 rails. So how does Gelato work? Basically, you write your code and you write, what data is to be processed, what data is to be validated, when it should be sent on chain to automate or to do whatever. And this validation logic is run in a decentralized network. We're soon also adding consensus mechanisms to have more security there. And then once your code says, hey, please take this data and execute it, please take this data and call my smart contract, put data on chain, whatever, it's dispatched to a decentralized network of executors, we call them, that are basically very specialized client software we wrote that is extremely performant and getting thousands of transactions pushed to many different chains in minutes. And from there, we're entering the on-chain entry point of the Gelato protocol. Gelato protocol is just a set of smart contracts that basically, you can think of it as SLAs, like service level agreements that make sure that this Gelato network of bots fulfills the conditions of the application that you are building. And then from there, we go to your target contract. For example, PancakeSwap uses us or MakerDAO. And we call the function that you need to be called. We post the data that you want to be posted, and that's it. So let's dive a bit deeper into Automate. That's the OG Gelato thing that we sort of invented back in 2019, a smart contract automation protocol. And it's really an end-to-end automation service that basically lets you define on-chain conditions that should trigger transactions to certain smart contracts. And Gelato will then execute your function with the data and at the time that you want. There's also a nice monitoring alerting system to alert you about executions and everything. and a very, I think, to be honest, best in the industry, easy to use interface, where it's like technically you can go completely without code. You just paste your smart contract address, the ABI, and you can start automating functions with a click of a mouse button. Yeah, so there's a lot of use cases that have used this over the last 2 years. For example, in the yield farming section, we have Beefy Finance, Harvest, all of these guys that have used this for automatically harvesting vaults. Prediction markets have used this. There's a whole sort of weird corner of the internet that uses Gelato for rebasing algo stablecoins. Ohm, for example, did that. Then automated node top-ups there, like Optimism uses us, Maker uses us. For NFT lending, Zrun uses the automation, and Superfluid as well does it for automated money management. Yeah, so by now there's more than 300 projects using this stuff and over 2 million automated transactions. And Gelato has established itself as the #1 automation service in Web3. Yeah, let's talk about Relay. That's what we built after we built the automation. And that's, I mean, you can think of it very simply as a very scalable transaction execution engine. So for example, cross-chain bridges like Connext uses this to send thousands of transactions, tens of thousands of transactions per day. And as a developer, it's like a simple to use SDK and API like you would use in a normal Web2 backend. And you don't have to worry and deal with all of the nastiness of transaction lifecycle management like nonces, reorgs, all of these things are abstracted away from you. You just send what you want to send on chain and Gelato does it for you in a timely and reliable manner. It also enables something called account abstraction with any smart contract wallet. And you might know gasless transactions, so transactions where you don't have to pay for the gas. That's also built with Gelato Relay. We have a gasless wallet SDK for that. I will talk a bit about that later, and I also have a workshop on that at 5 p.m. today. Bonus slides, yay. Account abstraction, it's just clickbait, to be honest. Had to put it in the talk, but come to my workshop there. I will show you a bit about Gelato and account abstraction. But for now, I won't dwell on this. All right. Last but not least, our most recent release out of the Gelato industry is the Web3 functions, what we call decentralized cloud functions. We experimented with that last year and released it last year. And basically that's taking Gelato to its next step by not just relying on on-chain data, but also connecting your decentralized application with the world of off-chain APIs, anything really that you want to find on the internet. You can use it, process it, and post it in your smart contracts. So yeah, let's talk about Web3 functions. Web3 functions are decentralized cloud functions that enable developers to connect their smart contracts to off-chain data. It ensures in a network that the data is accurate. You can write these things we call validators or verifiers that sort of define your custom logic for data validation. And you can run off-chain computation and execute transactions from inside your Web3 functions on many blockchains. So again, it's somewhat like AWS Lambda, but it comes with so many cool off-the-shelf things like easy transaction execution, easy multi-chain data fetching, all of these things in like this much code, so it's really great. You can send notifications to monitor your application and then index and store data. So I could totally see people dumping a lot of data from APIs or from the blockchain into a GraphQL database or something for dashboarding, analytics, all of these things. You have like literally it's general stuff, so you can completely customary define what you wanna do with it. Web3 functions work like so. You just have to write your Web3 function, which is a TypeScript file, deploy it to IPFS, and from there Gelato nodes will index it, pick it up, and run it for you. And inside your file, you can call any arbitrary Web2 API, HTTP APIs, everything. And you can also easily send transactions on-chain with data from these APIs, again, routing them via the Gelato protocol to your target contract and doing whatever you want with that. So some of the key features are its TypeScript support with a sandbox Dino runtime. There's really great RPC provider abstractions we provide that make all these sort of blockchain data fetching and transaction sending across chain insanely easy. You get access to secrets, so you can have secret API keys on there, stored securely. You can have private Web3 function code or public ones. In-function state management, which basically means you get access to persistence in there, like you can access a Redis DB, do all sorts of things. You can dump data into a SQL database. Yeah, it has a very flexible pay-per-usage pricing, auto-scaling, all of this stuff that you know from the public cloud. High scalability, and one of the cool quirks is you can actually spawn your Web3 function runner from your smart contract. Like you can emit a smart contract event and that thing will pick it up and do something and call back into the smart contract or whatever you want to do with it. So this is truly this coupling, this marrying of Web 2 with Web 3, combining the two. Yeah, here's some code. Don't worry, it's not that much. Yeah, we got the Web3 functions SDK. And it's really just this Web3 function runner. And this thing is called. You can configure how and when it's called. It can be event-based. And here in this example, we simply fetch data from a public sports data provider. And we want to post the result of a football game on chain. I don't know, maybe for a betting dApp or something, right? Prediction market. Yeah, so typical TypeScript, you just fetch the data from the API. You instantiate the contract, you serialize the payload for the smart contract call, and off you go. You just return your object, you say it can be executed, and now your Web3 function will use the Gelato network to post the data to your smart contract. That's it, basically. So it's super easy to get started. And you don't have to run any servers yourself. You don't have to hire people to be 24/7 on pager duty. Gelato does this for you. Yeah, so use cases, dynamic NFTs that change based on off-chain data. Actually, you might have seen on Twitter, we have a free mint ETHDubai NFT. I will share the link later in this presentation. And later in my workshop, I will also show you how the UI and the minting and everything works. Yeah, so stay tuned for that. You can leverage DEX aggregators for automated token swaps. So you can talk to the 1inch API, for example, Paraswap APIs. That's usually super useful to, I don't know, for example, a lot of yield protocols first always integrated with Uniswap when they did rebalances because they didn't have access in automation to off-chain data, but now they can use 1inch, for example, instead of Uniswap to have more efficient swaps, automated swaps in the yield farming protocol. You can leverage bridge aggregators like LeFi. Again, any API really you can use to automate your smart contracts on or do whatever you want with it. Resolve real-world events like sports. You can use ChatGPT and post stuff on Lens. We did that already with CoroDAO. And yeah, you can do multi-chain NFT limit orders, whatever. Like, the world is your oyster at this point. So, yeah. One balance bonus slides. Yeah, so a lot of pain usually when you want to maintain an application, especially when it's multi-chain, is paying for the gas, making sure that you have the right currencies at all times. Like your ETH is depleting quickly, you want to top it up, you have to bridge it over from your company wallet, blah, 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 horrible stuff. We built this one balance system, which is a multi-chain payment system. We released it last year, and very simply, you just deposit USDC on Polygon, for example, and now your USDC can be used to pay for all of your applications transactions on all the chains. So you can top up USDC and Gelato Relay will execute transactions for you on Ethereum, on Polygon, your Web3 functions, all of this is paid for from a single balance, no matter what you want to do across all of the chains. So that's really removing a lot of friction for developers. And you can also use the same system to pay for your Gelato API usage, service users, all of it. So literally the goal here is to have one balance, one token. There will be more options, but for now it's USDC on Polygon. And that's it. From there you can pay for transactions, services, everything. So yeah, our mission is to get as close as possible to Ethereum's security. For that, we will launch the gel staking and slashing soon, most likely next month already. And yeah, that's basically normal stuff, right? That we have a bunch of node operators in the network. We're adding more as we speak. It's still permissioned at this stage, but eventually it will be permissionless, and you can just join the network by staking the minimum stake. And yeah, that's launching soon. We also want to have further security and decentralization in the network by, we're already talking to the guys from EigenLayer to basically get more restaking, to get more stake on Gelato network as well, to have more skin in the game for these node operators. And last but not least, we're also researching zero knowledge proofs at the moment for our Web3 functions, so that eventually we can also have basically verified compute outputs. That should also make it easy to agree on data that was generated off-chain and verified on-chain. That's the ecosystem that Gelato has. As you might know, we've been live for almost 3 years, and since then, we have deployed to basically every EVM chain, and we have been used by many projects. In the aggregator system, for example, InstaDepp started using Gelato already 2 years ago. If you've been on PancakeSwap or QuickSwap or SpookySwap, they're all using Gelato for limit orders. Zrun uses automation, Synthetics uses Gelato automation, Beefy Finance, Yearn Finance, all these guys have used Gelato automation. Connext uses Layer 0 and Multichain have all used Gelato automation and Connext relaying as well. Maker has used it. We have to update this chart quite a lot usually, but that should be pretty up to date. So this stuff is production ready, it's battle tested, so you can go, to production immediately and don't have to worry about downtime or something like that. Yeah, make sure to join my workshop later on. It's about account abstraction and Web3 functions, and I will show you how to gaslessly mint an AI-generated ETHDubai NFT. It's a lot of buzzwords. And it's at 5 p.m. in track 5, which is upstairs. It's a bit hard to find. It's up the revolving stairs there at 5 p.m. and you'll get an AI JPEG. Again, the agenda for the workshop is minting a dynamic NFT. It will use account abstraction, Web3 auth, and so on. So it's like a crazy cool user experience. You just have to sign in with your social or MetaMask, click 2 buttons, and you get your NFT. And the NFT is then using a Web3 function in the background that talks to OpenAI, DALL-E, and basically updates the metadata for the NFT to post an AI-generated image. So all of this, I'll show you the code, how it's done, and it's surprisingly little code, actually. Most importantly, make sure to build on Gelato. If you're a developer, visit Gelato network/developers. Join our Discord. Over here is the QR code. And I'm Git pusher. Although sadly I don't push that much Git these days anymore. Make sure to follow us on Twitter. And thanks for coming. And now, if you guys want to, you can already mint your NFT here. Just go to this eth/dubai/nft.web.app. That's the NFT that I got AI generated. And it's a free mint. It's gasless. You don't have to pay anything, and you get your NFT. Although we hacked this together yesterday, and it's not optimized, and we are throttling the AI. So the AI calls, the API calls, and it's pretty slow. If a lot of people mint at the same time, you might have to wait like 10 or 15 minutes for your image to show up on OpenSea. And OpenSea is also a bit buggy there, but yeah. Anyways, just do it anyway. Cool. That's it.
So be gentle.
Sorry?
Be gentle. You said they can't, if too many people try to mint at the same time?
Just go for it, but you might have to wait a little.
For it.
It'll show the Gelato logo and then reveal soon, and then in the backend it will be the Web3 function that talks to OpenAI and gets an image generated and then posts this on-chain into the NFT smart contract. Yeah.
So we have up to like 10 minutes for questions. There's got to be a lot of questions about the Gelato network. If you want to raise your hand, we'll leave this slide up too, but raise your hand if you have any questions for Lewis, and I'll come around and let you use the microphone. Anyone? All right.
So is there a free tier of the service where developers could try out ideas on Gelato before paying?
I mean, normally we try to always have a free tier. So just come to our Discord, our Telegram, let us know what you want to do, whether it's automate or something like that. By the way, we're all on test nets as well. So we are on Gurley, Mumbai, all these test nets. On some of them, like Web3 functions, for example, we pay for all of your testnet transactions also on Gurley. Literally had to buy some Gurley with ETH recently to do that. So yeah, you should be able to get started without paying anything.
So there's no cost for a developer to go and start playing around with the testnet, deploying an app to testnets on Gelato, right?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
There's no major cost for a developer to start deploying their apps on the testnet on Gelato.
No, yeah, all the infrastructure is already deployed, right? That's the whole point. You don't have to write or deploy any infrastructure. You just have to deploy your smart contract. So, yeah, that's the only cost you have, other than your hours that you're coding this up. But
nice.
That's it.
We have a question over here.
Yeah, hi, it's Ilya from Plasma. So for me, your product looks more like a B2B now, like from developers to developers, right? Just to automate some contract interaction. So what do you think about the market like B2C, when the users can use the Gelato to automate any like abstractions or processes that they do usually? Like, the DeFi saver automates some of the DeFi processes. What do you think about going Gelato to this market and build some more nice UI and UX for the end user?
So it's a very good question. And Gelato indeed is what I call like business to developer. And yeah, so we have, sometimes we've done things on the user interface level as well. Like we did work with Aave 2 years ago, and we had this automated health factor management. So Aave users were able, together with Gelato on a UI, configure an automation where the health factor would automatically be pushed up again by reusing their collateral and so on. But we actually decommissioned that, we had at some point a UI for this automated liquidity management on Uniswap, and suddenly there was like 1 billion TVL in there, and we're like, what the fuck? Like, this is not infrastructure. So we spun it out into a separate project where there's people taking care of that now. In general, like, I think what DeFi Saver and so on do is amazing, cool automation. I'm not that interested in going to the end user level yet, at least. I'm more interested in backend technologies and so on. There's a lot to do there still, so yeah, probably not anytime soon.
All right, another question back here. Unless you had a follow-up.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to understand that what will be the advantages in terms of speed and price of using Gelato as compared to just using a cron job that is querying the chain data and doing the backend.
Sorry, I don't understand that. I think there's like a bad echo or something in the room. Can you maybe repeat the question?
Yeah, am I audible now? Like, can you understand?
Slightly, yeah, but let's go.
I'm just asking what will be the advantages in terms of speed and price precisely of using Gelato as compared to, let's say, I have a cron job that is querying the on-chain data and just giving the events or like doing whatever backend work I want, basically.
Your question is basically you're a backend developer, you can just write your own cron jobs and so on.
Exactly.
So why would you use Gelato, right?
Exactly.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I had a couple of slides on that in the beginning, but basically, I mean, first of all, so that you sleep better at night, right? What if your cron job goes down or whatever? What if your server goes down? You have to be woken up by PagerDuty and fix it. So that's a no-brainer. Like, you don't have to do that anymore. And then most importantly, really, it's if you are building like a serious Web3 application, you want it to be decentralized, you don't want to be the single point of failure of that, right? So Gelato is a network of nodes. It's not just us running these nodes. We also have staking facilities, many other node operators that are joining the network, running these nodes. So even if Gelato, the company, shuts business in 5 years or so, there'll still be others to service the network, and your application will never have downtime, right? That's the idea.
Cool. Just a quick follow-up on that. So as you said, like, let's say if my cron or like whatever job I have on Gelato gets skipped, so you're saying that the other nodes that are having the job, they will be able to verify that a job got skipped and they'll do it automatically. That's why I won't be needed on PagerDuty or anything like that?
I'm sorry, mate. The acoustics are so bad, I can't understand any of that. It's too much echo.
Go ahead and tell me again.
So I was just asking that in Gelato, if one of my cron jobs don't get skipped because there are other nodes that are there to verify that.
Yeah, so if the cron job doesn't get skipped on Gelato, it's because the other nodes can verify?
Sorry? Verify what?
That the job got skipped. Or
That
the job happened.
yeah, I didn't get that.
I'll have him come up and talk to you afterwards. No worries. Do we have any other questions in the room?
And by the way, guys, if you have questions,
Yeah.
I'm going to be there at the entrance. Feel free to talk to me. I'm happy to answer more questions there.
I'll let him come down now. We'll save you from this. But yeah, everyone, come see Lewis. Ask him questions. Gelato's amazing. I'm interested in the databases.
And thank you for coming.
Yeah, yeah.
And come to the workshop, 5 p.m.
All right, and give us
Up
just
there.
a few moments to prepare for our next speaker. Check, check. Thank you. All right, so our next speaker doesn't really need an introduction, but I'm going to give one anyways. So he's the co-founder and architect at Phantom Foundation, previously at Yearn Finance and Keeper Network. You may also know his eldest child, DeFi. Here with us, Andre Cronje.
Or
You can use either one.
no, it's fine. If this works, then this works. This one, yeah? Cool. Let's see if that works. That does work. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I think lately there's been a lot of focus on, let's say, secondary scaling. And I think that's missing a lot of opportunity when it comes to base layer scaling that is still possible. If you look at what hardware allows versus what throughput we're currently getting when it comes to base layers, layer ones, we're not even close to it yet. I mean, if you look at any of these nodes and you look at any of these software stacks, what they are using in terms of hardware, CPU, memory, any of this stuff is fractional of what is actually available. Now, a large part of that is that scalability for a long time has been measuring the wrong targets. We've always been focused on how much transactions does Visa do, how much transactions does MasterCard do. But like, that's not what we're competing against. We're not just a payment network. If you look at how many HTTP requests happen on the internet every second, that's the thing we're competing against. That's what we need to be competing with, because we're trying to create the decentralized web. We're not trying to create decentralized Visa or decentralized MasterCard or any of that stuff. So I think there's been a lot of complacency with regards to what our targets are, and that's why people have kind of not pushed as hard as they can on a lot of these systems. Now, to be able to get that throughput and to get to the speeds, you have to identify the specific areas where your bottlenecks occurs. And don't get me wrong, it's always going to be harder in a decentralized ecosystem. But one of the first things that was identified was consensus. Consensus was the biggest bottleneck. I mean, proof of work used to be fixed time linear, so it can only go as fast. You can increase the block size, and then more blocks can be included, and then you get technical throughput, but then you have other problems like hardware storage and data bloat and all of those things. Now, I think consensus to a large part has been fixed. We have quite a few good consensus systems currently. Lachesis from Phantom, which is based off of research from 1998. Avalanche with Snowball, also a great system. And we're seeing others in the end space, but I'd say those are your two primary ABFT systems right now. So I think consensus is almost at a place where it can reach its theoretical limits, which means what's the next areas you're going to look at? The next two is VM, which is your execution layer, which you can think of as CPU or just RAM in this situation. And then there's storage and read and writes on the underlying system, and that's your base layer memory storage system. And then once you've been able to identify those two, then your last one becomes data. In other words, how quickly can information transact from one node to a next node to actually be able to achieve those further levels of throughput. Now, for a lot of these, we already have sort of answers, but I think there is still a lot of a lot of this research goes back to the 1980s and like early 1988 to early 1989. It's not new tech. I don't understand why in crypto we always obsess about trying to create new stuff in any case. But just applying some of the old things, we can start measuring where those bottlenecks we just identified, you know, like it's one thing to say it is a problem, but where is the time actually being spent? So if you take a transaction or you take a block or you take any kind of execution system in any of these base layers, you need to first be able to identify where your problem areas is. So now we spent about a year developing a tool called Tosca, which allows you to replay a whole VM system, doesn't matter if it's Ethereum, Phantom, it makes no difference, in a few hours versus normally it would take you weeks to actually reprocess all of the systems. And that helped us identify where most of the time spent on execution is actually occurring. And as you can see, the majority of the chunk is actually in the state DB, which is an object specifically created for VM storage within the sort of EVM network. And then the rest is EVM, which is your actual execution, and then the last little bit is just in your tri-hash storage. So now that we know that sort of state DB is a huge bottleneck when we look at these transactional throughputs, we can start identifying what kind of data structures should we be using. So the traditional data structures we use now are key value pairs. And they're actually really bad at a few things, because one, if you try and traverse through the whole tree, there's a lot of lookups you have to do instead of, you know the contract and you know the index, so you should be able to directly get that memory access. So there's a lot of read and write you have to do before you even get to that state system, and that's all happening in the state DB layer. So for about the last year, we've been working on a new custom VM optimized storage solution. Again, it's normal file-based state DB. This is, again, research from the 80s. It doesn't use, you know, level DB, pebble DB, any of this stuff. It's custom built for blockchains. I'm not going to go into too much, but you can quickly on the page see like some of the, you know, specific things that it is designed for to be able to do. And like this is a custom DB solution. It works for any of the chains, so you know it's not Phantom specific. But and quickly, as I said earlier, you know, instead of needing to traverse through the tree, we know we have a contract address. We know it is pointing to a specific address space, so we can very quickly go look up that exact index instead of needing to recursively try and actually look up any of the stuff. But what's important is, what does this translate to in actual real-world changes, you know? And if we look at the improvements we made there, I'll come back to this in a bit, but I just want to get to this, is if you just look at the baseline GEF implementation, and this is only on the storage DB, this is not the system at all, you're already looking at a 98% reduction in storage. Now, right now that doesn't really matter because you can just throw more terabytes or more gigabytes of storage at your node, so it's not a problem. But the more the hardware requirements increase for these base layer validators, the harder and harder it becomes to have it properly decentralized. At some point, a wallet and a validator should be exactly the same thing. It's an incorrect economic design that there is currently a separation between end users who are wallets and validators. They need to be one and the same. If you use the network, you need to be providing security to the network. But currently that's almost impossible because you can't have a node in a validator. You can't have a node in a wallet. Every time you use Rabby or MetaMask or whatever, you can't download 1.2 terabytes of storage. So it needs to get to a point where it can, that's still too high, but it needs to get to a point where it can logically execute in that environment, and it needs to get to a point where you don't need the CPU to execute. So there hasn't been a lot of focus in a lot of these communities on the performance engineering side of these software stacks, and there's a lot of room for improvement left still. So just going back quickly, now the next thing is, so that's on the storage side, and I should have rearranged the slides, that's my mess up, but anyway. The other side, we saw that most of the execution was actually happening on the EVM layer itself. Now if you look at a standard ERC20 transfer, it does a few things. The first thing it does is it does a storage read on the balance of the person sending. And then it does a storage read on the balance of the person receiving, then it does an addition, then it does a subtraction, then it does a storage write and a storage write. Now that's 6 different executions that occurred, but there are a huge amount of the transactional throughput on any blockchain is simple sets like that. It's stuff that occurs over and over and over and over. Now again, super instructions, very simplistic. It's existed in standard VMs for decades. Super instructions means where you have a set of instructions that occur often, you can wrap it into a new instruction set that just optimized for that specific sequence. So now where normally your EVM is spending 90% of its time trying to execute these steps, now it can just hit the single opcode and then execute from there, which again gives you a lot further efficiency in terms of that throughput and sequencing. So like there's a lot of, what I'm trying to get at is there's a lot of simplistic optimizations we can still do on the base layer before we need to start scaling out. And like, I think a lot of teams are focusing so much on, let's call it distributed scaling, you know, whether it be subnets, supernets, layer 2s, doesn't really matter, versus there's still a lot of room of improvement just in the base layers that isn't receiving the time and attention. And like, it's boring stuff, but like, it is important. So just on the VM side, like Tosca, after we released that one, let me just get to that slide, like this is real live GEF data, like this is actual blocks, actual executions. And you can see there's a massive disparity just by adding those supersets and those dynamic translations. That's all we had to add. Now the other reason that's important is we are currently capped in terms of the kind of applications blockchains can provide. If you go back to early internet, we go back to 56K dial-up modems and that kind of stuff, it was only used for 2 things. It was used for war and it was used for financial applications, because those are the only ones that made sense given the prohibitive costs of needing to do these things. And we're at the same space currently with blockchain. And that's why everyone's like, oh, why do we only see DeFi? Because it's the only current application that makes practical sense given the underlying constraints. And we need to improve those underlying constraints so you can fit more executions in a transaction, which is limited by the amount of gas it can execute. So you have to be able to get hundreds, if not thousands, of transactions or opcodes within that limited space. And then you need to be able to decrease the storage so that you can actually have it, you know, wallets and validators is the same thing, and then you can change the economic model, but that's a different discussion, and I won't go into that for now. And only then can we start seeing the next wave of practical apps, you know, whether it be decentralized social media, gaming, news, media, I don't know, but and hopefully things that aren't just, you know, decentralized, insert popular thing here, because that's also not where we want to end up. So a lot of these performance enhancements is still possible on the base layer. I think we are prematurely scaling out to different systems. Not going to go into that, that's roadmap, take a picture, I'll publish it online, and then we can take it from there. I want to talk a little bit more about the future and my personal opinion on where I think a lot of these things are going. So I do believe that blockchains are the baseline for the decentralized web. Not just decentralized finance, not just value transfer, not decentralized banking, although it is definitely one of the use cases, but if our benchmark is just Visa, we are grossly limiting our expectations in terms of what these blockchains are supposed to do. So in terms of getting to that decentralized web, you know, I'm sure you guys have seen a lot of this stuff. There's account abstraction that is very, you know, hyped now. I think it's a little bit overhyped given what it actually delivers on, but that's fine. But its goal is to remove complexity of seed phrases and private keys and all of these kinds of things, which limits new users of engaging into the system. Economic abstraction, you know, you don't always need gas fees. Some apps aren't going to be financially incentivized. If you have a decentralized social media, Twitter, you're not going to pay 20 cents every time you're going to post a tweet. There needs to be another way of interacting with that without that level of blocking or prohibitive expense. Validator abstraction is something that I touched on earlier, where there shouldn't be a difference between wallets and users and validators. It should all be one and the same. Participation in the network should be security of the network. And we can get there. We just need to focus more on the actual node tech and getting that to a point where we can. And then the last one, which I don't think has been spoken about a lot, but some projects are definitely working on it, is on blockchain abstraction. At some point, it shouldn't matter if it's on ETH or if it's on Phantom or if it's on Avalanche or whatever, you know, just like if you go back to the original DNS registrars, the top level domains that existed because they were actually a geolocator of the thing you're going for. You know, when you went to .io, that's because it was in a data center somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. Like, obviously, bad example, but it was pointing to the place you had to go. And blockchain abstraction is also going to get us there, where, you know, right now we're very involved and we know what's going on, and we're almost too in the weeds sometimes. I mean, it's a dev conference, so that's luckily fine. But there's a lot of focus in trying to segment these islands instead of trying to roll them up and abstract away from that. I always like Cosmos IBC. They did such phenomenal work with that protocol. I'm ashamed it didn't see any more adoption. But the point being, we need to decrease that per system, per node overheads, and we're getting there. I think there's not enough brain energy spent on it, but we're getting there. And then once we get there, and only then, can we see the next thing. So until that happens, until we break those barriers, until we consolidate wallets and validators into the same thing, we're going to be stuck with the same stuff. And that's why we're going to keep seeing forks, and that's why we're going to keep seeing the same solutions, and that's why everyone outside is going to keep saying that crypto is stagnant and DeFi is stagnant and all of that stuff, which is wrong in any case. If you look at the metrics, it's not. But anyway, so thank you, everyone. That's all from me. I try to keep it quick and short. It was just to make sure that there are people working on this base layer stuff. It's not as sexy as DeFi. It's not as sexy as end user apps. But I think if we do it right, we actually unlock the next wave of technology. Thank you very much for everyone's time.
You have time for questions?
Yeah, sure. If anyone wants.
Any questions here? On the talk? Yep. This guy's always got good questions. Let's go.
If you upgrade the compiler that you're doing dynamic compilation with, would you need to upgrade the consensus? Or is that a purely...
Sorry, I'm getting a bit of an echo. It's a little bit hard to hear.
I was saying for the dynamic translation and the super instructions.
Oh, yeah.
If you change your compiler algorithms, would you need to upgrade the consensus?
No. So consensus and execution layer are completely separate already. And in most blockchains, they should be. Some do have them a little bit coupled when you have validator sets, and the validator sets needs to be aware of what's being staked, so then it forms part of that set. ABFT solutions already don't have that, so we've already had those two decoupled for a very long time. So consensus doesn't need changes, but in some cases, the VM itself would have some hard fork at some block or some situation. But we've also focused a lot on. So I don't think EVM was the winner. I think Solidity and Viper was the winner, because there's thousands of developers who have now spent a lot of time knowing how to code in Solidity and Viper, but if you ask them how much the SS store opcode costs or what it does, they're not going to know. So, you know, they're disassociated from what's actually happening in the VM. So even if there are VM changes required, I personally don't think it matters as much if you keep that top level, you know, developer experience the same.
Is there a detailed write-up on the storage format changes that you guys did?
Oh, sorry, I'm really struggling to hear. I apologize.
Is there a detailed map of the storage format changes?
Yeah. We I'll need to get the GitHub directory. I think it's if you go to Fandom Foundation on GitHub, it should be in the Carmen directory, if I'm not mistaken. I'll get from the team and just come tag you afterwards as well.
All right, another question up here in front.
So compared to 5 years ago, Solidity changed a lot. So does Phantom also upgrade with EVM? I mean, upgrade with Solidity together with Ethereum?
Just one more time, I apologize.
So Solidity changed a lot, I mean, compared to 5 years ago. I mean, there's a lot of experimental functions already applied. So does this also upgrade for Phantom, same as Ethereum?
Yeah, so I mean, we try and keep Solidity compatibility in terms of, you know, if there's, like now in the newest version, you can create custom structs and stuff. So like that's useful. We'd like to keep it, so we try and keep updated with that. So we do focus a lot on Solidity compatibility, yes, and Viper by extension. Not Yule really, we haven't done much there. Because the developer experience is the thing that needs to stay the same. Like if the underlying structures change or the data change, I mean obviously as long as execution is the same, because if that changes you're going to have exploits. But that developer experience, I think, is almost more important at this point. So that's why like I said in the previous question, I definitely think Solidity and Viper are the big winners at this point. I think those are the ones that have captured more market share than blockchain, as far as I'm concerned. And those are the ones that I think we need to keep focusing on in terms of that experience. So yes, we do try to keep up to date with it.
Right, over here, Lewis.
All right. So I was also on a stage, and I think it's the acoustics. It's not you. It's like the speakers are down here, so it's very hard.
Yeah,
to
the
hear
acoustics in here suck.
Yeah. Anyways, scaling Phantom to HTTP level. You yourself said that it's a bit too early to ape too hard into this whole modular rollup thesis, subnets, and all these things. Like, there's enough we can do at the base layer. But what are the sort of popular scaling technologies are you then excited about? Like, is it sharding, super quadratic sharding, or whatever? Or do you also see like some value in this experimentation going on in the optimism camp with like, I guess it's similar to Cosmos, like with these app layer chains and so on?
First things first, always value in experimentation. It doesn't matter success, failure, try 100 times. Like, I always love I didn't fail 1,000 times, I learned 999 ways not to do it. So across any camp, I think we have to keep pushing like what we can try and learn on. In terms of what I'm personally excited for, I actually think the area that's currently a little bit lacking, and I understand why it's lacking, I'll get onto that, is the intercommunication. I think bridges are sort of the key unlocker in terms of cross-chain communication. Because look, it's not going to be one island wins. It's going to be, there's multiple islands, just the same as original internet. Like, the individual data centers didn't all merge into one. You still, I need this thing, where do I need to go look for it? Cool, I go look for it there. Now that abstraction layer, that blockchain abstraction, that is the bridging network currently, whether it's multi-chain or Stargate or whatever. That's the thing that kind of makes the underlying blockchain agnostic. And that's where I think there's not enough focus. And again, that's like I said, I really enjoyed IBC originally. But the problem is most blockchain teams are hyper tech focused. So getting them all to agree on a standard to then all implement in their systems, that's an almost impossible fight to fight at this point in time. But that's what's going to need to happen to get to that level. Because at some point, there is a theoretical max level of the hardware. We're not there yet, but we do reach it eventually. And I mean, even then, you're not at HTTP level. Because even with all of the hardware in the world, you can't run that on a few servers and then expect it to be maintained. It works because it is distributed. So, and we need a combination of that distributed and decentralized. So there's still a lot to do. I mean, don't get me wrong, even this stuff that we have ready now, is practical year, 2 years, and then there's still further improvements to actually get it to like the mobile level. I mean, you're talking about stuff that's already going to take 3 to 5 years just from what I'm talking about. And there's a lot more.
Hi, Andre.
Hey, Sergey.
I have a question. Nice to see you in person. So I have to question, why Phantom? Why did you go with Phantom and not started to contribute to Ethereum ecosystem? A lot of innovation happening right now. We have seen the movement from the miner to validators in the Ethereum ecosystem. And why you are not pushing there?
Yeah, I don't know. That's actually a good question. Stubbornness, I think, is the raw answer. Like, I wanted to do it my way. And I remember, what was this? This was early 2017, 2018 when we started with Phantom. I had ideas for, I think I originally started something Snark, and I had some consensus ideas there that I wanted to try out. But I didn't want to do the funding game or play any of that stuff. And Phantom had done funding, and they were willing for me to take over and build my system. So
is it problematical to work with the development community? Is it like hard to push something?
Oh, it's impossible.
It's not possible.
It's just plain impossible. Like, if you wanna current, like, ETH community, I love them. Don't get me wrong, ETHDubai. But like trying to push something across with the core devs is you become a politician. You stop becoming a developer. And like, it's not about testing and trying and like experimenting. It's everything's done by committee, and like that's just it's needed when you're at that scale. You can't do it any other way, but it does slow down progress. It does slow down new initiatives, and it also means that you can't really test multiple implementations, because everyone has to agree this is the one we're going to do and we're going to move forward with that. And that also subtracts, because that's not, in theory that's the right answer, but in practice it might not be. So there's always this little quid pro quo sort of tug and war game you have to play that makes it really hard. I mean, that's what you want when you have a chain with that level of TVL and that needs that kind of security, and you don't want to experiment. And that's also a big reason why the EF is currently focusing a lot on sort of, hey, layer 2s, you guys experiment, you guys figure it out, you guys play. We're done. We've been around long enough. We're not young anymore. We're not going to play that game. You guys take all the risk. We're just going to stick to what we know and do that the best. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe like if you cannot push a new technology, new approach in consensus, for example, but you can approach maybe better implementation of database, for example. I guess GEF would...
And look, this implementation is agnostic. We're going to package it as a normal thing. So just like GEF uses, I think they use LevelDB currently, if I'm not mistaken, they can swap that out for this new thing and get the same enhancements. So we're focusing on what performance engineering can we do on isolated components that help everyone. Because like I said, to get to that HTTP level, everyone needs to be lifted up. It's not one chain is going to be fast and the rest are going to be slow. That doesn't get us to where we need. So that's why, like both things I mentioned, the supersets, I doubt they'll adopt the supersets in all honesty, because that's a little bit more specific. Some other chains might, but the database we're expecting, I mean, pretty much everyone to use, because like it is exactly designed for EVM-based database storage, and cool. we're packaged completely separately. It's not part of our main repo. It's a separate package we install, etc.
Okay, thanks.
Sweet. All good. Everyone having a lovely time?
All right.
Let's go.
Thank you very much, Andre.
Thank you, everyone.
We appreciate you coming out, man. All right, so we're going to have a few minutes before we switch over the stage to get ready for our panel discussion. So bear with us for a few minutes, and we'll be right back. Okay, great. Can you grab some waters, too?
Yeah. That's a good.
I'm a speaker at 5 p.m. and I'm wondering, is this the one I used to?
Yeah, this is what you'll be using.
Okay.
Oh, how you doing? Boy, you're the
Yeah. So serious, so serious. Okay.
Thank you. All right, we're going to be starting our account abstraction panel here in just a few minutes. If we can start to get together everyone who is on the panel, we got chairs for you, microphones, Vanshika to host. All right, let me get you guys some microphones. You can just, it's on mute, so just unmute when you're ready and mute back when you're not. It's just the 12 of us, right?
GM, yeah.
The microphone's already on mute. It's the left button.
We can remove
Microphone's on mute. It's the left button. I can take that chair away? All right. You want me to sit next to you? All right, so I have a quick announcement to make before we get started with the panel. So all of the VCs, you can go to track 4 to meet with the founders, but probably do it after the panel. Also, I wanted to mention Decrypt Pro. If you have any issues with your business or visa in Dubai, especially crypto, they can help you navigate those regulations. Just see Olga outside of this track, and she'll get you squared away. And I'll hand it over to the panelists. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. GM. Can we hear it back?
GM.
Super. So super excited to be hosting this panel session with amazing people out there. Right. We'll start with quick introduction. Hi, I am Vanshika from Bioeconomy. And today we'll be hosting a panel on account abstraction. We'll be looking at different aspects. We've got Angser, we've got Sarang, and we've got Louis from Gelato. So yes, over to you. Let's go one by one for your introductions.
Now you can hear me. Hello everyone, I'm Ansgar. I'm a member of the Ethereum Foundation research team. I have been working on a construction in the past, specifically in 2020, when we co-authored an EIP that basically is the predecessor of the current EIP 4337.
Hey everyone, I'm Sarang. I work at SushiSwap. It's one of the best dexes. And yeah, so I'm pretty excited about account abstraction because it makes a lot of things inside Sushi and other apps quite UX friendly. So yeah.
Hello, I'm Louis. I'm co-founder of Gelato Network, and we've been in the area of smart contract automation, relaying, and off-chain computation. Yeah, and also obviously interested in account abstraction, and I'm a 3078 maximalist. I'm very, very sad it was never adopted, but that's the...
It's gonna be a fun panel then.
Yeah.
Cool, all right. So let's begin, right? My very first question is for Ansgar, right? There have been EIPs that existed earlier on AA, like 862938, but 4337 is extremely popular and being adopted at a very rapid pace. So how does the history looks like and towards moving 4337, and how different it is from the older versions of AAs?
Yeah, it's a good question. So basically, I think the idea for account abstraction has been around for a long time. Basically, the beginnings of Ethereum, you can go back and look at Vitalik's writings from the early days, and the idea to basically give smart contracts the ability to pay for their own transactions was there from the very beginning. There was a very early IP, I think 60-something, right, that already proposed like a first somewhat naive kind of way of doing it. It basically lay dormant just because it wasn't a priority until early 2020. Then Vitalik kind of had another write-up of where the state of the research was, and then we, back then I wasn't at the Ethereum Foundation, but over at Consensus, we as a research team, we went ahead and spent the summer of 2020 basically iterating on those ideas and bringing it in the form of an EIP that was 2938. And basically, the only difference to this new EIP that is out there is that we wanted to basically natively enshrine account abstraction on Ethereum. So that would have required a hard fork to basically change the protocol. Other than that, basically, after we finished, it became obvious that just on the protocol level, we were busy with other things, so there was no time to do this for now. And so Vitalik basically got a new team together, including Yoav and Christoph, who I think talked about this last year here at ETHDubai. And they basically just took this EIP that we created back then and basically ripped out the protocol parts and turned it into an ERC. So ERCs are standards for things that don't need a hard fork. But other than that, the ideas, of course, they added a lot of features. Now they are paymasters. It's now much more of like a full-featured EIP, but basically the core idea is basically kind of coming out of that tradition. But that's why now it's gaining traction, because now it's finally in a form where it can just basically, it's ready to go right now. We don't have to wait for anything anymore.
No, that does make sense, right? Like, we do not want to change the actual protocol layer and then want to create something on top of it, like a counterfactual thing. So yes. So second question for you, Sarang, right? What are the current challenges in implementing account abstraction within the dApps?
I mean, like at the application level, like there's still certain things that we can't fix, or we have to kind of like rewrite for like account abstraction to be used of them. Like to start with, like a lot of applications which uses like signature based like methods to verify the ownership. You can't use account abstraction unless the EIP passes in, which lets contract sign something. But unless that happens, we can't use it. There are like a lot of prominent dApps have like checks based upon tx.origin, which also can't get it. They have, for the reason that they don't want contracts to kind of interact with each other. And then there are these various NFT mints and drop, which basically use methods to like stop like mass minting, that they don't allow contracts to kind of do it. Though they use like very bad prevention, they just check the contact storage, but those kind of applications are still broken by kind of a current implementation, let's say 4337, right? So, and that kind of the people that this kind of also targets, right? Like those people who are into this NFT space who are kind of mass minting it, but sometimes it's not going to work for them, right? So there has to be like a shift on how people going to develop application, where they have to where they have to make sure that the contracts kind of support both the paradigm from now on, and also don't couple that together with the message or sender. Instead, use different methods to kind of like transfer the position, or have like maybe like something like deposit for, where you can kind of use account abstraction and also maybe like store it in a different storage state or something like that.
Right. Although I think kind of one interesting aspect of that sets 437 apart from earlier versions of kind of out of protocol account abstraction is that it does not need like special account abstraction like opt-in by every dApp, right? Like the only thing, and you're talking about this, the only thing you basically have to make sure is that your protocol supports smart contract wallets in general. I mean, but smart contract wallets already exist today. So if your protocol is not compatible with Nose-Safe, for example, right, because it doesn't support smart contract signatures, these kind of things, then of course you will also not be compatible with account abstraction, because again, account abstraction just allows smart contract wallets to directly initiate transactions. But as long, like all the previous versions of relayer networks always basically require manual opt-in by dApps, and now basically we are removing this restriction, and from the point of the dApp, as long as you're compatible with smart contract wallets, you will be compatible with account abstraction.
Yeah, and that's like a very good thing with what introduces this 4337. So this is on the changes of the dApp developer side instead, like, that these smart contract coders have to be smart enough to actually, like make use of 4337 properly. Because if they keep disallowing contracts to be used, like to be like a callable function in their own contracts, we cannot kind of get the true power of AA out.
So the next question is for you, Luis. Gelato is an automated smart contract execution. Now, what difference does it make, when you include the account abstraction part in that? And what have been your learnings, while implementing this thing?
I'm sorry, the acoustics are really bad here because the speakers are facing that way. I'm trying to understand all of the question, but I would be lying if I said that I understood all. But it's about account abstraction and automation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, so Gelato is a smart contract automation protocol, but we also have relaying components and so on that are super useful to be combined with smart contract wallets. But for smart contract automation specifically, Actually, interestingly, in Gelato V1, we built a smart contract wallet into the protocol. That was in 2020 or so, because we really wanted every user to be a smart contract wallet, because then, you know, everything becomes programmable, and programmability is the holy grail for automation, right? Like, you can now have your assets custodied in a self-custodial wallet, and you can define arbitrary conditions, transaction flows, asset management, all these things, and have them be executed for you by a decentralized network at the right time. Your bank account, like your on-chain bank account, now becomes an automated trading tool, an automated asset manager. So it's super cool stuff. Back then, we worked together with ETHDubai, and many people don't know this, but ETHDubai was also a smart contract wallet always. They're known for their DeFi strategies, but really when you use ETHDubai, you have to deploy a smart contract wallet. They call it the DSA. And 2 years ago, we worked with them on basically account abstraction for smart contract wallets. And they had this tool where you would automatically like move your funds between Aave and Compound and so on to optimize yield. That was before Jörn was there. So yeah, it's super useful. In general, for me, smart contract or account abstraction is nowadays, currently, it's defined as a smart contract wallet in combination with a relay network, and ERC-4337 is just a way of opening up the market for relayers. So yeah, it's definitely interesting to see. In general, I'm pro decentralization, so whatever works will work, and as long as more people use smart contract wallets, I'm happy.
So the question that I would have there is, I think the way we think about 437, or at least one aspect of it, is that it allows a more clean separation of layers. Like you were talking about that you integrated smart contract wallets into Gelato in the 2020. But that needed like a custom support. You had to actually think about what does it mean. You had to manually implement support. And in the future, the hope would be that with like 437 or future versions of that, basically you no longer need special support for smart contract wallet. It all basically, as long as basically you can focus on your layer, right, the automation layer and the relaying layer, and then basically just have everything else just basically natively work out of the box. Is that like, does that fit how you think about this, or like?
Totally. I think I maybe misspoke a bit. Like, we had a smart contract wallet that we thought was cool that back then, but really the protocol was always open. It just called any contract, whether that is a smart contract wallet or not. So it was just like, for us, this wallet automation was a cool thing. But nowadays, to be honest, we work with like the Nose Safe team or ETHDubai, and yeah, we don't really think about building smart contract wallets ourselves anymore.
Makes sense.
I mean, it also kind of solves one more issue, right? Like, most of the teams were rebuilding the same stuff, right? So we had something at Sushi that we needed kind of relaying system to do that, and if 4337 existed that time, we wouldn't have been building that, right? We were just passing on to those those open networks, and they could be doing that. But instead, we had to make sure that that runs properly. There is no DOS attack. There is, it doesn't go down and stuff like that. So yeah, that also kind of solves by 4337.
Great. So I think this is a question that a lot of people might be having, that products like Urgent, GSN, they have been around for like a very long time. But with the account abstraction thing coming into the picture since last year, there has been like a hype about it. And why is this happening right now?
Right. So I would say, basically, my perspective, and it fits really well with what we said just now, is basically that so far, you basically always had to have, and the reason is a little technical, but you always basically had to have special support for whatever relay system you used. And the reason, I mean, maybe I can go into this just briefly, but for anyone who's like a little bit interested in the technical side of things, but basically, if you have normal accounts on Ethereum, we call them EOAs, right? Just normal ECDSA signature kind of based accounts. Transactions that these accounts send, they are like, have very simple static validity conditions, right? So basically you verify the signature once, but then you can keep it locally in your node until it's included on chain, because you understand under which, like, it will always remain valid unless someone sends a competing transaction, right? If you basically, for example, you want to pay more gas and so you send a competing transaction, sometimes you might know this from Etherscan or so if you send a replacement transactions. But it's very simple in your transaction pool to have logic for that. With smart contract wallets now, if they're able to have arbitrary validity conditions, basically a transaction could be valid 1 second and invalid the next second and then valid again and invalid again, and you have no idea, do I keep it in my mempool, do I throw it out? You might be able to spam the network and then it can't be included after all, so you don't have to pay for it. So basically, so far in the past, the way people always dealt with this is by just having special logic and trusted relayer systems, and now for the first time basically we have a standard where it restricts the type of validity checks you're allowed to do pre-payment to like a safe subset of functionality. And so for the first time ever, we now have trustless transaction pools for these account abstraction transactions. And this is like, I mean, it sounds again like a niche technical thing, but it is a huge deal because once we have a trustless open transaction pool, now we don't need special relay systems with special opt-in for every dApp. Now we can have an open system and and so at least my perspective here would be, I mean, maybe also, of course, with hype, it's always sometimes it's also this narrative. Now it's maybe it has been brewing for a long time. People have talked about how EOAs are not great, and how it would be amazing, as you were saying, right? Like how smart contract wallets have all this amazing functionality potentially. So maybe it's partially also narrative, but I think the underlying technical improvements really are very meaningful. I don't know if you'd agree.
Yeah, I completely agree. But like with Argent and like gas station network, as you told, like things were very rigid, right? So it was the first good step, but we needed a way for this to kind of, have into a validity layer where you could, just provide custom logic and you could like, maybe like, let's say if I wanted to schedule a transaction, right? I can't do it with Argent, but with 4337 and like compliant validity instructions, I could easily do that. But I do feel like even though there is an open market for it, which is pretty good, there still would exist secondary and private markets for it, because for dApps, there's still value acquired from the user flow that they get. And like, let's say for Sushi, like I would probably want them to come through our private RVC first, and maybe if we can extract some value on top of it. And if we can't, it would go through the open permissionless mempool, just like how you do it with the Flashbots currently.
A question that I would have there is like for Gelato, basically, in a way, would you think about like some of the automation functionality that you provide also as like almost a type of specialized like mempool, where basically because you have an understanding of when am I supposed to bring this transaction to the chain, right? Which is functionality that, of course, the public pools can't provide. So isn't in a way maybe Gelato like a very advanced form of like a special purpose transaction pool?
Absolutely, that's the way we have been thinking about it internally, at least for years now. Actually, and I think like with 4337, for example, one of the reasons I was interested in your earlier EIP that tried to enshrine it at the protocol level is, I mean, first of all, it doesn't make the presumption that everybody deploys a smart contract wallet. I think it was about upgrading EOAs to also become sort of smart contract wallet, sort of, I don't want to misquote you, but something along these lines. That's one cool thing about it, but the other thing is with 4337, for example, it's a lot of code that you basically ask people to put on their nodes. There's DOS vectors, sure there's code around this, but what I'm wondering is where do we make the cut, right? At what point do we say, let's ossify, the client should not have more code, let's not add more, there's already like flashboards, now ERC 4337, and like the code base is growing, like this thing should be stable, ossified. At what point do we say, let's have the networks built on top of Ethereum take care of this? Now, of course, the cool thing about ERC 4337 is it is a open market proposal, and that's great, and in general, if it really works and succeeds, then I'm for it. But there's other like good solutions out there, like Gelato Network being one of them, to achieve similar properties for users. The market is more closed, but we're also working on opening it up over time. We're already adding node operators. There's like we're not the only ones running these nodes, and hopefully in 2 years it can be completely open and permissionless. Maybe it will never reach the same sort of distribution scale as an ERC 4337 would, but maybe good enough for something, a service like this. And here I think the discussion like has to be had, okay, where do we stop? Because, you know, you could also build a 0x relayer order book into a client and have an open DEX in the client, but, you know, yeah, I think that's my one thing where I'm not too sure. Like looking at the ERC, there's a lot of code in there, a lot of stuff that, I don't know, I didn't at least 2 years ago envision this to be on the Ethereum client.
Great. So we're coming close to the time, but I've got the last question for you all. That you know, what is the future of account abstraction looking in your opinion, and what do you think how L1 and L2 would be adopting it in the coming days?
Sorry, I really struggle to understand. The acoustics are so...
Yeah, so the question basically like the future of account abstraction, where do we see it going, and does it, like, is there a distinction between layer 1 and layer 2, basically?
Okay, yeah, so I mean, there's a big distinction. For example, I think Starknet is this typical example where they already enshrined it at the protocol level, and it sounds super cool, although I haven't tried it out, to be honest. And a future of account abstraction, like for me, like Gelato, we're like back-end focused, but we also experiment, like when we see cool new stuff, we also try it out. Like we also tried out this account abstracted wallet, gasless wallet we call it, and pretty soon was pretty obvious that the problem is really around interfaces and around interoperability between interfaces, so Wallet Connect, all these things, because it's actually pretty hard, like once you onboard a user onto their account abstraction wallet, the funds are sort of stuck there, none of the UI support looking into it, so there has to be so much standardization around that. Like all the UIs, OpenSea and so on, all the wallets have to come together and work on standards here like they did for EOAs. And that's like, I think, as long as this isn't solved, which it's currently is far from being solved, the future, you know, is questionable, but I'm sure that it will be solved. And once UIs natively support smart contract wallets in a much better way than they do today, then hopefully there will be a day where not a single account will just be an EOA, everybody will be a smart contract. Makes sense, yeah.
I mean, like, current UI is completely horrible. Like, even after having smart contract wallets from like 2018, we still have to do manual transactions, like 8 transactions, right? So we still have like a long way, and I completely agree on that. And not just like Starknet, like ZK Sync, and not even like EVM blockchains, but like outside the ecosystem, if you look at Sway and Fuel, they have been like going for like, you know, like native account abstraction. And I feel like, not as a joke, but I feel like the future of account abstraction is getting enshrined into the protocol. But I think you would be the best one to answer when would that happen.
Right, and it's a good point because like Lewis also was saying, right, just a second ago about the question, where do we draw the line of like adding complexity versus at some point basically leaving it up to layers on top. And yeah, I would say again, 437 is also, to start with, basically it is a separate kind of layer, but I think there is a desire to maybe over time talk about enshrining it like in the core and like some layer 2s. That in that way, basically the difference between layer 1 and layer 2 is that I think layer 2s are more at liberty to experiment with these things. So I would expect more experimentation around enshrining, like making it native in layer 2s, and also just in terms of adoption, because for now at least there's still some cost overhead. You know, you have to have your own smart contract wallet. So I assume that like we'll see more and quicker adoption on layer 2s and experimentation. But in terms of kind of like the future, I do think that, I mean, as we were saying, like it's all about standards and standardization, and I think kind of 437 can really act as like a kind of a crystallization point for just getting people on board with the shared standard. And then we can, in the long run, we can talk about enshrining it or not and what the trade-offs are.
Thank you. Thank you for the amazing panel. And can we please have a round of applause for all our speakers here? All right. Thanks, everyone. Please have a great evening.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
All right. One more round of applause for our panel, please. Come on, put your hands together. Yeah, do we have any questions for any of the panel members? If you do, raise your hand, or they can come off the stage and answer questions. All right, so catch these guys as they come off the stage. Ask them any questions you have. Yeah? Oh, sorry. Here. I didn't see you over there, buddy.
Hey, thank you for this panel. So I have a question. Do you have any list of security considerations of using account abstractions, because I know that there's several differences between the EOA, like the TX origin, like the nonce resetting, so nonce can be resetted for the smart contract account. So there's maybe other differences. So can you simplify the question? Yeah, so for the dev builders and for integrators who gonna to integrate with account abstractions, and for auditors, there's differences between the EUA accounts. So where is the list, or do you have some list for this kind of differences?
Right, it's a good question. So the question, like, basically, what are the security considerations? And I would really stress that basically the specific way EIP 4337 is structured is that it does not in any way require like new special support. So, from a dev perspective, but also of course from a like security and auditor perspective, I would really think about it as supporting account abstraction now is equivalent to supporting smart contract wallets. So all the existing security considerations, like for example, some dApps explicitly ban smart contract wallets by using like these TX.origin checks. If you do this, they will continue to work, at least for now. This ERP will not change this. It just means that over time, as this ERP leads to more and more smart contract wallet adoption, your dApp will just no longer be able to support any of these users, right? So if you are today compatible and secure in interaction with smart contract wallets, this situation will be identical. So there's no additional security considerations entering the picture.
So what about nonce resetting? So if owner creates the account abstraction contract, the simple account, and then distracted, so nonce will be resetted to 0, and everyone can replay the old transactions.
So the thing is, there's this, like, because these user operations are just like an abstract concept, it is basically the job of the smart contract wallet to keep track of this, right? So there's, from the outside, basically, there's no change. Like the only change now is that basically the smart contract wallet has to make sure that transactions can't be replayed and whatnot.
Okay,
but, yeah.
Thank you, got it, thank you.
I would say there's also one thing we noticed, and part of the reason there sometimes is this requirement in protocols that the sender is an EOA is, you know, there's programmability, so flash loans could become an attack vector for some wallets. So you have to be a bit careful, I would say. There's a change, but like you said, it's basically the same that already exists with smart contract wallets. Yeah.
Any more questions? Going once? All right. If you have any more questions, you can come and see them when they come off stage. Now we'll give them a round of applause. Sorry to make you do that 3 times.
Yay.
All right.
Thank you.
And we have about a 30-minute break, so we're back here at the top of the hour for our next speaker. So hang around.
Also, yeah. All right. Also, I wanted to mention briefly that I have a workshop at 5 p.m. upstairs in track 5. And there I will show you how to use account abstraction with a smart contract wallet and a relayer to mint an NFT. And that NFT is generated by AI, by Wally. And in the back end, it's using Gelato Web3 functions to call OpenAI API and post the image of the NFT there. So that's basically the use case. I will spend 1 hour walking through the code, showing how it works on the UI, showing how it works in the backend. It's surprisingly little code actually, so it'll fit in 1 hour, and you can mint the NFT. And yeah, we posted this on Twitter already, so yeah, I think it's something NFT ETHDubai something. Yeah, so have fun with that, and 5 p.m. upstairs if you want to attend that.
Yeah, and like you're already here. This is one of our last workshops of ETHDubai. You might as well take advantage of it while you're here. Again, 5 o'clock, upstairs, room 5, account abstraction, walk away with code, learn how to use Gelato, be awesome. Check. Just when you see red. Yeah. When you see red, it's on. You think you can pull him in? Try. All right, guys, we're going to be getting started here in just a few minutes. Let's see if you can actually pull some people in here. It's impossible. All right, so we're going to get started. Everyone having a good ETHDubai? Yeah? Come on. Give it up. So next up we have Chirag Narang. He's the head product at Flow Blockchain, and I'm going to let him tell you a little bit more about himself because I deleted some of my notes.
Hey folks, Chirag Narang here. As you mentioned, head of product, Flow Blockchain. Today I'm here to talk to you about how to build mainstream-led experiences for Web3 using account abstraction. Yesterday I met a really interesting co-founder. He said something that really stuck with me. He said, man, we really need to solve the user experience problem for Web3 so my grandma can understand what I do. I'm like, that is so true, right? The real promise of Web3 is self-custody. But the next billion people, they do not have crypto wallets. So if we were to really succeed, we have to be very principled about what does it mean to build for mainstream. It's not about DApp1 versus DApp2. It's not about the layer 1 battles. This is table stakes at the moment. So let's see on how you can build mainstream experiences on Flow Blockchain. Before we get started, who are we? September 2017, that's when NFT ERC 721 standard was launched. The chief architect of Flow authored their standard. The co-founding team of Flow Blockchain is behind some of the most innovative products this community has seen so far, starting with CryptoKitties, Cheese Wizards, and a first smart contract wallet launched on Ethereum. Flow mainnet and smart contract language was launched in May 2020, and in October 2020, NBA Top Shot, one of the most promising NFT projects running on Flow right now with a $1 billion secondary volume sale last year. Today, Flow is home to some of the most interesting IPs from NBA Top Shot, NFL, La Liga. Even Doodles launched their Doodles 2 product on Flow 2 weeks back. Not to common knowledge, today Flow sees as many transactions as Ethereum on a given day, which is 1 million transactions. So why these products are coming to Flow? What do they have in common? How are they building mainstream consumer experiences? If you have been following the news coming out of ETH account abstraction, the most innovative thing that has happened in the longest time. How is Flow unleashing account abstraction? All of us have heard the biggest fear of losing your keys and losing all your assets. You shouldn't need to buy a new home if you lose your house keys, right? That's the problem is natively solved on Flow. The smart contract language abstracts the transaction as smart contract, so now you can have multiple signers for every transaction. On Flow, end users get gasless experiences. The transaction fee is sponsored by wallets and dApp builders. The cost of building an NFT on Flow is few cents. Seamless experiences. Imagine playing a game of chess And for every move you make, if you had to sign a transaction, that really doesn't sound like a mainstream experiences, right? On Flow, you can bundle transactions, and all those transactions gives you an uninterrupted gameplay. Imagine onboarding your users using social logins, fiat payments, using walletless onboarding. And now we are introducing a new concept called hybrid custody. I'm super stoked. Next week, there is a major upgrade happening on Flow about hybrid custody. Actually, let me take a step back. Next week, there's a major upgrade happening on the entire crypto ecosystem. So what is hybrid custody? Let's start with self-custody. Self-custody is scary. You have to connect your wallet. You have to remember seed passphrases. And if you lose your keys, you lose your kingdom, right? You have to sign transactions that you don't understand. So developers today have to make a conscious decision between app custody and self-custody. With app custody, you get social logins. You get fiat payments, Stripe payments, in-app purchases. But the app has full custody of your asset. So if the app shuts down, your assets are lost. Doesn't really sound like Web3, right? Self-custody, we just talked about it. It gives you the real promise of Web3, but it comes at the expense of that uninterrupted user experience. So how do you bridge this gap? You start with something that's called as walletless onboarding. So instead of a self-custody flow, now you can have a familiar checkout experience for your customers. They can log in using their social logins, Gmail, Facebook. And when they're ready, they progressively go to hybrid custody, which brings the promise of both Web 2 and Web 3 together. You get excellent onboarding. You get the real ownership of Web 3. You get multi-factor security, recoverability, and the real promise of Web 3, the composability and interoperability. So how does it work behind the scene? This is where it gets interesting. If you're aware of the concept of account linking in Google, imagine if you were to play a song just asking your Google Home, right? How do you turn up your air condition? The main account in Google is controlling all these interconnected devices. That's the same concept applies here. Every app you interact with, those green circles that you see, it creates a child account for you. This child account is an app custody. But you as a user, once you have learned about Web3, when you're comfortable with the self-custody wallet, you bring in your master account, and through account delegation, you take control of all those child accounts. Sandboxing. All of us are aware of sandboxing, which is that one app resources are not shared with another app, right? So imagine now you're creating sandboxes for different apps you're interacting with. One is for Netflix, another one is for YouTube and Doodles. So for every app that you act, you have a sandbox that is created. And the master wallet that you use, self-custody, that's the only wallet that can get access to those sandboxes. So imagine if you have your master wallet as MetaMask, and you have different sandboxes that you are interacting with. Top Shot, Netflix, YouTube. And when you connect your self-custody wallet, you take custody of all those assets, and now those assets can be seamlessly traded on OpenSea, Gaia, Dexis. This is truly inspiring. 2 weeks back, we gave early access to this feature in our first hackathon. We had 8,000 people signing up. 40% of submissions were actually built on hybrid custody. And community people who are building on it, they are extremely excited about something that really brings the real promise, which is we bring Web3 to the people, not other way around. So let's see this with a demo on how does it work. So imagine this is a game that I want to play. This is a rock, paper, scissors game. In a traditional world, you would have to connect your wallet, but right now, I'm just simply going to log in with Google. Once I'm logged in, I have to buy an NFT. Usually, you have to have some crypto, but here, look at the seamless experience. I'm able to buy an NFT just using Stripe. Now I bought the NFT. Now I'm going to start playing the game. I'm going to make few moves until I actually win. Story of my life as well. And finally, I'm just going to pause here. I won and I got 10 tickets. So behind the scene, what really happened? Every move that I made was recorded on chain, but not even once I was prompted for signing the transaction. Because of session keys, all that is seamlessly shown to the user. And now I have earned those 10 points. Imagine this being a fungible token or NFT that you have earned during your experience through the game, right? So how do you take custody of this asset now? This is when the progressive onboarding comes into the picture. Now you are ready to connect your wallet and take custody of that asset. So I'm going to go in and connect my wallet. Once the wallet is connected, I'll sign a transaction. And now I'll have the full custody of the asset that was created for me. But this is not it, right? I want to trade this asset on a marketplace. I go to a monster mall. I want to sell this asset. I'm going to connect my wallet. And that asset is now sitting in my self-custody wallet. And now I'm going to trade that asset for buying an NFT. And with a simple transaction, now that asset is in my wallet. So what really happened if you really take a step back? I started with a social login, a walletless onboarding, without even knowing this is a Web3 experience. I was using Stripe payments for buying an NFT. I was able to experience the game without being interrupted for signing the transaction. And with time, when I actually learned about the usage of Web3, the crypto wallet, self-custody, I was progressively introduced to self-custody to take the custody of that asset fully. So just to do a recap of hybrid custody, it eliminates the need for separate wallet for every app. It removes those invasive prompts for signing transactions and gives you that seamless play. It leverages familiar payment methods like Stripe, Razorpay, or any payment infrastructure. And finally, it still gives you the full freedom of Web3, which comes with walletless onboarding, a full composability, and Web3 promise at every step. The best is yet to come. Now you can build these experiences natively on mobile. This is the real promise of Web3, folks, which is a crypto wallet in everyone's pocket, right? This is what we have been waiting for so far. Now you can build native Apple and Google apps with walletless onboarding and hybrid custody and reach users where they are in their journey. With that, thank you so much. If you want to follow the demo, please follow this link. If you have any questions, reach out to us on the Twitter or follow Twitter.
If anyone has any questions, raise your hand. Yeah, right here.
Hi, what would be the possible risks involved in this?
Hi.
Sorry. So, what would be the possible risks involved?
Sorry.
The risks involved.
What's involved?
What would be the risks involved?
What would be the risk involved? The risk is here the app custody, right? If you were the one who is going to be managing the keys for the user. So this is where, if you follow the announcement for Coinbase, wallet is a service. So you should rely on an infrastructure provider who can be the custodian and who can actually take the compliance in their hands.
Any other questions? Yeah, over here.
Over there.
So does it support any kind of authentication?
This is the best part. You can put in any authentication you want. You want to use Google for login, you want to use any other identity provider, it's up to you.
So is it on your site?
No. You can, there are two ways to do it, and that's the gentleman what he asked. So there are two options. One, if you want to run your own infrastructure, there is a wallet API that you can host on your site. And if you want a wallet as a service provider, there are ecosystem providers who can give you that experience.
Okay.
Any other questions? Raise your hand. All right.
Awesome. Thank you, folks. Cheers.
Yep, give a round of applause. you take the microphone. Yeah. And you do the computer. All right, so we're going to get started here with our next talk. We have Pratik Dwivedi.
Dwivedi, that's all right.
All right, co-founder of FireChain, a fifth-generation blockchain ecosystem that brings forward sustainability, technology, and innovation. Give it up for...
Thanks, guys. Are we awake? I mean, we don't look really awake, are we? By a raise of hands, are we all awake? All right. Great, great. I mean, I know it's 4 in the evening on the second day, so not very easy. Everybody has been speaking, and I have to do the same job. I don't know how to do it better. Let me just see if we can make it more casual, more entertaining. So I'm not going to bore you with technical jargon about what Fire does and what compatibility we have, because our CTO has already spoken before. I'll talk to you about Fire, how it started, what the vision is, what we want to do in the world. So can you please start? By the way, I have a slave here because the dock is not working. Well, Fire was started on a cup of chai. Next page. I was visiting the country, my motherland, India, and I met my crazy co-founder, Pratik Gauri, and he started talking to me about trying to move the world, the whole world, from for profit to for benefit, which I didn't even know what it means, right? What is for profit? What is for benefit? And when I was meeting him, he was talking on about he wants to make sure that people make more money when they do more good. In fact, when they should make more money if they do more good. And my first reaction to that was like, man, I don't want to listen to your communist, spiel. I realized that I was wrong. I did not understand what he was saying. What he was saying is, right now, you're making more money selling an electric car than you were ever before. You're making more money selling juices than you were ever before. We're moving towards a world where sustainability is going to define profitability. There's no other way. We've messed up the world way too much, which means if you build a sustainable blockchain, you are at an intersection between two of the fastest growing fields in the world, which is blockchain and sustainability. But there's one thing saying we'll introduce sustainability into blockchain, and there's another thing doing it. How do you do it? How do you make sure that a blockchain is actually sustainable and it's not just a buzzword? So, please. That's one more slide, please. So that's how we came up with Fire. We came up with a consensus mechanism, which is called sustainable proof of stake. What it does is that it rewards you mathematically for being sustainable. And what do I mean by that? If I'm here using carbon and you're using hydro as energy sources, you end up having a higher sustainability score in the consensus, and hence end up making more money, which slowly but surely moves the entire world towards more sustainable transactions, which make sure that you're actually financially rewarded to follow the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and not just, it's not just a buzzword that we throw around all the time. So when this was created, I was meditating and I realized that this is something that can be done. And I had no idea if that actually can be put into practice. Cut to a year later, we became a unicorn. People have been really, really, really wanting to build on us, especially Fortune 500s, governments, bodies like bodies that work very close to the Sustainable Development Goals. It's been amazing, and it's probably because we have found a narrative that people can actually connect with, that people can finally think about, where people are able to see that you're financially getting incentivized. Because, see, everybody here is to make money, and there's nothing wrong with making money. The problem is that we all talk about improving the world, doing better, but nobody knows what that actually means. What does it mean? Can you mathematically tell me how to do better. No. So that's our mathematical model. We'll figure out for you if what you're doing has financial importance in the world. Carry on. So it's a very simple consensus mechanism if you think about it. We took proof of stake and we added two elements. One is proof of benefit and the other is reliability. What proof of benefit does is it ranks every single person mathematically based on their adherence with the United Nations goals for sustainability and ESG. As I said, the more the score is, the more rewards you make. And for developers, why should developers care? Because in the next version, if your score is high, you'll also have lower gas fee, which means that if you are more sustainable as a dApp, you'll be paying less to develop your dApp and you'll have royalties forever. We also use something called reliability, which means the more reliable you are, the more uptime that you have, the more right decisions you make in the validator pool, the more money you make. Zishan, can you please slide for me? Thank you. Well, I just want to talk about what we want to do. We want to make sure that businesses, entrepreneurs, institutions, anybody who wants to work with us to create a better future is able to get all sorts of capital from us, not just financial capital, but human capital and relationship capital. We want to help out people as much as possible to build the use cases of the future, because I really strongly believe that the use cases of the future are right now in the minds of people who are sitting on the other side of this or are in a college canteen. I want to empower, and we all at the FIRE team want to empower those kinds of people to make sure that FIRE is the epicenter for the use cases, not of the present, but of the future, because when you want to solve a problem of the future, you need to think right now. Carry on, it's okay. I already. So we have launched our testnet on the 13th last month. I personally thought that if we get 50,000 transactions in the first month, we'll consider ourselves successful. A month later, I mean, this is an old slide, it said 500,000. We are at around 1.5 million transactions, more than 100,000 wallets created, around 2,000 smart contracts developed. I don't know where these people are coming from, but people are coming and deploying, so that's great. I wanted to tell you guys that here I am. My only motive here is to invite all the developers, builders, to come and test out FireChain, and we will help you out with whatever you guys need, especially in terms of relationship capital, because a lot of founders, they understand, they get the money, but they don't know what to do with it. So we have, along with the grant program, our 360 incubation program, where we connect you to the right people. Because one thing that FIRE has done well is we are connected to the right people. So we'll make sure that we'll take you through to success as we have done for ourselves. There must be a slide for the grant program, no? No. All right. I can make the announcement here. So we are releasing around $50 million in the first year in FIRE grant programs, which means that our motive is to build at least 5,000 meaningful dApps in the first year on FireChain. Make sure that we have around 500,000 active users every day. So if you guys are looking for financial relationship or human capital, you can hit me up outside, or our chief growth officer, who's been very intently looking at me for the entire session for some reason. Stop trying to intimidate me. I don't know what that's for. Hit us up, and we'll make sure that you go through with your business model as we did, and we'll do this together. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to get started with our next speaker. So we have William Mitsuda. He's creator of OtterScan. He's going to be talking about lightweight block explorers and a companion to your Aragon nodes, the next steps and challenges to bring all features of the proprietary block explorers. Anyways, I'll let him explain it because I can't talk it right now, but go ahead and take it away and give him a round of applause. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Well, I'm William, and I'm here to present OtterScan. Oops. So first of all, what is OtterScan? Simply put, it's a block explorer that you can actually run at your home. And that's how it looks like. But we decided to take a different approach on how it's implemented compared to other block explorers in the market. We didn't just want to implement another block explorer, but we wanted to make it like a real DApp. And in the process, solve some of the issues that other block explorers have. Let's take a quick look at each one of these problems. The first one is the classic EtherScan is down. We all want decentralization, but the inconvenient truth is that we are very dependent on centralized closed source systems. That's a big issue. OtterScan relies on Aragon, which is an archive node implementation that takes over 2 terabytes of disk space and is able to sync mainnet in less than 1 week, depending on your hardware. Also, the required hardware is not so expensive, so compared to other implementations, you can actually run at your home, and that's all you need. OtterScan itself is a React app, and it connects to Aragon to obtain all data that it needs. There's no need to install additional software, no need to configure external databases or other kind of middleware. And since everything is local, your only requirement is to have a working internet connection, so your node is always up to date with the rest of the network. Issue number 2. I just said that all you need is an Aragon node, but not the entire truth. Because the standard APIs lack a lot of features, many of them we need for OtterScan. For example, there is no easy way to get all transactions made by a given address. And as we can see, many people from communities have complaining over and over about those limitations. So we implemented custom APIs inside Aragon to enable these non-standard info to be extracted from your nodes. And these APIs can be used by any Aragon user, so not only we solved our problem, but we also contributed something back to the community. And these APIs are building inside Aragon, starting from version 2.29, which was released last year. So if you have a recent Aragon installation, you are good to go. You just need to enable a flag, initialization flag. Now let's take a look at an example. Here's the OTS get contract creator method. It allows us to get the address who created the contract, and also the transaction when it was created. It also works very well with the player contracts. Another example here is the OTS get transaction error, which is self-explaining. It allows us to get the error message on failed transactions. And there are many other methods that support all the requirements that we have in OtterScan and could be useful for you, so I invite you all to check our documentation on GitHub. Issue number 3, we don't rely on closed source data. A block explorer needs more than just one chain data. For example, for displaying token icons or decoding 4 bytes data. We only use open data sources, like we get the icons from Trust Wallets, and we use the open source 4 bytes database from the Ethereum Lists project. Even the price conversion comes from on-chain info. We get them from the Chainlink feed, so you don't need to rely on external APIs. Another issue is the source verification. For source verification, we use Sourcefy, which is an open source, decentralized open database for contract verification data. You can download it from IPFS. You can keep a copy for yourself. It's totally permissionless. This is an example showing the deposited contract. It reads the contract metadata from IPFS. And this is the NIF2 deposit transaction. Note how the ABI, which comes from the metadata, is used to decode the transaction parameters. So what is the current status of the project? We are a community project supported by the Ergon team and Gitcoin grant donors, which allows us to keep working on it. We've been organically growing in popularity over time, but we are still not feature complete. There are lots of features that still need to be implemented. So now I'd like to show some of the features and challenges that we are being worked on. So there will be some alpha. All data that OtterScan uses today is taken from the Ergon database. However, we now need higher level data that's not directly available from it. So what are the possible solutions for it? The most obvious solution is to migrate to use some kind of external indexer, but there are a few problems with that approach. The first one is having to rely on some kind of RPC interface which is slow, like JSON-RPC, or maybe gRPC could be a little faster, but still it needs inter-process communication. Another problem is how to handle reorgs. The indexer needs to be aware of reorgs, otherwise it will show incorrect data. Another issue is you need to set up some additional middleware. But, well, I think you can see that that approach would not work, and that's the exact reason why I started OtterScan as an alternative solution to other explorers. Our target user is the home user, but keeping a useful node infrastructure at home is becoming harder and harder over time. So again, we are trying a different approach. Ergon has a sync life cycle based on specialized stages. We are adding a set of custom sync stages inside Ergon. That way, we are integrating an indexer inside the execution layer and solving all the pain points. It's still a work in progress. The code is not published yet, but I've been publishing some intermediate results on Twitter, like that one, with a token indexer which works in real time. So as soon as a block is added, it scans for new token deployments. So far, I've made a set of custom stages which can identify ERC20 tokens, NFTs, minimal proxies, also token holdings. So giving a certain address, you can determine which tokens has some balance associated. And also we have an indexer for transfer between address, and now that is paginated by transactions. And as I said before, all these new indexers will be available for any Ergon user out of box. I intend to publish a first alpha of these indexers in a few weeks, so please keep an eye on our Twitter account for news. And that's it. Thank you very much. Questions?
Check, check. All right, do we have any questions for William? Do you have any questions? Yep, right over here.
Hi, William. Good stuff. Thank you for building this. So my question is, how do you see collaboration between this part of kind of OtterScan and like other explorers? Like, do you think that can be some like interfaces between components of like indexer, I don't know, UI, maybe some, like not only right now, like most explorers rely on some like JSON RPC, right? And it's standardized. But also we have some other components, right? Like smart contract verification, indexing services, you know, like NFT, metadata indexing, and so on, right? So it will be great to have some, I don't know, components which other explorers can plug in, right? And use it because, you know, I'm working on, also in this field on Block Scout, which is open source explorer. And we hope to see, you know, more components to be used in different explorers as well. So like back to the question is like, how do you see it integrated with other explorers? Like, do you want to work from your side to be included as a part of indexer of other explorers, for example? Or you just like, okay, guys, take it, that's how I developed it, and so on?
Well, let's see. I think eventually we will extract some of the components that we use in OtterScan. We already use a lot of external components like other open databases, but we also plan to eventually spin off some components like our indexer could be something that could be isolated from Ergo eventually, and that could attract other projects to use it, but that's not the number one priority. This is something that I think if the component is good enough, it will happen naturally. So I'm not that worried about it right now, and I'm more concerned about making something that works in a reasonable time and does not consume a lot of disk space, so we can keep OtterScan as something that home users can run at home.
All right, do we have any other questions? Anyone else? All right, let's go ahead and have a round of applause for William.
Thank you.
So our next talk will be at the top of the hour. So you've got about 10, 15 minutes. We'll take a short break. He's getting ready to go on. It'll be up when he goes on.
Okay, not before that?
Yeah, I can go ahead and have him put it on right now. Can you go ahead and change the slide on now? Put the slide on. Thanks.
Should I put this on?
Yeah, whenever, as soon as it's on red, then it's on. And then off, yeah.
Sorry, I was going to put the mic on.
Oh.
Just for the video. Thank you.
All right, we're going to get started with our next talk. So coming to the stage, we have Gary Wang. He is a core developer at XDC. He's a blockchain researcher with a PhD in computer science from Beijing, and he's going to be talking about security, scalability with sovereign EVM subnet. Welcome to the stage, Gary.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary. Welcome to the XDC session. And today I will introduce you XDC 2.0, security and scalability with sovereign EVM compatible subnet. First, I will introduce you to XDC network. Then I will show you our core protocol from XDC 1.0 to 2.0. Then I will introduce our unique and crucial service, namely forensic monitoring service. Then I will show you our scaling solution, XDC subnet. The XDC network is an open source, carbon neutral, enterprise grade, EVM compatible layer 1 blockchain. It was the first and the only blockchain to be invited to join the Trade Finance Distribution Initiative. It is a consortium of the world's leading bank and non-bank financial institutions for the purpose of liquefying trade finance. We also call ourselves the XDC network the third generation of blockchain. So the first and the second one, they are Bitcoin and Ethereum. For the transaction per second, XDC reaches over 2,000 TPS, and the average gas fee is extremely low. The transaction confirmation is 2 seconds and with finality. Finality means there's 100% guarantee. It is not probabilistic. And for smart contract support, XDC network is yes, it has EVM compatible smart contract support. And for energy consumption, it is very low. It is almost negligible. It is because we do not use the proof of work mining of Bitcoin or Ethereum. I mean the Ethereum 1.0 before the POS merge. Next, I will walk you through our core protocol from XDC 1.0 and to our upgrade 2.0. So XDC 1.0, it is a highly efficient and fast consensus protocol. It uses delegated proof-of-stake depots. This means that every node needs to stake 10 million XDC token to be a masternode candidate. And we will elect a fixed number of masternodes from the candidates. Currently, we elect 108 masternodes, and this number can be scaled up when the network grows. So it works as follows. The masternodes, they are in an order list, and they take turns to produce blocks. And when they produce block, they sign the block, and in the figure, it is denoted as M1, the first signature. To make it more secure, we have the double validation mechanism, which means that signatures from 2 masternodes is required for each block. And only with 2 signatures, the block can be accepted by the network. It works as follows. So actually, our randomly assigned second masternode, denoted as M2, needs to sign the block. And I am happy to announce that our upgrade, our consensus upgrade to XDC 2.0 consensus protocol, which is more secure and faster. It uses the state-of-the-art Byzantine fault-tolerant consensus protocol, which means it is secure even when 1/3 of the master nodes goes adversarial. It also has super fast transaction finalization, only 3 blocks for a transaction to be finalized, and the finalization is deterministic, which means 100%, and the transaction is never rolled back. And the most important service we provide by XDC 2.0 is our built-in forensic monitoring protocols. This means that attackers who wants to create a fork on the blockchain and break the consensus, they will be slashed with their stake tokens. And we have a theoretical guarantee for that. I will come to the forensic monitoring later. So how does 2.0 work? So instead of the double validation, which requires only 2 signatures, we require signatures from 2/3 of the quorum of the master nodes. So currently we have 108 master nodes, which means we need 2/3 times 108, but plus 1, which means we need 73 signatures from master nodes for each block. This increases the security level. And the 73 signatures constitute a quorum certificate, or QC, which is a crucial concept in our protocol. And the QC is carried by the next block. So the use of QC enables the XDC network to upgrade the consensus to the hot stuff consensus, which is the state-of-the-art consensus in both academia and in industry. It works as follows. So the protocol proceeds in rounds, like round 1, round 2, and so on. And again, in each round, there's one block producer who should produce the block. After this producer or proposer who produces a block, it propagates the blocks throughout the network, and other master nodes, when they receive the block, they should first validate the block. That is, check whether the block itself is valid, and then it checks whether the proposer is the correct one specified by the protocol. If these tests are passed, then the master nodes votes or sign a signature for this block, and also propagate this vote or signature throughout the network. It is the duty of the next block proposer to collect the votes from 2/3 of the master nodes, which is 73 votes, and combine these votes into a QC. So this means that the QC is piggybacked by the next block. That is, block 2 is piggyback QC for block 1, block 3 piggyback for block 2, and so on. So it's a little bit complex, but the advantage of this complex consensus protocol is that we have fast and secure finalization. Proved by the hot stuff protocol in theory, only 3 consecutive QC mean a block is finalized forever and with 100% confidence. This means that if the block interval is 2 seconds, 3 block is only 6 seconds. 6 seconds you can confirm a block, and the block is never going to be rolled back or reverted. As shown in the figure, so after the proposer send the block, all the master nodes should vote for the block, and hopefully that 2/3 quorum of these master nodes, the votes of these master nodes will be formed very quickly. Okay, next I will introduce our unique and crucial service, namely forensic monitoring service. Forensic monitoring service means that whenever any master nodes they turn adversarial and they want to create attack to the blockchain, our service can detect the attack and can hold the attackers accountable. We have two very important points to ensure that. First is that by our protocol design, the attackers must send signatures to launch such an attack. And these two signatures is actually the evidence of this attacker. And the evidence will be collected by our service, and then the evidence will be sent to a smart contract, and the rules specified by inside this smart contract will slash the attacker's stakes, and they will lose their stake tokens. And this is a very simple example shown in this figure. That is, at the end of this blockchain, there are two blocks at the same height, which means there are two forking blocks. Because maybe some honest nodes or normal nodes, they are in different locations or their network conditions different, so some honest nodes sign for one block and the other honest sign for another block, but it's okay. What should be held accountable is the adversary shown in this figure, that who signs two blocks or votes for two blocks. And these attackers will leave the evidence and will be held accountable by our service. And in reality, the condition or situation is much more complex than that. Some nodes have very poor network connectivity, so they may vote for this fork block once, and then later they see another longer chain and vote for another fork block. But our service will not hold them accountable because they just suffer from poor network. But if any attacker that is on purpose trying to launch such an attack, our service is guaranteed to detect them and to slash their stake tokens. With sophisticated analysis of the hot stuff consensus protocol, and we publish our result in a top-tier academic paper. So our forensic monitoring service ensures that the attackers cannot successfully launch an attack unless they control beyond 1/3 of the master nodes, which means it's 37 nodes, 37 master nodes, and if they launch an attack, they will lose all the stake tokens of these 37 master nodes. We also ensure that attackers must leave irrefutable evidence. Irrefutable means that attackers cannot say that I am not doing badly, I am not doing adversarial. If our service has the evidence, then the attacker must misbehavior and their stakes must be slashed. We also ensure that the evidence of the attackers is guaranteed to be discovered by our service. That is, they may try to hide their evidence. They just send the message to a selected small number of other master nodes, but that will not hide their evidence. In the end, their misbehaving messages or evidence will be transmitted to our monitoring service, and they will be slashed. And finally, we ensure no honest nodes will be framed. That is, the evidence will not forcefully accuse any honest master nodes. And shown in this figure is our currently running and live forensic monitoring service on our DevNet. And you can see that we have launched several toy attacks, and our monitoring service cached them. We have the number of the blocks that is affected and how many attackers are involved in this attack, and so on. Okay, so Lastly, I will introduce our scaling solution, namely the XDC subnet. So by starting a subnet, you can scale your performance. For example, for each different application, you start your subnet, and the subnet only runs one application, so it's much faster than the mainnet that runs multiple applications. But beyond that, we have other motivations, that is privacy, security, and sovereignty. So for privacy, it is that some customers, for example, some enterprise customers, they do not want the transactions on blockchain or the ledger to be disclosed to the public. And for security, is that the customer also wants to harness the security level of the mainnet, because mainnet is much more secure than the subnet. As for sovereignty, it means that the subnet should be a standalone blockchain. This means without the mainnet, the subnet should works fine with itself, and the subnet should be customizable. For XDC, it means that the parameters can be changed. For example, how much reward the master nodes get, and what are the initial number of master nodes, something like that. So the customer wants to wholly own this subnet. So we have our subnet design as follows. So our approach to ensure security is security via checkpointing. The subnet owner deploys a smart contract on the mainnet, and the subnet headers are checkpointed or uploaded to this smart contract. And in this way, we can harness the mainnet security level. I will go into more detail. And this is our detailed architecture. First, the customers can run a sovereign blockchain, and it is powered by XDC 2.0 protocol, which is highly efficient. And it is also compatible with all the XDC tools. And of course, XDC blockchain is EVM compatible, so it supports native EVM smart contract. What is more important is that the account format or the address format for subnets and the mainnet is the same, which means that you only need one private key or account to work with multiple subnets and the mainnet. This is what interoperability means. So we have this subnet here, and we have the mainnet, which we have a smart contract deployed in the mainnet. It's for the checkpointing reason. And we have the relayer, the trustless relayer, who is in charge of uploading the subnet headers to the mainnet. So the relayer listens to the subnet header and encode the header and upload them to the mainnet smart contract. The uploading is through the transaction, so the relayer has to pay the fee, but the XDC gas fee is quite low. It's not a big deal. And the relayer is trustless. This means that anyone can be a relayer, and there may be some adversarial relayer who uploads some invalid header, but it is okay because our smart contract will validate the header first and then store the valid ones and just ignore the invalid headers. And to harness the security level of both the subnet and the mainnet, we have our Wallet Plus. So a Wallet Plus is a wallet for the subnet. Just like a normal wallet, it can submit and confirm subnet transactions. What is more, it can interact with the XDC mainnet through API. It can query that whether the subnet block header is uploaded to the mainnet and whether it is finalized, what is the finalization status of it. So after confirming that transaction or the header that contains the transaction, the block that contains the transaction is finalized in the subnet and also uploaded to the mainnet, our Wallet Plus can provide extra security for transaction confirmation. So let's make a comparison to the other scaling solutions. So for Ethereum, we have many layer 2 solutions. For example, optimistic rollup, ZK rollup. I believe these two are the leading ones. And Avalanche has launched their subnet design as well. And XDC, we have our subnet too. So the Avalanche approach is that their model is that a subset of the mainnet validators will be the subnet's validators. In contrast, in XDC, any customers, any nodes can be the subnet's validators. And our model is that the subnet will be checkpointed on the mainnet. As for scalability, all the solutions are quite good. For the security level, the Ethereum layer 2 solutions, they have only the mainnet level. As far as I know that no Ethereum solutions says anything about their layer 2 security. As for the Avalanche, the security level is only the subnet level, which means that they do not resort to the security level of the mainnet. For XDC, we have both the mainnet and the subnet security level. For the security approach, the Ethereum layer 2 have fraud proof for optimistic rollup, ZK proof for ZK rollups, and for the data availability problem, they have data availability proof, and recently there is this restaking mechanism that is used for data availability proof. Avalanche requires the validators to meet certain requirements to be in subnet, such as the validator should be all located in one country, or they should have some certain level of network connectivity. For XDC, our security approach is that the mainnet keeps an immutable version of the subnet header chain in the smart contract. The smart contract will also validate the headers when they receive them. And all these solutions, they are EVM compatible, and that is good. As for interoperability, which means whether the users can use one account to interact with multiple chains. For Ethereum layer 2, it depends. It depends on whether their solution use the same account model with the Ethereum mainnet. And for Avalanche and XDC, it is good. We have interoperability. For privacy, Ethereum layer 2 solutions, it also depends. Some solutions does not disclose or upload the full transaction data to the mainnet, but some choose to upload the full data. And for Avalanche and XDC, the subnet data is kept inside the subnet. It is never uploaded to the mainnet. Only the header is. So we have privacy. As for sovereignty, Ethereum layer 2 is also depends. As far as I know, all the layer 2 solutions, they run their own layer 2 network. Maybe it's not a network, maybe it's just a single node. So there's no sovereignty in them. And for Avalanche, to be a subnet validator, you have to be the mainnet validator first. So I can say they have only partial sovereignty. As for XDC 2.0, we have a fully or wholly owned subnet, which means we have fully sovereignty. Anyone can run the subnet. And the subnet is standalone from the mainnet. Even the mainnet crashed down, which could never happen, I guess. Your subnet will continue to work. So to summarize, XDC 2.0 provided you another choice for EVM compatible or EVM based dApps, and its advantages include the state-of-the-art consensus engine, which is secure and efficient, and it has the unique and crucial forensic monitoring, ensures that attacking nodes will be slashed, and we have theoretical guarantee for that. And our scaling solution, Subnet, it is sovereign, scalable, customizable, and interoperable. So thank you, and this is all for my talk. And welcome to follow us on Twitter and visit our dev forum, xdc.dev. Thank you.
Check. There we go. So if we have any questions for Gary, raise your hand. Yeah, great. Speak loud, please.
Hey, the name is Alex. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's heavy tech and quite
actually,
interesting.
I cannot hear.
You? Oh, sorry. Now
Thank you.
it should be better, though I can hear myself a bit too loud. So the question is, you said you having immature headers or any case of subnet in validator, which means that in a sense, I can produce amount of subnets and overload the cost of having validator, or how exactly the archiving and storing process happening. Otherwise, the mainnet, it seems a bit exploitable.
Sorry, can you repeat your question? I did not hear it clearly.
Apologize. I mean, you said in sense of security, validator has to have immature headers of the contract. I missed that part actually, or the checkpoint.
Yes, the mainnet smart contract that checkpoints the subnet headers.
Yes. So if someone will want to abuse your mainnet, he can create repeatedly en masse subnets, and validators has to store it. And this way, I do not know, do you have ways to archive overload of this type? What will happen with the mainnet?
Yes, let me try to rephrase your question in my understanding. Thank you for your question. In my understanding, you're saying that what if someone tries to upload like spam or garbage data to the mainnet?
Not exactly. I mean, while you're creating subnet, creating immature header that has to be stored, and you can spam by creating subnets that mainnet and overload it. That's my question. Can you handle it, and what exactly will happen if the case?
Yes. So firstly, the XDC network, the mainnet, its capacity or its ability to support transactions is quite high, and currently the traffic is not that high. So to push the traffic on mainnet to go beyond its capacity, I think it's quite. It takes quite a lot of maybe powers to do that. And also, I think in Ethereum, it's kind of like an unavoidable problem. That is, some transactions is not useful at all, or it can run some smart contract, but it is meaningless, something like that. I think it is unavoidable in any Ethereum-compatible blockchains.
In most cases, I believe yes, but in case of Bitcoin nodes, we know already you have to have a terabyte of bytes in order to maintain it. And the process is infinite. If you have no mechanism to store it, then after 10 years, probably it will be tremendously overloaded.
Yes, but yeah, in the 10-year scale, maybe the data is large. I have not done the calculation, but I want to say that we only upload the header data, which does not include the transaction payloads. So the header is, this means the header is much smaller than the whole block data that includes payloads. And also the data, like data growing or data explosion problem is also some problem that exists in many other blockchains. And actually, I know Ethereum has some solutions tries to solve them, such as proto-dank sharding, something like that.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, give us a few minutes to switch over to the next speaker. Yeah, give him a round of applause. Thank you for Gary, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Here, go ahead and take this. It is live, so just... All right, we're going to get started with our next talk. So we have Mike Grabowski coming to the stage. He works on Web3 at Uniswap. He's the co-founder of CallStack.io, part of the the React Native core team, and building cross-platform. And his talk is TBD? To be determined? Give it up for Mike.
Thank you very much. I think that one is not working. Anyway, hello everybody, and first of all, I really wanted to say thank you very much for coming to everybody who's here, because as you can see, the title of my talk is TBD, so it doesn't really and it doesn't really mean anything. And it's actually one of the very last talks of the day, and I didn't update my slide with Patrick, so you technically took a gamble that it was going to be a great talk. We'll see at the end if that was worth it or not. The good news, though, is that TBD is not what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about Wallet Connect, specifically V2 Wallet Connect, with a revolutionary multi-chain and chain-agnostic features, all that packaged within the Uniswap context. So I'll show you the journey of upgrading Uniswap interface to Wallet Connect V2, as well as some great new features of Wallet Connect. Before we get started, just a quick introduction about me. I'm Mike, and I go by this handle on screen almost everywhere, so it's easy to find. The fun fact is that I came up with this handle when I was really young, so I didn't really think how to pronounce this well in English. So I will not say it, but I'm gonna leave this up to you. So yeah, I work at Uniswap on the app platform team, where our main focus is to support other teams within the Uniswap, as well as product, to be able to innovate faster. We spend a great deal of our time working on infrastructure and libraries, all in the open source, by the way, so I can finally get that GitHub streak going. And I know it doesn't look like it, but I actually used to do quite a lot of open source before Uniswap, just not last year. I spent my last 7 years of professional career working on and with React Native. I remember the day when it first came out, it was such a game changer. That's why I couldn't be more happy when I realized React and React Native were kind of silently dominating the Web3 space. I think it's kind of a standard stack these days, but actually it's a good question to you. So I don't know how many of you are front-end engineers, but how many of you are using React? Raise your hand. Okay, so what everybody else is using? I hope it's not Flutter then, but okay. Anyway, I think it's kind of a standard stack. However, you never know what the audience will say, right? Like, what if you guys said, like, we haven't heard about React? So to prove my point and make this presentation flow, I prepared evidence to prove it. And this is a photo from React Europe 2015, so it's like 7 years ago. And that was like the very first React conference held and organized in Paris. I think it was one of the largest React conferences back then. And you're probably asking yourself what this photo has to do with this conference, except for the fact that I'm standing right there in the middle of the screen, and I only had lightning talk. Actually, there's also Patrick right there, standing, and he happened to be the co-organizer of React Europe. So I kind of highlighted that fact, even though we look different these days, I guess. But as you can see, he's wearing the same t-shirt, like the same color. So that's kind of interesting fact. So anyway, I'm very excited to be doing this talk here, because this was my very first React talk when I was starting my React career. And I just got into Web3, and I'm doing this very first conference in Dubai, and he's organizing it. So I think it's a start of a great career again. So I joined Uniswap last year, and I immediately fell in love with it. I just love the brand, and I know you think I'm biased because I work there, and that's right. But hear me out. I work at many companies, and in fact, I run my own business as well for like 7 years. And it's not every day you see such extreme attention to details, user experience, especially when it comes to designing, testing, and prototyping new features. And my talk is heavily going to be influenced by those designing principles, especially when it comes to how we are rolling out Wallet Connect V2. And by the way, I would say that Uniswap almost reminds me of Apple, but they're not making it easy for us to release the mobile wallet, so I guess we'll skip that part. So take a look at those keywords. And if you're part of some Telegram crypto groups, I'm sure they all look familiar. We have heard probably like all of them today. Now the big question is, do we all have same understanding of their meaning? And I think it's not an easy question. Usually we tend to have different understanding of those terms. And before I got my full-time Web3 job, I was reading a lot of materials online. I was trying to understand what blockchain is. It is quite interesting that I couldn't understand what it was for like 3-4 years, up to a point that I almost gave up this whole Web3 career. Just because every article I was reading, every material I was looking at, like all those different keywords that I couldn't really understand, like what did it mean to, you know, KYC somebody? Like I knew what KYC was as a noun, just not as a verb. That's why now that I got into Web3, I prefer to like make no assumptions and bring like all those topics down to the common ground, and that's what we'll be doing today as well with Wallet Connect. Theoretically, I could show you this snippet right away, which is pretty much taken right from Uniswap codebase. This is how you use Wallet Connect with Uniswap and call it a day. But I'm pretty sure this makes little to no sense to you at this point, and you can quote me later, of course. I guarantee this will become much clearer when we finish this talking about like, I guess 20 minutes. So what are we going to be talking about today? First, we'll have a high-level DApp architecture. This is actually quite bright. I didn't think about it before. Anyway, we're going to talk about high-level DApp and wallet architecture, how these things play together. Then we're going to take a look at Wallet Connect V2 and all the features. And at the end, I'll walk you through the upgrade process of Uniswap to V2, and we will see a cool demo as well. So let's start with the DApp architecture. You know, while there are many different dApps out there, like decentralized exchanges, mobile wallets, decentralized social media platforms, there's one thing they all have in common, and that thing is a client, such as, you know, Uniswap web application. And that client wants to connect to a network like mainnet or a platform like Ethereum to do some stuff, query some data, and maybe submit transactions. On a technical side, what happens is your application connects to Ethereum blockchain through RPC node to RPC node. RPC node is a special kind of node on a blockchain that, you know, accepts incoming data and can serve your requests. And that connection happens via a provider, and provider is usually exposed by a wallet just because certain transactions need to be signed or pretty much verified it's you. And there's different types of providers. Typically, we have three. It's injected provider, Wallet Connect provider, and JSON RPC provider. Injected provider, as the name suggests, it's injected. We'll talk about it in a second, usually by browser extensions such as MetaMask, Coinbase. I don't know if Ethereum has browser extension. That might be my mistake. But another one is Wallet Connect provider. That's been working with wallets that are running outside of your browser context, such as Uniswap mobile app, Rainbow, Trust Wallet. And the last one is JSON RPC provider for advanced use cases that we're going to see as well. That's where you usually have private keys and you're connecting with something like third-party Web3 out service. So this is injected provider. Like I said, it's a provider injected into your browser context, usually available under window.ethereum. Other browser wallets quickly adopted this pattern and started using it as well. It's pretty much the de facto standard of how to design a secure browser extension wallet. So what MetaMask team did is they quickly redesigned their API to provide this detect provider method that will tell you what kind of provider you have and provide like unified interface for accessing the injected providers. Since the wallet is already injected and installed, there is no additional configuration needed. So as you can see, as soon as we detect provider, we can request accounts or any data from the blockchain without additional configuration. But then there is also Wallet Connect provider, and this one is different. First of all, it's named Ethereum provider, and we will talk about that later. But next, unlike injected provider, it has to be initialized with some parameters and then connected to your wallet through a certain session. And this is because wallets like Uniswap or Trust cannot inject anything to your browser context because, well, they're running on your mobile device. And as a result, there needs to be a connection between them that can make this whole thing working, and that's what Wallet Connect does with this beautiful QR code that I'm pretty sure you've all seen at least once in your Web3 career, and today counts as well, so I guess the answer is yes. So we scan this code, we authorize the connection, and then our mobile wallet and our dApp is authorized, and there is a session, so it's all working. How is it working? Like on this beautiful diagram, under the hood, it's actually from the dojo, toz.io, by the way, and the diagram is pretty self-explanatory, but just to go through it. Once you scan the QR code, the whole infrastructure, by the way, is built on top of the bidirectional WebSocket server, which is called Wallet Connect Relay Server. What happens is you scan the QR code and it establishes like a session through that WebSocket server, so it's like kind of like a chat infrastructure. Once you scan the QR code, once you approve that transaction, the session is established, and any other subsequent message like send transaction is sent through the JSON RPC to your wallet through, what happens at first hits the relay server contacts your mobile app through push notification. You open up the push notification, your wallet signs the message, sends it to blockchain, and sends back the result through the WebSocket server to your client. So that's pretty much what happens as per this screen. The last provider is static JSON RPC provider, which is the lowest level of abstraction as we can go. It works together with a signer like a wallet from Ether's project that can sign transaction locally given private keys. It's often used by self-custodial wallets, so when building something like a wallet and having access to private keys, this is the one that you can use. Is this useful in any other cases? Yes, like I said before, if you're building a dApp and you wanted to, I don't know, let your users connect with social media accounts, there is a service called Web3 Auth where you can do just this thing and you receive private keys that you can then use to create a wallet and make the signer object and then continue signing transactions. At the end of the day, all providers follow the EIP 1193 standard that defines provider API and the lifecycle. This is to promote wallet interoperability and just make it easier to work across different clients. As part of the standard, we have request method that allows us to pretty much query on-chain, query for on-chain data through that RPC node. It's async as per the type definition, and it returns promise with whatever is the data. There are also some other methods available and constraints as part of this Ethereum protocol. We're not going to be diving that deep, but I recommend you check it out if you want to learn how does this thing work under the hood. Pretty much the best way to learn Ethereum, React Native, or anything is just go through the spec and all those RFCs, pretty cool stuff. So while all providers follow an EIP 1193, there's still little differences across them, pretty much because of the way the underlying architecture works, doesn't just fall into one standard. For example, MetaMask is injected into your browser, so because of that, it's already initialized with RPC URLs and stuff like that. So all you have to do is you just detect it and just start querying the data. With Wallet Connect provider, you have to initialize it, establish the session through the QR code. So there is a bit more work. With JSON RPC provider, you kind of don't have to do anything. So the point I'm trying to make is that those differences can be especially challenging when you're building UI like this, which is Uniswap Connect Wallet model, where you have different connectors. And at Uniswap, we support MetaMask, Coinbase Wallet, and Wallet Connect by default. Each one of them has its own quirks and features, so in order for us to offer the best user experience, we have to make sure that we handle each wallet independently. That's why we created Web3 React, which has a very minimal and extensible API for connecting to blockchain. It also has a collection of React hooks, such as UseChain ID, use accounts for just making it easy for you to integrate with React. It abstracts the provider away so that when you're building your application, you can focus on making a nice reusable interface using a abstracted away connector rather than accessing that wallet connect that, as you can see, is there right inside. So thanks to this minimal API, it is a very stable library that doesn't really require much maintenance, to the point that we actually didn't have to release much fixes since the very first time we released it. And as a result, we never moved it out of beta. So I was like, this is a great idea. Let's drop the beta right now. So I'm happy to say that to all of you that you have like insider info, given the number of you on this stage, that we're dropping beta, and Web3 React will now be moving out of beta. So one checkbox is that. I'm hoping we get through them all till the end of the talk. So there's a bunch of fixes and features as part of not Wallet Connect 2.0, but Web3 React. But there is one that I wanted to get your attention specifically, which is upgrading to Wallet Connect V2. So let's talk about that now. How many of you have seen this QR code before? Okay. Okay. So not many, but this is kind of expected. So this is what Wallet Connect V2 model looks like. As you can see, the QR code is still at its center, but it's fancy, it's new, has theming options and capabilities. So what are the new features coming up apart from the visuals? And just one more comment on the fact that you didn't see it. I just wanted to kind of emphasize on the general philosophy that we have together with Wallet Connect team. We're trying to make this upgrade as seamless as possible. Wallet Connect V2 is not backwards compatible, so we're working all together behind the scenes trying to make it a seamless process for you. So the reason why you didn't see it before is that we were trying to make it as quick, as smooth as that. When it finally happens, when it's deprecated in June 28th, 2023, you will all immediately see it, but everything is going to work just fine. So this is the release date. We'll see what happens. And so the reason they're not compatible is that those QR codes are different. Like I didn't really pay much attention to the QR code shape before at all, but it is easy to see the difference, and the difference is with the payload, so they're not compatible. But the Wallet Connect V2 compatible wallet can read the V1 QR code. So the only problem is that V1 wallets and V1 dApps cannot work with the V2 QR code. So As soon as all the wallets like Uniswap, Trust, Rainbow upgrade to Wallet Connect V2, dApps, so you developing dApps can start upgrading to V2 as well without risking your users not being able to use V2. If you were to now go to any application that were using Wallet Connect V2 with, let's say, Rainbow Wallet or Uniswap mobile wallet, that wouldn't work. So it's just something you have to keep in mind. For my testing, I'm using Trust Wallet because they were like one of the very first to ship it. So what are the great features? There's lots of great features, as you can see, but we're not going to be talking about these. If you are interested in these features, you can check out the Wallet Connect official blog post about this release on their website. Pairing session separation is really cool. Just imagine not having to scan QR code each time. That is a pretty cool thing. We're going to talk about mostly chain-agnostic interface and multi-chain support, something that I think will have huge impact on like the general UX of how we work with dApps in general. So I wanted to show you a quick demo of how does it look right now on Uniswap. As you can see, you scan the QR code, you approve it, of course, then you can change networks. And as you start changing networks, you have to approve this change request every time. So I think this is pretty standard workflow. I don't really have to bring something new here. However, what I wanted to show you now is how this could look like once V2 is rolled out everywhere by showing you the preview of Uniswap running V2. So the QR code is different right now. We are scanning it with Trust Wallet. As you can see, I had to approve all the chains. And now, as soon as I start changing chains, there is nothing I have to sign. So you can forget about your wallet and just keep working like you were using the single chain. So the biggest difference is that there is no chain change request to be approved because that happened initially at the very first thing. That's what maybe you have seen, but in case you didn't, I can go one step back and show you. You will see on the left side, you will see there's like 5 chains on the model right there. So that's what happens here. Right, so let's talk about the upgrade path and how you can make this all happen, because that sounds like something that is not backwards compatible, so it probably means that there is a lot of work to be done. Thanks to Web3 React, there is actually not much work that has to be done. Of course, there is like 3 lines added of code and some if handling, but that's pretty much it. So believe it or not, it's just this. So I was like, is this the very first time there's going to be an upgrade that doesn't really have like breaking changes? Turns out not. It's the opposite. And then this is where the actual work happened. This is the Web3 React Wallet Connect V2 upgrade PR, which is like the biggest PR of my life. It has like over 150 comments. And by the way, none of them are nitpicks. It's like huge discussions. Honestly, this was like bigger than any PR that I've done to React Native. And we shipped some fundamental features before anyway. So it's worth checking out if you are like curious how those things work under the hood, but for time being, I'm just gonna skip it and focus on like high-level things here. So we already know that provider is where the connection between your dApp and your wallet happens in order to connect to RPC node and blockchain. So let's start here. And Wallet Connect V2 brings 2 types of providers instead of just one. First one being Ethereum provider that we've seen before, and second one universal provider, which is where the magic happens. So let's start with the first one, because that sounds like something you may want to use right away. So if you're building on Ethereum and you're looking for a drop-in replacement, of course, Ethereum provider is something that you should look at. It is a EIP 1193 compatible provider, so you can expect all those request on and remove listener methods to be available for you to use right away. It is pretty much just like MetaMask, injected provider or Wallet Connect V1 provider, and the name is pretty much self-explanatory. As a result, as you can tell from this div, of course, excluding all this session and management handling, which had different properties because, like I said, the pairing session separation happened. As you can see, we're still using the same request, and we are still passing same method and parameters in order to change the actual chain. You may be thinking, why do we change chains if I said this was going to be multi-chain, right? The reason is simple. It's because of the EIP 1193 specification, which says that each request has to be addressed against a specific arbitrary chain. So TLDR is that even if you're having multi-chain session under the hood, you have to have higher level abstraction that is using a single chain on top of it. So in practice, it means that there is a special case wallet switch Ethereum chain within Wallet Connect V2, which, as you can see, is not calling RPC. It's just changing the default chain internally inside the code base. So it mimics this behavior, but it's not really doing anything actually with the actual wallet. It's setting the default chain to use. Handle switch chain is calling this set default chain. So what happens is that this default chain will be later reused for subsequent requests. And as you can see, you cannot really change it. The request method has some arguments, and these arguments are passed as first argument to the request on signer, but second argument is always hard-coded to the default wallet, so even if you were to change it, you cannot, you have to go through this life cycle, which is what the IP 1193 tells you to do, to follow this life cycle. If your use case required something more advanced, like multi-chain support, and you didn't want to change chains every time, you could look into universal provider, which is what Ethereum provider uses under the hood. So we can think of it as Ethereum provider is this easy to use compatible provider, but for advanced use cases, you can go with the universal provider. So let's look at that one right now. As the name suggests, it's universal, so it's less constrained to a specific blockchain and doesn't really follow Ethereum specification. That's why it can offer multi-chain and chain agnostic interface. So first thing you will notice is that in order to connect to Polygon, which is this first element in array, 137 is the chain ID of Polygon mainnet, and in order to connect to Ethereum mainnet, you have to pass a namespaces object, and then you have to use EIP 155 for Ethereum, and then maybe other namespaces for other blockchains. If you're wondering where these are coming from, there is a specification for it. It's called chain agnostic. It's led by Wallet Connect team as well, and it's coordinating efforts across different networks to establish a chain agnostic interface. Thanks to that, we can really have a very nice, elegant interface, because let's say we want to add Cosmos to the table, so we can declare a new namespace. In this case, the namespace for Cosmos is Cosmos as well, and we can specify an array of methods, an array of chains. And you are probably now wondering what this methods has to do. Is that something that pretty much tells us the available RPC methods? Not quite. When you're using Ethereum provider, you're not thinking about it, because that's already configured for you, but it's just something that you can keep in mind. The methods array lets you specify the methods that should be called against your wallet. Everything else goes straight to RPC. So let's imagine that we were to call ETH sign transaction. That should go to methods array, otherwise it will not go through the wallet and will not be signed by you. So we are actually setting the methods that we want to read through the wallet, and the rest goes straight to the RPC. So that's pretty much what this is doing. So now that we have configured our provider, we can start requesting different things. And as you can see, the first thing you will notice is that request from universal provider has slightly different shape. It is not method name and arguments. It's an object that accepts method name and arguments. And you have second one, which is chain ID, with the namespace, by the way. So don't take it well, like don't pass numbers here. And as you can see, we can have one request after another, or maybe in parallel, to different chains without executing a chain switch. And thanks to that, we can seamlessly switch them on per request basis. But I'm not sure if you have noticed that the way this thing is set up is that both chains are required, right? So in order for the session, Wallet Connect session to go through and be established, your wallet has to support both Cosmos and Ethereum EVM compatible chains like Polygon and Ethereum. But what if it didn't? Right? Like that doesn't seem like a good idea for your app to pretty much reject connection if it's not supported. So while it's good to have ability to change chains when building a dApp, like let's say you were building a decentralized exchange, for example, and you wanted to support different EVM compatible chains like Polygon, Arbitrum, or Optimism, sure, that's fine. You can pass all those chains here, but what if my wallet doesn't support one of them? Yeah, like you shouldn't reject the connection, right? That just doesn't make any sense. Thankfully, just like you have namespaces object, you also have optional namespaces object. So everything that is not required by your dApp to work, but is something that is a added functionality, can go to optional namespaces, and then it will be optional, not required. And similarly, you could consider putting all of them into optional namespaces. You know, I think this is fascinating from the UX perspective. Just imagine that you were going to Uniswap and you were having all those, you have all those chains in the chain selector. Like, how do we go about choosing which are required and which are optional from your like UX standpoint? So I think unless you're building a truly multi-chain application that requires like both Polygon maybe and Solana to work, I think this is fair question to answer. And the point I'm making is that these are like, there's more questions like this. You know, like what should happen to the chain selector? How do we show an active chain if it's an array now? Because there is no single chain right now, there's an array now. So how do we change our interface to reflect those changes? Not easy questions, and I consider them really fascinating because, you know, I think that we're entering this beautiful era in Web3 development where we get an opportunity like nobody before to answer and work on those fundamental questions. It's like, you know, imagine you were just starting JavaScript development and TypeScript development. Like these things are already done. There is unlikely you can contribute to something meaningful to JS standard these days. We have classes, optional chaining, and all that stuff. It's all done. Same with React Native, right? It's not like React Native 7 years ago where, you know, the getting started experience was very rough and you could innovate. But this is what's happening right now. You can pretty much innovate right now because we are reinventing those things, and this is really fascinating. We'll be answering those questions, of course, internally, and as soon as we figure them out, we'll be sharing them with you as well, and you will probably notice them when the UI changes. But before we close it off, I actually think these are great questions, and I want you to think about them later today, maybe later this week. And I have something very special to make you even more inspired, and it's related, of course, to our beautiful mobile wallet. Just for those of you who haven't seen this mobile wallet, it's our latest product, which is a essence of Uniswap UX right at your fingertips. You can check different charts, search for any token, seamlessly swap across L1, L2 networks, everything real time with push notifications. The UI is really beautiful. There's only one problem. You cannot get it right now because it's not, well, not in the App Store yet. Apple is not making it easy. So what we did is we are rolling it out through TestFlight to a selected number of, limited number of test users because you cannot really onboard a lot of people. But we really wanted to start rolling out the access across different community events. So I figured, like, since I think I'm the only employee of Uniswap working in this region, especially Dubai, actually live here, so that sounded like a good idea to have something special for you, which is early access to Uniswap mobile wallet. Only 50 seats available, so I think pretty much everybody here in this room counts in, so you should quickly scan the code before it's gone and play around with it. In case you didn't make it happen or you cannot make it happen, and by the way, this is going live, so everybody watching live stream, you should hurry up because everybody's like holding phones right now here, unless the live streaming guys cut out the QR code to make it easier for everybody here. Anyway, if you couldn't make it, check out our GitHub. We have this Uniswap mobile code up there. You can play around with it. You can try running it yourself and check all sorts of different things. And also join our Discord where we can discuss it as well. And I think with that in mind, you know, we can kind of close it off. So thank you very much and a happy ETHDubai.
Give it up for Mike. So if you have questions for Mike, we're a little bit running late for the panel, so catch him as he comes off stage with any questions. And thank you again, Mike.
Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being so brave, still here at 6. I know we're standing between you and the networking and some beers, so we'll try to make this as interesting as possible. So my name is Emily from Chain Security. We do smart contract audits, and we curated this panel today because we really wanted to have kind of a perspective of security that is both with auditors and with projects, because we know sometimes auditors recommend things that are not super practical. It's not possible to get 5 audits before launching and waiting indefinitely. So this is why we have the perspective of the founders and the auditors today. So thank you so much. I'm going to invite Krinza to join me on stage, who's going to be your moderator for this panel. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't want to try to attempt all of their names, so I'll just have them here. Okay, awesome.
We're sharing the mic again.
Awesome, so we're all settled. I think this is going to be a very fun discussion because, see, all of these people here, they're like super, like a giga brain or whatever we call them. And I have zero knowledge about security, so I'll keep it on a very basic level. Before we even I'll start asking questions. If you're a developer, just raise your hand. Okay, interesting.
They're mostly lying.
Are you guys from security or VCs or like any? Okay, interesting, so they have money, right? So people who have money, I think they have a lot to lose. And especially, I feel like I've seen security issues, all of the hacks, all of the exploits, as a soft ground for all of the people who are like skeptical about this space because they see gains, right? They'll be like, okay, $12 million drained. So they're like, now I have to get into Web3 because there's money. So I feel like security hacks, I mean, that's sad. But then at the end of the day, it's onboarding a lot of new users into this space and try it out because there's money, right? So, I mean, okay, before we start talking about all of this stuff, let's do a quick round of introduction. I know you all know them, but starting with you.
Sure. Hey, this one? Yeah, that's working. Andre Cronje, I one of the original co-founders of Phantom, eventually came on the board of directors there in Phantom Foundation. Launched Yearn Finance, which is a yield aggregator on Ethereum and has launched on a few other chains. After that, Keeper Network, and now just full-time back to Phantom, focusing on the base layer stuff. I have been pretty fortunate, actually, in terms of my DeFi stuff. Hasn't been any major incidents, but yeah, I mean, it's a hard space. So anyway, over to my next.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. My name's Torgen. I'm an auditor at Chain Security. Yeah, super interested in smart contract security, but also like DeFi and MEV base layer stuff. Also focusing on like multi-block MEV recently. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Omar. I'm co-founder and CEO of DCurity, security audit firm, and I've been doing security audits and pen tests pretty much all my life.
Everyone, I'm Mudit Gupta. I'm CISO at Polygon. I take care of everything related to security there.
Hello, my name is Torkel. I'm a researcher at Scroll. I mostly do protocol research and complain about things on Twitter.
Hi guys, my name is Igor. Working in crypto and DeFi space for a while. Started to order my first security audit back in 2017. I think worked with like around 20 companies, ordered smart contract audits, infrastructure audits, ZK Snark audits, like compliance audits, all type of audits. So I'm kind of representing the side of kind of founder, which is very interested from the like getting as more secure as possible. So far, we didn't have any major hacks in the protocol we built, yeah, would like to share my experience with that.
Awesome, awesome. But I think I'm like super curious to know your stories. Like, how did you get into security? Because like personally, I feel I understand the importance of security and all of that. Like all of the experts should be there. to audit our codes and all of that. But then it's super boring stuff. Like when you hear security and like, blah, like, don't talk to me, right? So is this something that a lot of people are born naturally with, or like they're like, oh, we want to be hacker? Or did you get inspired by a movie? Like what happened?
I think that's for you auditors. That's definitely not for me, so.
I mean, I can go start. Like, I have an interesting villain origin story, I'd say. So I was a good guy doing my regular dev work, launching products and everything. So one product took off. I was still in high school, and then one of these bullies came in and hacked it. And then I was like, fuck, I gotta be the bully. So that's how I got into security. And I made sure, like, next time if anything is being hacked, I'm on the other side. And that's how I started.
Yeah, I think for me it was when I was learning about DeFi and I saw what a flash loan on Aave was. That was like totally mind-blowing to me. And then obviously the first question I ask myself is like, how can you do this to fuck up other stuff? So yeah, for me it's not boring at all. I think it's really fun to like think about the different edge cases and like how you can maybe use protocols in ways that they weren't intended, especially when there's like new capabilities such as a flash loan that you can take advantage of.
That's any more interesting stories?
Well, it's boring until it doesn't, right? So as Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan until they have punch in the face, right? So that's important to be prepared, right? So without being like interested in this topic, without like actively researching and understanding hacks, without being like standing and thinking as a hacker but not being one, right? It can be boring. But when you're in this position, when you explore a lot, then it's not boring at all, right?
Yeah, also I might add that you asked if you have to be born to it.
I mean, yeah, like some people born with like, oh, we want to do, like, I want to be a hacker because it's cool.
Yeah, well, many people, for me personally, I started as a kid, so many of people I know started as children in high school, but I think that you don't have to be born to it, but it's very hard to think as a developer and at the same time to think as a hacker. So those are completely different paradigms in your head, and you have to be crazy and bipolar to at the same time to be a good developer and a good hacker.
For me, I view security from the protocol side. So you can design the best protocol ever with the best features ever, but if you don't fully secure it and there's a bug somewhere that drains all the funds, then everything that you've put, all the effort that you put into designing that thing is just wasted. So it's not boring from that perspective because it keeps you up at night thinking, oh, am I going to get hacked tomorrow or no?
Interesting. I think you raise a really good point. You mentioned that like a developer could either be developing something or like pretend to be a hack or like learn something kind of like in that zone, right? But I feel like, so there's a gap in the industry. Like a lot of, I've been meeting like a lot of companies who are doing smart contract auditing and all of that stuff. But what they're struggling with is the talent. They're saying that we don't have enough people doing all of these work, right? So as a developer, if I want to take proactive measures of like learning to like understanding like security and how it works, like what kind of exploit happens, like where do I start with? What are the right kind of resources? Doing panel works.
So I went through this journey myself, and the fact is there aren't good resources. It's better now, I have to admit, than it was, and there's more tools now. But like even a lot of the automated tools. So you start, right? You know nothing about security, and you wrote some code, and now the first thing you start doing is you start Googling security frameworks or testing frameworks or apps and stuff, and maybe you come across like Mifex or Manticore or some of those stuff. Great tools, but if you don't know security, you don't understand what those tools are telling you in the first place. So You run it through your code and you get an output and you have no idea what the stuff means in any case, and then you have to go try and figure that stuff out. I think it's hard to get into, like unless you have to always, it's any skill set, you know, like it's very hard to start, and then when you get the ball rolling it gets easier and you start thinking about it, but it's a very different way of thinking about how you even code. Like antagonistic coding, there's primary best case scenario, and that's great, but like that's not 99% of what you actually code against is the security stuff. But I think it's hard for new devs right now, and I mean if you want, I don't know if it's still the case, I haven't done an audit in a while, but I mean, you know, 2 years ago when I was trying to get an audit, it's like, oh, okay, we have a spot for you in 13 months from now if you prepay 50% extra bonus now to secure your position. And it's like, okay, I guess I'll just sit around and wait for a year. So I don't know if the scene's different. I mean, you guys will know better than me currently, but I mean, it was incredibly hard to be security conscious when the tools and the accessibility and the material isn't there.
100% agree. Like, education content around security specifically is lacking. That is why, like, I started, even did some videos, did blog posts, did Twitter feeds, because I faced the same problems. Like, when I started learning security, specifically the blockchain niche security, there's almost no content. It's as if like people are trying to hold on to their like advantage of being, or it used to be like, just if someone knows security in this space, they just hold on to that information tight. Nobody else can compete with me. Now all of these audit companies and everyone is starting to share more around their techniques and more educational processes as the competition increases. But yeah, like 2 years ago, as Andre mentioned, if you are getting into security, it was super, super, super hard. And that's also why like it didn't scale as much. They weren't. Now there are a bunch of great auditing firms, but if you look at it 2-3 years ago, in the last bull cycle, 17-18 bull cycle, there was almost no reputable firm doing it. There was Trailbits, Open Zeppelin had just started, and there was like not many smart contract security auditing firms there. Now there are more. There is more content being accessible. It's still hard. We are trying to solve it. Like at Polygon, I can tell you, we have some internal resources now that we are polishing. So every dev that gets hired internally goes through that training. So they have at least baseline knowledge of security. We will be releasing that to the open source when it is polished enough to be presentable. And like I hope everyone else would contribute and whatever like trainings they are doing, or even if they are not doing, they can contribute to content we have. And hopefully we'll be able to build a better future where there is security content more accessibly available for those who want it.
Interesting. I think also when we talk about being a founder, right, I think there's a kind of decision making that goes into choosing like which way to go for in terms of the trade-off, right? So there's security, scalability, decentralization. So what happens really, like this is my observation, like a lot of company is prioritizing, especially in Web3, a lot of companies prioritize on shipping fast. Like that has been the narrative, like ship fast, get feedback, iterate, and like ship again. But I think during this entire process, what we fail to understand is that we are not considering the security aspect. I mean, it's not necessary for all kind of dApps and all kind of protocol, but there are edge cases, there are use cases where security is mandatory, right? How did you approach? I know, like I've asked this question before, but I wanna, like, I would love for you to like give that. I'm waiting for that one line, you know, but yeah.
Anyone else? I can go on that again, I guess. So there are mostly two types of people in this space. I'm the third type, but we'll come back to later. One is people who test in production. We have a bunch of them here. The other are who just say like are very theoretical, would publish 100 research papers, but won't launch smart contract support on their chain for 5 years. And just keep focusing on security.
I think I know whom you're talking about.
Yeah, but so yeah, the space is split between two. But in reality, it has to be in between. Like security is not a check mark. You can't just say, oh, I did an audit, I'm secure, check mark, move forward. No, it's really a sliding scale. You start from 0, and then you keep working on it, and you get that slider up. And the thing is, you get declining results. Like the first $10,000 you spend on security are gonna get you more result than the next $100,000 you spent. So based on the size of your project, the risk you are taking, it's all about risk management. You have to like decide how much time and resources you can spend on security. It shouldn't be 0, and it shouldn't be 90% of your time. It should be somewhere middle that has to come from your risk management.
Interesting. What about other projects? Like you have been working with like a couple of other projects as well, like all of you. Like how do you see a lot, like what's the trend? Like do people prefer, or like decision makers or leadership teams prefer speed over decentralization or speed over security? Like what's the trend there?
Speed. Like, like without doubt. It's like, I mean, everything, everybody is trying to rush to launch as fast as possible to claim that they're first, even though at the end of the day, in a couple of years, nobody will remember who was first, who was second, etc. And I think that in a lot of cases, not enough thought is put into security. It's like, yeah, let's ship, and then let's put some multi-sig, something that can theoretically help us solve some bugs and like, or like limit the fallback from certain exploits. But other than that, it's just like, yeah, it's just a race to who launches first and then figures out how to decentralize and secure the protocol later.
Yeah, I think it's a very big security trade-off to have upgradable contracts, right? Like if your contracts are upgradable, then of course you can always iterate more and fix bugs and so on. But kind of the whole idea is that we're building like decentralized systems, and if you have one single multi-sig that can just rug everything, it's not great. So I think this is actually something that has become a topic more over the last couple months. And especially recently we saw a case where someone was actually forced to use their multi-sig rights that they had given themselves to upgrade a contract to steal funds from a hacker in this case, but like they could have stolen funds from anyone, right? And they were compelled by a court order to do that, like they didn't even want to do it from themselves. But because they had the power, they were forced to use that power, right? So in this case, the team didn't want to do it, but something else forced them to. You know, they could have also had their keys stolen or whatever. There's many ways that these multi-sigs can maybe act in ways that the team doesn't want, even if those people are honest. So yeah, I think it's a very big trade-off that should be considered a lot. And also, if possible, you should only make the parts upgradable that really need to be upgradable, right? Instead of just the whole thing, which is the easy way to go about it. But yeah, it comes with a lot of problems.
Interesting. I really want to talk about exploits, right? That's an interesting topic. So, like we know like the kind of exploit that has been happening, but I want to learn more about new kind of exploit. Hackers are getting smarter, right? I mean, you're, of course, like you're trying to build smarter systems, smarter architectures, smarter infrastructures, but then hackers are like, okay, we are in a competition. So what are some kind of new, are there any new trends emerging in terms of kind of exploit? You're like, okay, wow. Like, okay, this is, I mean, sometimes, you know, I've noticed that a lot of big exploits are emerged from like a very little mistake, like very basic mistakes. So what are those mistakes and how you can make sure that you're double checking on that?
This is less about exploits. So I'll get onto that at one point. But I think a mistake a lot of teams make, and I myself have made, is if you had a code base and you had it audited, and you had it dynamically analyzed, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like the second you make a change, it's no longer audited. It stopped being audited. It doesn't matter how small that change is. If any amount of code is affected, you have now a completely zero audited protocol. And we've seen a lot of exploits lately because of that assumption that I change something that doesn't affect the main code base, so it's fine, I don't have to review it. On the exploit topic, I think what's been nice, not nice, but like cool to see, is it used to be programmatic level exploits. So what I mean by that is like, let's safe math overflow or stuff like that. And then at some point it changed to very like economic level exploits, where it's more about like, oh, I'm going to use this thing to then prop up that and then do that thing. And it's shifting more and more from code level to business logic level even. And that's almost more dangerous, you know, because like code level exploits, I think right now are pretty well documented and like good understood, and there's good information out of there. But even if you protect against all of them, your business logic exploits can still destroy you just as easily.
Yeah, I think these economic types of exploit is the most novel thing that exists in the Web3 security. But overall, I don't think we'll see anything new in principle, because the cybersecurity isn't 5 years old, it's like 30 years old. So everything has been classified. There are taxonomies of vulnerabilities. So more or less all those new exploits lie in one or another category of the known weaknesses. But yeah, they look very different in the new technology stack.
There's one new one I think we're going to see, which I think you can comment on, but I think we haven't seen the ZK exploit start yet, and that's coming.
Yeah, we have zero knowledge about ZK exploit.
I just want to add that from my experience, when like new technologies emerging, right, there is a big field for exploits, right? Let's start for bridges, right? So when bridges started, we had a lot of exploits with bridges. Now we have a lot of adoption of ZK, and if we think about computations and rush for being the first ZK EVM launched, we can have some incorrect state transitions, which can lead to similar type of exploits as with bridges, right? The problem with ZK is that it's very, very, very hard to find auditors, right? It's like almost impossible. So there are like a handful of developers, and that's a big problem for the industry, right? Actually, I remember quite similar in like early 2017 when we tried to find smart contract auditors. There were some people who called themselves smart contract auditors, but we have to try a lot. And at that time, I remember that like hiring an auditor was also a way to educate yourself about Solidity, because they basically give you some best practices. At that time, we worked with Roman Storm, and he said like, okay, can we get like one more auditor, because like I want to learn something new, right? That was like an educational path for us. So to summarize, I think from ZK Technologies we will see a lot of new exploits.
On that, I can give some knowledge about zero knowledge exploits, all the jokes aside. So at the end of the day, it comes down to risk management, everything. But on the ZK side, we categorize potential exploits or bugs in two baskets. One is execution level, the other is prover level. The execution level are the ones you have to be scared about, super scared about, because those are like invalid state transitions, for example. Like, for example, someone transfers $100 to, like Alice transfers $100 to Bob, and Bob ends up getting 1,000 instead of 100. That's a state level bug. That's an execution bug. That's super dangerous. The other are prover level sort of, and those we qualify where like the person does something that we cannot support, we don't know how to do it, and the program just stops. So in this case, nothing bad happens, it just stops. It just goes offline, let's say. So this is also critical because you don't want a blockchain system to be offline, but it's not as bad as invalid state transition because it's nothing happens silently and just keeps going. You know, oh, something wrong happened. Now we can fix it. We can use our multi-sigs if we added them or whatever, and then relaunch. And why I brought in last comment, risk management is because if you try to prevent 100% of the bugs, you will never launch. You will never have a product out. Our ideology, especially with ZKVM, it's launching on 27 March, is we avoid 100% of execution level bugs. We are working on formal verification. We have first tests, a lot of them, manual tests, audits, everything. We have confidence that there's not going to be any execution level bugs. We have high confidence that we are hoping there won't be any prover level bug as well, but we have it's all about layers of security. We have layers there. We are ready to have a scenario where someone mistakenly or intentionally finds a prover level bug, and then we know how to respond and get it all working. So it's all about layers and risk management. We are accepting that risk and we are mitigating it by having fallback options to that scenario.
So I think compared to a lot of other use cases for ZK, in our use case and in Polygon's use case as well, one advantage is that even if a hack happens, it's transparent. So if there's a bug, you know what's been exploited. Because, for example, in something like Zcash, it might have been exploited 20 times already, but none of us know just because it's all private. Actually, they discovered a bug a few years ago that allowed you to spend more than you should, but we just have to trust the researchers who discovered it, that it was never actually exploited in real life. But on top of that, what we can do for zero-knowledge rollup specifically is we can use a concept known as multi-provers, where you use different proof systems or even different types of proofs to basically double check whether the state transition happened correctly. So for example, there's a proposal by Justin Drake to use SGX as a backup for zero knowledge proofs. And then if both of them agree on the same state, then the contract proceeds. And if they don't agree, the contract stops. And then you let the governance or whatever figure out what to do next. And that way, the worst case scenario is the contract basically stops functioning for some time, which for the vast majority of the use cases is not as catastrophic as having like $1 billion being stolen from the protocol.
Yeah, and also since we are talking about ZK, which is essentially associated with privacy, I want to understand what's the difference between security and privacy, and is there an overlap?
I can get started. Yeah, so they are two completely separate things. The common factor is that a lot of security guys actually understand why privacy is important and vouch for it, but technically speaking, they are separate. Everyone should care about their privacy. Everyone should care about security as well. The overlap really, as I said, people who work in security can understand how easy it is to expose someone's privacy. Some people think that they are anon and building in the space anonymously, so they are fine from everything. But if you actually do InfoSec and you know how to dig information about people, you can very easily dox 99% of the anon people here in this industry. So privacy is super important. It is a right for everyone, but at the same time, it's a hot, controversial topic because it's always a fight between regulators and individuals. Individuals want privacy, regulators don't want privacy, but privacy is a fundamental right. Regulators can't override a fundamental right. So everyone keeps finding one way or another to get to it. For example, the ban on Tornado Cash by the governments. They didn't say it's private, so we are banning it. They said, oh, you're laundering money with it, so we are banning it. They didn't put someone in jail because they wrote some code and wrote mathematics. They are alleging that this person did money laundering, helped state nations to launder money, and that's why they are bad. So I'm not sure what's true, but the main point is that everyone, the government, who are whoever is against privacy, they try to act as they are stopping bad things. They are not actually against privacy, but it's a fight. We'll have to keep fighting and struggling.
Well, I would like to add that privacy tools were used as an exit point for hackers, right? It was used a lot. If we can reduce the number of bad actors using privacy tools, then we can make privacy more acceptable for legit use cases, right? So that's what we're working on, for example. I mean,
yeah, makes sense. The counterpoint to that is that it's no different from traditional finance. If you just look at the news, like all of these big banks are processing trillions of dollars of laundered money every year, and they make $1 billion in profit from that and get fined $5 million. So they keep doing it anyway. So it's no different. Like KYC and AML have come like failed.
There is a difference though, because the banking system, of course, is used for money laundering, but it doesn't have an intrinsic value that is specific to money laundering. But privacy tools do have.
That's the wrong thing to say about that. That's where if you either you don't understand privacy there, or you're just focusing on one bit. People don't go ahead and shower naked like everywhere. Like privacy is important. Even if you are buying a gift for your friend, you want it to be private. You're buying some niche thing, you might want it to be. I don't want any one of these guys to know I own anything. Like nobody like. If you are good in OPSEC and you know security, you don't want. If you are in a dodgy area, you don't want anyone to know you have money on you at any time. Like I don't want anyone ever to be knowing my net worth. I'm happy to pay my taxes, and I'm happy to share all of those regulated, audited reports with whoever wants, but I don't want some random guy walking on the street judging me by the net worth I have or anything like that.
I think when people say that, oh yeah, privacy, hackers, it's mostly used for money laundering, I look at it the same way you would look at email like 25 years ago. Email was mostly used by scammers, like Nigerian princes, etc., etc. It was just full of scammers 25, 30 years ago. But by educating the public and by making it more accessible to people, now emails are mostly used for things that are useful, actually, not just like receiving loads of spam from some weird websites that you never want to go to. And the same thing here, I think while a lot of new use cases are always first adopted by nefarious characters, as things get adopted by more and more people, those nefarious characters become like a minor percentage of the overall mass that uses a certain application.
Also, one of the other things I wanted to understand is how big, and if there is any gap, between theoretical security versus practical security. If anyone wants to talk about that.
Start on that. That's one thing I've been talking about forever. That there's a big difference between theoretical and practical security. People always vouch for theoretical security, but they forget about the practical stuff. Like everyone keeps telling people that not your keys, not your coin. Hey, you are a 75-year-old grandpa. Learn how to use your wallet. Like get your own wallet, set up your own wallet, hold your Bitcoin. No, they are not going to understand that. It's better for them to use a custodian. Their money would be safer on Coinbase rather than their wallet. Like there are so many scenarios, things that can go wrong while managing your keys. If you don't know how to manage your keys, don't do it. It's worse to have managing your own keys if you don't know how to do it versus just putting it on a regulated custodian. Now, in that case, obviously don't ape into a shady company run in Bahamas by some weird dude with curly hairs, but just trust the regulated stuff, trusted entities, and you'll be fine. In fact, like most of these days, if you notice as phishing hacks, most of them are people losing money from their MetaMask by phishing, like even famous people. I've heard of some, but not as many phishing attacks happening on people with wallets on Coinbase, for example. It just is easier to use, and obviously you get the theoretical security of using your own keys is higher than using a custodian, but in practical sense, if you don't know how to manage your keys, then your security is going to be higher with a custodian.
Yeah, I think the UX is just not there for an average person to be using So for example, we know that the most secure way to interact with a blockchain is through a full node, but I don't expect my parents to be running an Ethereum full node and use MetaMask to connect to the local RPC and using that to interact with Ethereum. And while there is certain progress being made in terms of improving UX and letting people interact with protocols in a more trust minimized way, I don't think we're anywhere near where theoretical security is actually applicable to an average person. So an average person is better off using Infura, for example, using a MetaMask connected to Infura than running their own full node.
Interesting. And so what are some of the probably like lessons that you had to learn and unlearn from the traditional cyberspace in terms of security?
Well, in this regard, I'd say that often people in Web3 look at Web2 as at the past, like it was before, but actually in many aspects it's in fact in the future, because Web3 is very immature and very early. Actually I had a lightning talk on this topic today, and my main point was that on each stage of the security cycle, starting with awareness and starting with the threat modeling and design of the systems, and then going into development, testing, audits, and then finally in production going with monitoring and incident response. On each of those layers, Web3 is far behind. There are not enough commercial or open source tools, not enough products and teams working on it. So we need to dissect all this life cycle of security and the products in Web3 and look back or more forward at Web2 and traditional cybersecurity to see what's done there, what are the frameworks and methodologies implemented there, and what can we borrow from there into the DeFi and Web3 spaces.
And also like talking about regulators in this space, so what kind of role do they play when we talk about Web3 security or ensuring that there is security in Web3?
So I'll start with the previous question, then come to it, because regulators are still stuck there. Web3, so first thing to understand is Web3 security is actually a superset of Web2 security. It's not different from Web2, it's just more things on top of Web2. 3 is 1 plus 2, it's not something new. So you have to first fix your basics, fix the Web2 stuff. In fact, like in the last year, if you look at the major hacks, the Ronin hack, $500 million, the Horizon hack, 200 million or something, both were Web2 hacks, just key management exploits. Those are things that would never, I won't say never, but would probably never happen in a traditional company with proper cybersecurity practices. So first thing people need to understand is Web2 security is not going anywhere. Even if you're building Web3 product, again, in theoretical sense, you can have a completely decentralized product, but in practical sense, no, you still have a website hosting on a traditional server and everything. You still are using emails. You're still using Telegram to send notifications to your users. Just so you need to worry about your Web2 security. Once you have covered the Web2 security, then you can move on Web3 stuff and think about more specific things like smart contracts and things like that. But in this space, we see people, a lot of people these days are getting audits done, so they cover their smart contracts, but nothing else is secured. In fact, we have seen major protocols like Curve's website was compromised because they were using a shitty DNS provider and they just got taken over. Doesn't matter if your contracts are 100% secure, but if your users are using it through a compromised website, they're gonna be compromised. And Curve has like one of the best security policies in this like space. So not to put any shade on them, but just saying the state of the space isn't great from that aspect. Where the regulators come in is that actually they have started thinking about Web3 security. They are now talking to people in the space to understand what Web3 world needs. And we are trying to convince, and they are understanding that Web3 security actually means Web2 plus Web3. So in fact, in the traditional space, the regulators play a role in the sense that you need some compliance and audits to be a financial actor like a bank. So you need to maintain at least that level of security. That doesn't exist in DeFi. I don't think it should, but there can be at least, I think there is scope for SOC 2 or ISO 27001, for example, to be adopted more. That it's not mandatory, you can still do anything, but you can get these standardized audits or certifications that at least tell people, hey, you are serious about what you're doing, and these are in addition to the traditional audit report, not traditional, but smart contract audit reports that people get.
I think the closest thing to the regulator in Web3 space currently is the market and the users. Many projects do audits only because they are forced to do them because that's the standard on the market. But there is no like single entity that enforces this rule and regulation.
Yeah, and also like taking a glimpse into the future, what do you think? Like everyone's talking about ZK at this point, right? It's gonna go big and this and that. We see a lot of use cases, yes. But what are some of the other approaches, probably the other technologies that might play a crucial role or a very important role in coming years in terms of security? Probably some, because I've heard like automation is one thing that we have to work on. So where do you see that going?
Look, I think the next big security gap is probably going to be in sharding and consensus sharding. I think that's going to be the next real difficult one to solve. There'll be niche, smaller things in between, but if I were to wager a guess, I'd say that's the next big security bucket that I'm not sure we even have enough security people in this industry to solve that one, but that's going to be a big one.
I have a feeling, especially since the Oasis incident, the biggest vulnerability going forward are the multi-sigs. Because in a lot of cases, we hand wave it away. Oh yeah, we'll solve it with governance. But I haven't really seen a lot of tangible proposals on how to use governance effectively to tackle upgradability, etc. It's mostly, yeah, A16 votes for this, Paradigm votes for this, and then they just sort it out between themselves. So it's especially if your team is doxed and you have a multi-sig, it's much easier for like a powerful government to get to you and to force you to do something that the protocol shouldn't be allowed to do. And we don't really have a solution. There are some theoretical solutions to the problem, and yeah, removing multi-sigs is not a solution for a lot of different applications. You need some form of upgradability, so you just need to substitute it with something else.
I'll just add, again, I bring the practical versus theoretical security point of view here. So token voting sounds super nice, has super nice theoretical security limits, but the reality is, I don't know why I have Uniswap slides in front of me, but usually just 2 investors own enough token to vote in any direction, not even 4 by 8, just even one person, the key investor, the lead investor can come in token voting scenarios and do whatever they want. Plus, since they are an entity, for governments, it's actually easier to enforce an entity to do something versus an individual. So token voting doesn't solve this in practical sense. If you go to token voting and it's not a decentralized currency, completely decentralized, you still have 2 bag holders, the government will just tell those bag holders then to do it, and they will have to do it. So it's eventually, theoretically it's super nice, eventually we'll get there, but we are just not there right now.
I think another big thing that we're going to start, or we've already started seeing, is bridges, right? Like, we're no longer just on one chain. Most people are like spread across all the chains. You bridge back and forth, and you know, in many cases, the bridge to the chain from Ethereum holds all of the value on it, right? Especially for the L2s. And so if you can either find a bug in the bridge or just compromise the trust assumptions of that bridge in some way, you know, in many cases it's a multi-sig, sometimes it's something a little bit better, but you know, you can steal literally everything that's on the chain. So I think that's a very big risk. I think on Cosmos, they're a little bit further on this, so they have some pretty nice bridges for their IBC, which are light client bridges. So they're basically, each chain runs a light client of the other chain in a smart contract, and then you can check that transactions actually happened without having to trust an outside entity about it. And those are very good as long as your consensus is secure. But there you get back to the token voting problem where if the majority of stakers on the other chain are malicious, which, you know, maybe for smaller chains, the TVL of that token isn't very high, then these like client bridges don't work either. So yeah, I think there's solutions that are not perfect, but better than what we have, and hopefully we find even better ones.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point because I think at this point, we have realized that developers as well as users want to interact with more than one chain, and bridges plays an important role. And we have to make sure that we minimize damage there, right? Otherwise, like, it would be of no use. Just one question before I wrap up. This is for all of you. What is this one advice you want to give to someone who's entering into the Web3 space for the first time as a user? What should they be careful about?
If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
Yeah, look, there be dragons here. Be careful of everything. Don't trust your wallet, don't trust RPC, don't trust the website you're interacting with, don't trust the contract, don't trust the node. Caution is always good. There's never a point, even if all of the actors are not malicious, your caution is going to take you a little bit of extra time, but you're still going to be rewarded. And if they were malicious, you're going to be very happy about that. So I think, like the whole point is, you know, verify, don't trust. So I don't know at what point we started veering away from that, and we started adding a lot of trust assumptions, but especially if you're new, trust nothing, because you're going to get exploited.
Especially don't trust people.
That's true. Like, someone gave me an advice. They were like, everyone's a scammer unless they are proven otherwise.
No, then give it time. They can still become a scammer.
Yeah.
Everyone's a scammer.
Nobody.
Yeah, I feel like everyone's just one scam away of like getting a...
Nobody starts as a scammer. People become scammers.
That's true.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about an advice for the Web3 users, it's very hard to give one because even the professional dApps and even the personal devices of the protocol owners get hacked. So what kind of an advice are we going to give to a complete newbie in the space? But I think maybe the main advice might be to educate themselves and to try to use the technologies they understand, at least they think they understand them.
Probably like get ready. You're here for a ride.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is you can't trust basically anything. Probably the thing you can trust most is hardware wallets. Now, this is a bit of a trade-off as well because of what Mudit said before. Like, if you're not comfortable and don't understand how to use your hardware wallet, it probably won't help you either. But I think that is really the most fundamental thing that you can do is understand what a hardware wallet is and how it works and how to verify the transactions that you're doing, right? Like the simplest thing is make sure that the screen on your hardware wallet shows the same contract address as the one that you're expecting to interact with. Because then even if like the website is fake, for example, as happened with Curve, you'll still be safe. So I think that's like the most valuable thing you can educate yourself about as a user so that you can take advantage of the self-custody that crypto allows you. And, you know, the not your keys, not your coins thing is something that you can actually then put into practice and hold your own keys and hold your own funds without having to trust anyone on that level, at least.
That, like what Torgin said, just wanted to repeat. If you are doing self-custody, 100% use a hardware wallet. If you have crypto more than $500, I'd say, use a hardware wallet. And the second thing, here probably everyone knows and understands, but this would prevent 90% of crypto hacks. Never ever write down your private key or mnemonic on a computer or any digital device. Never send it to even the official support, MetaMask support, no, don't send it to them. To Polygon support, no. I don't care if they are asking you via the official media. Never send your mnemonic private key to anyone. Always keep it offline, ideally, and you'll be safe from 90% of the hacks, honestly.
can I, because I'm finishing, right? Maybe I want to raise a question, which is, I think about, so now, because we live in the age of ChatGPT and generative model, what do you think about impact of adversary AI on like smart contracts? I understand that it's a good practice not to like copy and paste from Stack Overflow now from ChatGPT, but do you think that can be like a big problem? Because on one side, I want to advise people to install Copilot, right? Or even Copilot Labs, which is like more advanced one, right? But on the other hand, it can inherit some kind of future problems, right? What do you think about adversary AI?
So at least right now, I'm not worried about adversary AI. In fact, like I'd say the better AI gets at detecting bugs, the better it is for us, because the defenders basically, it's an attackers and defenders game, security, and the defenders always have the first move. If the AI can detect something, then the defenders can start using it to defend against those. The attackers will only get the chance later. Right now, the AI is not smart enough to find anything significant, so doesn't matter, but it will slowly, like GPT-4, big improvement. It will eventually start catching these bugs, and then the defenders will have to update their strategy to actually continuously run this AI on their contracts, and before an adversary can use it, just use it for your defense.
So for now we're safe, but maybe GPT-5 will kill our profession. Waiting for it.
I mean, probably not, but maybe.
Probably not.
It's us who are building it. Like we won't build something that will kill us. We'll only build it to be smart enough to replace the business people, not the tech. Don't worry.
Awesome. I want to open up the stage for some of the questions from the audience, if we have any. Yeah, can we?
Oh, really? All the way in the back? All right. Here you go.
Yeah, I have a technical question. Could you explain how read-only reentrancy attacks work? Because I never quite got those.
Yeah, sure. So read-only reentrancy is actually a type of attack that we found at Chain Security in the beginning of last year in the Curve contracts. And so I'll assume that you understand what a normal reentrancy attack is, right? And usually the way that you save yourself against it is you put a reentrancy guard on your functions so that you can't re-enter into the same contract again. But until now, people usually didn't put reentrancy guards on their view functions, right? Because a view function can't change the state of your contract. So you would think that that means there can't be a problem with reentrancy in view functions. But if there's another contract that uses your contract as a price oracle, for example, which was the case here, so they looked at the price on Curve for stablecoin protocols. And so what happened was they re-entered into Curve, into the view function, and the view function was in an inconsistent state, so it saw an incorrect price. And then the lending or the stablecoin protocol based on that said that that collateral was worth way more than it was, and you could mint stablecoins against it. So essentially the problem is that even though the contract of Curve wasn't vulnerable to this because the view function protected it from state changes, other contracts that were dependent on it were affected. And so it's kind of a problem where you stack these DeFi Legos on top of each other, right? And even though one single one alone is secure, the other ones that depend on it might still have a problem.
Any other questions? Yeah, right up here.
I just want to point out that composability was definitely a mistake. We should never have done that.
One idea that I feel like I've been seeing getting a lot of traction recently is the idea of like using MEV to kind of prevent contract attacks, something like monitoring contracts if there's going to be a TVL drawdown, maybe trigger a circuit breaker or front running. I'm just kind of curious if you guys think that there's like any value, if the idea has any legs to it, or if it's just kind of another makes people feel better, but probably not super useful in practice.
There's a constant race between the white hats and the black hats. So like, that'll work now, and then the black hats are just going to figure out a different way to get around it. So you know, it's this constant sort of tension race you have to keep doing. It will work now, but for example, they're already starting to code to predefined withdraw exits and stuff like that, and then you front running it doesn't actually matter because you still send it to the exploiter. So it's a race to zero when it comes to this stuff.
So on that I can add, like, even right now it's not as effective because anyone smart enough to hack $100 million protocol is probably smart enough to easily bypass these. Like you should never be sending your transactions to a public mempool. There are a bunch of things you can take care. They might work first time, second time the hacker would be smarter. One thing that can work at least for a while, which is controversial, nobody is doing it, but can research, is it's sort of MEV, but forced reorgs. Like on Ethereum, for example, Flashbots has a majority stake. Like majority of people are running Flashbots on their nodes, so Flashbot can organize this. That is like if you see a hack happening, which is $200 million hypothetical scenario, for example, then you can just do a forceful reorg of the last 10 blocks, let's say. So whatever the hacker did, even like one block would be enough if it's a one transaction hack. Just do a forceful reorg and compensate the person who loses the block reward with some ETH, like give them double the block reward or 10 times the block reward. It's still like now the block reward is 0.2 ETH or something. So give them 10 ETH and you save $200 million by replacing that transaction by your own or something like that. So it is potentially unethical because it can also be done for good transactions, but it is one direction people can explore as like a fallback medium.
Yeah, I think that like kind of puts the credible neutrality of the chain into question, right? Like there will be someone who can decide like what kind of things are allowed to be reorged and what are not, and so on. So to me, that seems like a big trade-off.
Yeah, that's why I said not at the protocol level, but at a layer above, like Flashbots can do it. If Coinbase is running majority nodes on Ethereum, they can do it. Like I think even already Coinbase and Lido have more than 33% stake combined, which means they can do essentially can do whatever they want on Ethereum. So if you have that control already, I'm not saying they should do it, but it's something they might be forced to do, and it's something that is a good research topic, at least in my mind.
So my question is, since audit is in business, right? So how would you prioritize security when your business is suffering? And what are the different layers that you would opt for, considering we have different layers of security?
Yeah, so as I said, it's all about risk management. If you have no money to spend on audits, then your risk management matrix should tell you that, hey, this is your last leg, you have to take the risk, you have to just forget security and launch. So yeah, it's always about risk management. It's not ideal for the users maybe, but from a business or perspective, you have to manage your risk.
Let's do one last question. Okay, let's do the
yeah.
last question.
Mujid said that first $10,000 for security will bring you more than the 100 after that. So if your budget was like $10,000 for security, what would you do?
Okay, so maybe I should have said higher numbers, but for $10,000, I would go to a new upcoming auditor in this space, not someone like Torgen, who's already super famous, charges hundreds, thousands maybe, but someone who is new and is eager to make it in this space and ask them to audit it. I think you can find good auditors who haven't made it yet for $10K to do a small audit. That's confidential. That's IP, like that's the secret sauce.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a question regarding security as well. So a few days ago, Chainlink announced and released the serverless function back in Denver. So now we will see more Web3 protocols and tools that will be able to fetch data from any off-chain API. So how this will affect security, that we are adding a new layer that is API security?
It won't change anything at the base level, I think, because like the developers have to be careful that the data they are getting is right. But from a security point of view, it's irrelevant. Like it's same as getting price feed from external sources or getting some other data. From a security point of view, you have to make sure the same things apply. Your price feed is reliable. You may ideally have a fallback. You ideally compare it with a decentralized price feed and all of those things.
Awesome. I guess if you have any more questions, you can ping them on their social channels or probably drop by their Discord channels. But thanks for joining in. It was fun doing a panel on security. I still find it boring, but I'll try to learn a lot of stuff because it's important. But anyway, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out to ETH Denver 2023. Have a great night. It's not over, but it's over here.